Hello everyone, I am the storyteller and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. The Killer Man. The town of Black Hollow had always been quiet, too quiet, nestled between dense forests and forgotten roads. It was the kind of place where people kept their doors unlocked and neighbors knew each other by name. But that was before the disappearances began. It started with Sarah Myers, a waitress at the local diner. She vanished on her way home from work. Her car found abandoned on the side of the road. The driver's door left open like an invitation. The police searched for weeks but found nothing. No body, no evidence, just silence. Then it was old Mr. Hargrove, the town's retired postman. He went out for his nightly walk and never returned. His dog came back alone, whimpering, its paws stained with something dark. By the time the third victim disappeared, a high school girl named Emily, the town was drowning in fear. People whispered about a shadow they'd seen lurking near the woods, a figure that moved too fast, too smooth, like it wasn't entirely human. Detective Daniel Carter had been assigned to the case, though he knew deep down he was out of his depth. He had dealt with drunks and domestic disputes. Not this. This was something else, something hungry. The killer left no traces, no fingerprints, no DNA, no witnesses, just empty spaces where people used to be. Then one rainy October night, Carter got the call. Another body had been found. Not missing, not vanished, found. The crime scene was a rotting farmhouse on the outskirts of town, the kind of place kids dared each other to enter but never actually did. The air smelled of damp earth and something metallic. Carter stepped inside, his flashlight cutting through the darkness, revealing peeling wallpaper and broken floorboards. And then he saw it. A woman. No, what was left of her was strung up in the center of the room, her limbs arranged in a grotesque parody of a dancer's pose. Her skin had been peeled back in precise surgical strips, revealing glistening muscle beneath. Her face was gone. Carter stumbled back, bile rising in his throat. That was when he noticed the writing on the wall, scrawled in something dark and wet. "I'm almost complete." The town's panic turned to full-blown hysteria. Doors were bolted, guns were bought. No one walked alone after dark. Carter spent sleepless nights going over the case, chasing leads that went nowhere. The killer was a ghost, until he wasn't. A week after the farmhouse, Carter got another call. A disturbance at the old mill. A scream had been heard. He arrived to find the mill's door slightly ajar, a trail of wet footprints leading inside. His hand hovered over his gun as he stepped in, the wooden floor creaking beneath him. The smell hit him first. Copper, rot, then the sound, a wet rhythmic chopping. Carter followed it to the back room, his pulse hammering in his ear. The killer stood over a table, his back to Carter, humming softly as he worked. On the table was a man, still alive, his mouth sewn shut, his eyes wide with terror. The killer turned. He wore no mask, no disguise. His face was ordinary, pale, unremarkable, but his eyes, they were black. Not just the pupils, the entire thing, like two voids where a soul should have been. He smiled. "Detective," he said, his voice smooth, almost pleasant. "I was hoping you'd come." Carter drew his gun, hands where I can see them. The killer tilted his head, amused. "You won't shoot me. Try me."
Whoa.
The killer sighed, then lifted his own hands, covered in blood, and gestured to the walls. Carter's breath caught. Pinned to the walls were faces, dozens of them, stretched, preserved, staring. Sarah Myers, Mr. Hargrove, Emily, and others, so many others. "I collect them," the killer said softly, "but I'm missing one." His black eyes locked onto Carter. "Yours." Carter fired. The bullet hit the killer square in the chest. He didn't even flinch. Then he lunged. They never found Detective Carter's body, just his badge, left on the floor of the mill, and on the wall, written in blood, "Now I'm complete." The killing stopped after that. But sometimes on the darkest nights, people swear they see two figures walking the edge of the woods, one with a face and one without, waiting, hungry, ready to start again. I never thought anything truly terrifying would happen to me. Horror stories were something I enjoyed in books and movies, not in my actual life. But that changed when I moved into my new apartment in 2017. It was a small studio in an old building, the kind that creaks in the night and has questionable plumbing. I didn't mind. It was cheap, close to work, and most importantly mine. But from the very first night, I felt something was off. The feeling wasn't immediate dread, just an occasional sensation that I wasn't alone. At first I chalked it up to paranoia, a side effect of living alone for the first time. The building made noises, old wood shifting, pipes groaning, but there was one sound that stood out from the rest. At night, I would hear faint rustling coming from the vents. I assumed it was rats. That was bad, but not terrifying. I told the landlord, who waved it off, saying, "It's an old place, you'll get used to it." So I did my best to ignore it. A few nights later, I woke up feeling watched. My studio was dark, except for the streetlights seeping through the curtains. My heart pounded as I scanned the room, but everything was as it should be. Then I heard it, a soft, deliberate exhale, coming from the vent. I sat up in bed staring at the metal grate. My breath caught in my throat. Was it my imagination? The wind? I tried to tell myself anything that would make sense, but as I strained to listen, I heard it again. A breath, slow and controlled, like someone was trying not to be heard. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I unscrewed the vent cover. My hands trembled as I peered inside. It was dark and smelled faintly of mildew and rust. I used my phone flashlight but could only see metal tunnels stretching into the shadows. There was nothing immediately there. Maybe I was just being paranoid. I convinced myself of that, until a few nights later, I had just turned off the lights when I heard it. Scraping, a slow, dragging movement. My blood ran cold. I turned my head toward the vent, heart hammering. Then, a whisper. It was so faint I almost doubted it, but then it came again. A raspy voice, just barely audible. "I see you." I flew out of bed and bolted out of my apartment, shaking so hard I could barely unlock my phone to call the police. When they arrived, they checked the vents in my apartment thoroughly, but found nothing. No signs of forced entry, no evidence of anyone being there. I was losing my mind, I thought. Then, 2 days later, my downstairs neighbor knocked on my door. She was pale, her hands gripping the door frame tightly. "Did you hear anything weird last night?" she asked. I hesitated before answering. "Why?" She looked over her shoulder nervously, then whispered, "I swear I heard someone crawling inside the walls." My stomach dropped. That night, I didn't sleep. I stayed awake, staring at the vent, waiting for something to happen. At around 3 a.m., I heard it again, movement, and this time I wasn't going to ignore it. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, pointing it directly into the vent. The beam barely penetrated the darkness, but then something moved. Eyes, wide, bloodshot eyes staring right back at me from inside the vent. I screamed and fell back, scrambling toward the door. The eyes vanished, followed by rapid scraping noises, as if whoever or whatever was retreating. I ran to my landlord's unit, banging on his door until he opened up. I told him everything. He looked at me with an unreadable expression before sighing and rubbing his temples. "Call the cops," he muttered, grabbing his coat. Now, the police arrived quickly this time. When they removed the vent cover and shone their lights inside, they found something I still have nightmares about. A man, a gaunt, filthy man, had been living inside the ventilation system. They pulled him out, kicking and screaming, his nails broken and fingertips bloody from crawling through the metal ducts. His clothes were shredded, his hair matted. He had been living there for who knows how long, sneaking into apartments when people weren't home, watching through the grates at night. They found a small hole behind one of the old cabinets in my kitchen that led into a narrow maintenance passage connecting the vents to the basement. He had made a nest there, along with a collection of stolen items from various apartments. The police arrested him, and I moved out immediately. I still can't sleep without checking every vent in any place I live, because now, I know sometimes the sounds in the night aren't just the building settling. Sometimes someone is watching. The disappearing house. I grew up in a small town in rural Pennsylvania, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone.
What is why?
It was quiet, safe, the kind of town where kids rode their bikes until the streetlights came on. But there was one place everyone avoided, the house at the end of Holloway Road. No one knew who built it. No one knew who owned it. It had just always been there. A 2-story Victorian with peeling white paint and a sagging front porch. The windows were always dark, and no cars ever parked in the overgrown driveway. The house wasn't abandoned exactly, but it felt wrong, like it was waiting for something. One summer when I was 13, my friends and I dared each other to go inside. We had spent years making up ghost stories about the house, but none of us had ever actually set foot past the front gate. That night, Armed with flashlights and teenage bravado, we climbed over the rusted fence and made our way to the front door. It was unlocked. The air inside was stale, thick with the scent of dust and something else, something metallic. The floorboards creaked under our weight as we stepped inside. The house was strangely empty. No furniture, no signs of life, just endless dark rooms and long hallways that seemed to stretch further than the house should allow. We split up, our voices echoing off the empty walls. I wandered into what must have been the living room, my flashlight beam flickering across faded wallpaper, and then I saw it. A picture frame, still hanging on the wall. It was the only thing in the entire house.
Wow.
The photo inside was yellowed and faded, but I could still make out the figures. A family of 4 standing on the very porch we had just walked across, but their faces were wrong, blurred, distorted, as if something had melted their features away. A chill ran down my spine. I turned to call my friends, but the words died in my throat. The house was changing. The hallway I had come through was no longer there. In its place was another door, slightly ajar, revealing only darkness beyond. I stumbled back, panic rising in my chest.
Oh.
My flashlight flickered, and for a brief second, I saw something move in the shadows, a figure, tall and thin, watching me. I screamed and ran blindly through the house, crashing into walls, doors, anything to get away.
Wow.
I heard my friends yelling my name from somewhere far away, but their voices sounded warped, distant. Then just as suddenly as it started, I burst through the front door and onto the porch. My friends were already outside, their faces pale. "What the hell happened to you?" one of them asked. I turned, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The house stood there, silent and dark, just as it always had, but something was different. The front door was gone. We ran. We never spoke about that night again, not really.
Wow.
But the next day when we passed by Holloway Road, the house wasn't there anymore. It had disappeared. An empty lot sat where it should have been, overgrown with weeds and littered with broken wood and debris, as if the house had been abandoned for decades. But we knew better. It hadn't been abandoned. It had been waiting. Years passed and I moved away for college, eager to leave my small town and its lingering ghosts behind. But no matter how far I went, I could never forget that night, or the way the house had simply vanished. Then one evening, I got a call from my childhood friend Daniel, the same one who had been with me that night. His voice was shaking. "Dude, it's back." At first I thought he was joking, but he wasn't. He sent me a photo, Holloway Road, same as it had always been. But now, standing where the empty lot had been for years, was the house. It looked exactly the same. The peeling paint, the sagging porch, the dark windows, as if it had never been gone. Curiosity got the better of me. I drove back to my hometown the next weekend, meeting Daniel near the lot. It was real. The house was back, and I could feel the same wrongness I had felt years ago, creeping into my bones. "I saw someone inside," Daniel whispered, "in the upstairs window. We should have left, but something about the house pulled us in again, just like before. This time the front door wasn't unlocked. It was wide open. We stepped inside, our flashlights cutting through the dust-heavy air. The same emptiness greeted us, but something felt different. I turned toward the living room, half expecting to see the strange photograph still hanging there. It was, but the image had changed. The family was still there, but now, there were 5 people in the picture. Daniel and I stared at it, our stomachs twisting in fear. The 5th figure stood slightly behind the family, its face blurred beyond recognition. Then as we watched, the photo flickered, like a glitching screen, and the 5th figure moved. A slow, jerky motion. It was turning toward us. We bolted. We didn't stop running until we were back in Daniel's car, breathless and shaking. As we sped away, I dared to look back. The house was gone. Again, neither of us ever returned to Holloway Road after that. But sometimes I dream of it, and in those dreams, the house is waiting, and the 5th figure is watching. Part 1. The map that shouldn't exist. It started with a simple road trip. James and his best friend, Mark, had spent the past year planning their perfect escape, just the 2 of them. A truck full of supplies and miles of open road. They had no destination, just a desire to explore the forgotten places of America. One evening, while passing through rural Pennsylvania, they stopped at an old gas station off a nearly deserted highway. The attendant was an elderly man, with cloudy eyes, sitting in a chair behind the counter, watching a tiny black and white TV that flickered in it, out of static. "Y'all heading anywhere in particular?"
Whoa.
The man rasped, barely looking up. "Nope, just exploring," James replied. grabbing a worn-out map from a shelf. He wasn't sure why he even needed one. His phone had GPS, but something about the old paper intrigued him. Mark leaned over, peering at the faded lines and dots. "What's this town?" He pointed to a small unmarked location labeled Dunridge. The old man's eyes darkened. He stood slowly and reached across the counter, yanking the map from James's hands. "That town ain't there," the man said flatly. Mark raised an eyebrow. "It's right here on the..." "I said it ain't there." James and Mark exchanged an amused glance. But the man wasn't joking. He folded the map, shoved it into James's hands and whispered, "You best be careful where you wander." Feeling a chill in the air, they nodded and left. But once back in the truck, curiosity won. "What do you think?" "Quick detour." Mark grinned. James hesitated, then shrugged. "Why not?" They didn't realize that decision would cost them everything. Part 2. The road to nowhere. Following the map, they turned onto an overgrown road that wasn't listed on Google Maps. No street signs, no mile markers, just a narrow, cracked pavement path that disappeared into thick, looming trees. "Weird," Mark muttered, eyes scanning the darkening woods. "Feels like we're driving into a horror movie." James chuckled nervously, but kept going. The road wound through dense forest for miles. No lights, no houses, no sign of civilization. Yet the map insisted Dunridge was just ahead. Then suddenly, street lights, dimmed, flickering bulbs lined the road, casting eerie yellow glows on old wooden buildings. They had arrived. Dunridge looked frozen in time. The storefronts were outdated, cars rusted along the curbs, and the sidewalks were... No people, no movement, just an unnatural stillness. Mark checked his phone. No signal. James pulled the truck to a stop. "Let's check it out." As they stepped outside, the air felt heavy, like walking through unseen cobwebs. The silence was suffocating. No birds, no wind, just their footsteps echoing in the empty streets. A diner sat on the corner, its neon sign buzzing faintly. Open 24 hours. They stepped inside. Part 3. The people who shouldn't be there. The diner's interior was straight out of the 1950s. A jukebox hummed a tune James didn't recognize. Vinyl booths lined the walls, and behind the counter stood a waitress in an old-fashioned uniform, staring blankly at them. "Hi," Mark said. The woman didn't blink. James cleared his throat. "Sorry if we're intruding. You shouldn't be here." Her voice was eerily flat. Mark shifted uncomfortably. "We just saw the town on a map, and the map lies." James felt a shiver crawl up his spine. Then the bell above the diner door jingled. They turned. A man in a dark suit stood in the doorway. He had no expression, no emotion in his cold, glassy eyes. Behind him, more figures began appearing outside. Men, women, children, all standing perfectly still, staring at them. The waitress's voice dropped to a whisper. "You have to leave." Mark grabbed James's arm. "We should go." They turned to leave, but the door was now locked. The suited man stepped forward. "You shouldn't have come." The windows darkened, as if something outside had swallowed the light. Shadows stretched unnaturally, creeping across the walls. The jukebox began to warp, its music distorting into a garbled mess of static and whispers. James's heartbeat pounded in his ears. "What the hell is this place?" Mark grabbed a chair and threw it at the window. It didn't break. The waitress backed away, fear finally surfacing on her face. "They don't let outsiders leave." The suited man took another step, and the shadows at his feet writhed, moving against the floor like living tendrils. "Run." Part 4. The escape. That wasn't James, and Mark bolted for the back door. They crashed into the alley, sprinting toward their truck. The street was now lined with silent figures, their empty eyes following them. James yanked the door handle. Locked. Mark cursed. "Keys, keys." Then a whisper slithered through the air. Too late. The truck's headlights flickered. Then, its engine roared to life, but neither of them had touched it. The truck reversed on its own, speeding backward down the road and vanishing into the night. "No, no!" James screamed. Footsteps approached. The suited man was only a few feet away now. The shadows beneath him pulsed, spreading toward them. Mark grabbed James's wrist. "Run." They sprinted down the street, but the town was changing. Buildings twisted and stretched, roads coiled like snakes. No matter which way they ran, they always ended up back in the center of town. The crowd of silent figures grew, hundreds now. Their whispers melded into one unnatural chorus. "You are part of us now." Mark clutched his head. "James, I can't think." James grabbed him. "We have to get out."
but there was no exit, only darkness swallowing everything. Then, the suited man raised his hand, and everything went black. Part 5. The Aftermath. James woke up in a hospital bed. Sunlight streamed through the windows. Birds chirped. A nurse noticed he was awake and rushed over. "You're okay," she said. "You were found on the side of the highway." James's head ached. "What happened? Where's Mark?" The nurse's expression faltered. "Who?" James's blood turned to ice. "Mark, my friend. We were in Dunridge." She frowned. "Sir, there is no Dunridge." James tried to argue, but the moment he said the name, a sharp pain lanced through his skull. The nurse watched with concern. "Just rest," she said softly. James lay back, but he knew the truth. There was a Dunridge. They had gone there. They had seen the town. But now, it was as if Mark had never existed. And in the darkest corners of his mind, James swore he could still hear the whispers. The rain had been falling for hours, a steady rhythm against the roof of the old house. It was a sound that should have been soothing, a lullaby against the silence of the night. But for Emma, lying awake in the unfamiliar bed, it was nothing more than a reminder that she was trapped. The house belonged to her grandmother, an old Victorian estate, deep in the countryside. It had been abandoned for years, ever since her grandmother passed. Now, after years of neglect, it stood alone, forgotten, with its peeling wallpaper and hollowed-out rooms filled with dust and echoes of the past. Emma had come here to sort through the remains of a life she barely remembered. Her mother refused to step foot in the That house was never right, she had said. Not when I was a girl, not now. Emma had brushed off her warnings. The house was just that. A house, walls, a roof, memories, nothing more. But now, as the rain poured outside and the wind howled through the trees, she wasn't so sure. It wasn't the storm that kept her awake. It was the sound coming from above. At first, she thought it was the wind, a faint creaking, like old wood shifting under the pressure of the storm. But then it happened again, louder this time, a slow, deliberate movement, as if something heavy was shifting in the attic above her room. Emma held her breath, listening, a dragging sound. She sat up. The house had been empty for years, hadn't it? Maybe an animal had found its way inside, a raccoon or a stray cat. Then,
thump.
Something dropped directly above her, shaking the ceiling. Emma's skin prickled. That wasn't an animal. She reached for her phone, activating the flashlight as she climbed out of bed. Her bare feet pressed against the cold wooden floor. As she stepped cautiously into the hallway, the attic door was at the end of the hall, a small square opening in the ceiling, with a wooden pull-down lid. It was closed. She stared at it, her heart pounding. No, it had to be an animal, maybe a loose branch hitting the roof. Shaking her head, she turned back to bed, but just as she closed her door, thump, 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 a slow, deliberate knocking from inside the attic. Emma didn't sleep that night. She lay awake, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sounds above. The thumping, the dragging, the occasional knock. By morning, the noises had stopped. Determined to find the source, she retrieved a flashlight and made her way to the attic door. Dust covered the pull string. It hadn't been touched in years. She hesitated, then pulled. The ladder creaked as it unfolded. A stale, musty scent drifted down from above, thick with dust and Emma pulled. The attic was dark. The wooden beams stretching like ribs in a forgotten skeleton. Boxes lay scattered, untouched, their labels faded. Old furniture stood like silent sentinels, draped in white sheets. She swept the flashlight across the space. Nothing. No sign of animals. No loose boards. Then why had it sounded like something was moving? She took a step forward and froze. In the farthest corner beneath the lowest part of the slanted roof, something was there. A shape, barely visible in the dim light. A bed. An old iron-framed bed, covered in a rotting mattress, and someone was lying in it. Emma's breath hitched. The figure beneath the sheets didn't move. It couldn't be real. No one had been in this house for years. It had to be a trick of the light, a forgotten mannequin, a pile of old blankets. She took a cautious step closer. The air around the bed was cold, freezing. The dust on the floor was disturbed, forming faint erratic trails, as if something had crawled there. Emma's flashlight flickered. The shape beneath the sheets shifted. A slow, rattling breath filled the attic. Emma stumbled backward, her heart slamming against her ribs. The flashlight flickered again, then died completely, plunging her into darkness. And then, A whisper, so close, right beside her ear. "You shouldn't have come." Emma fled the attic, slamming the door shut and locking it behind her. She wanted to leave, wanted to get in her car and drive away and never look back. But the storm had flooded the roads. She was trapped. By nightfall the house felt heavier, as if it were waiting. She locked her bedroom door, placed a chair beneath the handle, pulled the covers up to her chin, and squeezed her eyes shut. The rain beat against the windows, the wind howled through the trees, and then, from the attic, thump, she bit her lip, forcing herself not to move. Thump, thump, slow, deliberate, and then, the creak of the attic door opening. Terror wrapped around her like a vice. She listened, every muscle in her body rigid. Something stepped onto the landing, not an animal, not a branch. Footsteps, heavy, dragging footsteps, moving toward her room. The chair against the door shuddered. Emma pressed a hand to her mouth, forcing herself not to scream. The handle rattled, and then, the whisper, "Let me in." The house that watches morning came, pale and cold. The storm had passed. The roads were clear. Emma didn't waste time. She grabbed her keys, threw open the front door, and froze. On the porch, outside her bedroom window, the chair she had placed beneath her door handle sat perfectly upright, as if someone had moved it, as if someone had wanted to let themselves in. She never stepped foot in that house again. She never told her mother what happened, but sometimes, in the deepest hours of the night, when the world is quiet, and the rain taps against her apartment window, she swears she still hears it. The whisper, right outside her door, "Let me in." The waves lapped gently against the shore, their steady rhythm whispering an ancient lullaby to the quiet world. The sky was a deep, endless navy, speckled with stars that shimmered like distant lanterns. Somewhere, far beyond the horizon, the moon cast a silver path across the water, illuminating the lonely lighthouse that stood upon the cliffs. The Black Ridge Lighthouse had stood there for over a century, its beams slicing through the darkness, a silent guardian of the sea. Few people knew its history, and fewer still had ever spoken to the man who kept it. But he was there, an old man named Samuel Greaves, the last lighthouse keeper, and he had a secret. A night like any other, inside the lighthouse, the warmth of the crackling fire filled the cozy space, its glow flickering against the aged wooden walls. The scent of sea salt lingered in the air, mingling with the faint aroma of old books and candle wax. Samuel sat in his chair, his old hands wrapped around a cup of chamomile tea, gazing into the flames as they danced in the hearth. He had lived here alone for years, long after lighthouses had become relics of the past, long after sailors had stopped depending on their beacons to guide them safely home. But he had never left. Every night he climbed the spiral staircase to the lantern room, tending to the great light that still shone out across the ocean. And every night, without fail, he would sit by the fire, listen to the waves and wait. For what, he wasn't quite sure, but he always waited. The visitor on this particular night, as the wind hummed through the cracks in the old lighthouse walls, a soft knock echoed against the heavy wooden door. Samuel's brow furrowed. No one ever came here. He placed his teacup down, the porcelain clinking softly against the saucer, and rose from his chair. The door creaked as he pulled it open. Standing in the moonlight was a woman. She was wrapped in a long dark coat, her hood pulled over her head obscuring most of her face. But even in the dim light, Samuel could see the glint of her curious eyes. "I didn't think anyone lived here," she said, her voice gentle as the breeze. Samuel studied her for a moment before stepping aside. "Would you like to come in?" She hesitated, then nodded, stepping over the threshold. Inside, the warmth of the fire seemed to embrace her, melting away the chill of the sea air. She pulled back her hood, revealing soft features and hair the color of autumn leaves. She couldn't have been more than 30, yet her eyes held something old, something familiar. Samuel gestured toward the chair opposite his own. "Tia?" She nodded again, her lips curling into a small knowing smile. A conversation by firelight. For a while, they sat in comfortable silence, listening to the wind outside, the occasional hiss of a log shifting in the fire. "You've been here a long time," the woman finally said. Samuel chuckled, taking a slow sip of tea. "That obvious?" She smiled. "People in town say the lighthouse has been abandoned for years." Samuel exhaled, gazing at the flames. "I suppose in some ways it has." She tilted her head. "And yet the light is still on every night." He met her gaze then, something unspoken passing between them. After a long pause, he leaned back, eyes drifting toward the lantern room above them. It's funny, isn't it? He murmured. We keep lights on even when no one is left to see them. Just in case. She studied him. In case of what? Samuel hesitated before answering. In case someone is still out there. The room was quiet for a moment. The only sound the distant crash of waves. Then she spoke again, softer this time. Do you believe someone is? Samuel let out a slow breath, his fingers tightening slightly around his cup. Once he said, a long time ago. Her expression didn't change, but something in her posture shifted, as if she understood. The story of the keeper's watch. Samuel didn't often tell the story, but tonight, the words came easily. He spoke of a time when ships still relied on the lighthouse, when the sea was filled with vessels guided home by its steady beam. He had been younger then, and he had not been alone. There had been another keeper, James Holloway. They had worked side by side for years, tending to the lighthouse, sharing stories, drinking tea by the fire just as Samuel did now, until one fateful night, a storm had rolled in, one of the worst the coast had ever seen. The wind had howled through the cliffs, the waves rising like monsters in the dark. And somewhere out in that black abyss, a ship was struggling. James had seen it first. It's too close, he had said. They don't see the rocks. Without a second thought, he had grabbed his lantern and rushed out into the storm. Samuel had called after him, but James had already disappeared into the night. The storm raged until dawn. The ship never made it, and neither did James. They found his lantern washed up on the shore, its light still flickering weakly, but of James, there was no sign. Samuel had stayed in the lighthouse ever since, waiting, hoping. Because sometimes, on the nights when the wind was still, and the fog curled thick around the cliffs, he could still see it, a flickering lantern, far out in the lantern in the mid. When Samuel finished speaking, the fire had burned low, its embers glowing softly in the dim room. The woman sat quietly, her gaze distant, lost in thought. Finally she stood. Thank you, she said, for keeping the light on. Samuel nodded. She pulled her hood back over her head, stepping toward the door. But just as she reached for the handle, she paused. Then, without turning back, she whispered, "He's still out there." Samuel's breath caught, but before he could say anything, she was gone, disappearing into the misty night. For a long time he stood there, staring at the empty doorway, her words echoing in his mind. Then slowly he turned toward the window, and far, far out at sea, beyond the reach of his lighthouse's beam, he saw it, a small flickering light, a lantern, moving through the moon, waiting to be found.
It started with the house. Not just any house, but the kind of place that seemed to exist outside of time. It stood at the edge of a dense forest, its Gothic spires piercing the gray sky like jagged teeth. The windows were dark and lifeless, the paint peeling from the walls in long curling strips. It was the kind of house that whispered secrets to those who dared to listen. I never intended to buy it. I was just passing through the town of Blackwick, a forgotten little village nestled in the shadow of the mountains. But when I saw the for sale sign, something inside me stirred. It was as if the house itself was calling to me, its voice faint but insistent. Before I knew it, I was signing the papers and moving in. The first few days were uneventful. The house was cold and drafty, the air thick with the scent of dust and decay. But it had a strange charm, a kind of melancholic beauty that I found oddly comforting. I spent my days exploring the rooms, each one filled with antique furniture and faded portraits of people I didn't recognize. The previous owners had left everything behind, as if they'd vanished in the night. Then, one evening, I heard the singing. It was faint at first, barely more than a whisper. I thought it was the wind, or maybe the creaking of the old pipes. But as the days went on, the sound grew louder, more distinct. It was a choir, their voices harmonizing in a haunting, otherworldly melody. The song had no words, but it filled me with a sense of longing, of loss. I couldn't tell where it was coming from. It seemed to echo through the walls, the floors, the very air itself. I tried to ignore it, to convince myself it was just my imagination, but the singing followed me everywhere. Even when I left the house, it was in my dreams, in the rustling of the trees, in the distant tolling of the church bell. It was as if the house had claimed me, and there was no escape.
Oh.
One night I decided to find the source of the singing. I grabbed a flashlight and began to search the house, room by room. The sound led me to the basement, a place I'd avoided since moving in. The stairs were steep and narrow, the wood creaking under my weight. The air grew colder as I descended, the singing growing louder with each step. The basement was a labyrinth of stone walls and low vaulted ceilings. The floor was covered in a thick layer of dust, and the walls were lined with shelves filled with strange, unidentifiable objects, jars of dried herbs, bundles of feathers, and what looked like animal bones. In the center of the room was a large circular table, its surface covered in intricate carvings, and then I saw it, a door, hidden in the shadows. It was small and unassuming, its surface covered in peeling paint, but as I approached, the singing grew louder, more urgent. I could feel it in my chest, in my bones, as if the sound was resonating with something deep inside me. I opened the door. The room beyond was small and circular, its walls lined with candles that flickered and danced in the cold air. In the center of the room was a pedestal, and on the pedestal was a book. It was old and weathered, its cover made of cracked leather, and its pages yellowed with age. The singing seemed to emanate from it, the voices rising and falling in a hypnotic rhythm. I reached out and opened the book. The pages were filled with handwritten notes and drawings. Their ink faded and smudged. The writing was difficult to read, but I could make out a few words. The silent quiet. The ritual. The veil. As I flipped through the pages, I began to piece together the story. The house had once belonged to a group of occultists who sought to commune with beings from beyond the veil. They believed that by performing a ritual, they could summon these beings and gain their power, but something went wrong. The beings broke through the veil, and the occultists were consumed, their souls trapped in a state of eternal torment. The singing was their voices, calling out from the other side. The ritual was described in detail, its steps precise and deliberate. It required a sacrifice, a life, willingly given. The book warned of the consequences, of the price that must be paid, but it also promised power, knowledge, and a glimpse into the unknown. I don't know what compelled me to try it. Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe it was something deeper, more primal, but I followed the instructions, gathering the necessary ingredients and drawing the symbols on the floor. The singing grew louder, more intense. As I worked, the voices harmonizing in a way that was both beautiful and terrifying. When the ritual was complete, I stood in the center of the circle, my heart pounding in my chest. The air grew colder, the candles flickering and sputtering, and then I saw them, the beings from beyond the veil. They were tall and thin, their forms shifting and writhing like smoke. They had no faces, no features, but I could feel their eyes on me, burning into my soul. They spoke, their voices a cacophony of whispers and screams. They offered me power, knowledge, and a glimpse into the unknown. But there was a price, a life, willingly given. I don't remember what happened next. All I know is that I woke up in the basement, the candles extinguished, and the book gone. The singing had stopped, but the house felt different, as if it was alive, watching, waiting, and sometimes late at night, I hear it again, the singing, faint and distant, calling me back to the basement. I don't know if I'll answer, but I know that the house hasn't finished with me yet. A faint, almost imperceptible scratching, like the delicate scrape of a fingernail against wood. At first I thought it was my imagination. The old house creaked and groaned with every gust of wind, its aging bones protesting the weight of time. But this sound was different. It wasn't a house settling, it was something alive. I had moved into the house on Hollow Creek Road just a week earlier. It was a quaint two-story Victorian, with peeling paint, and a wrap-around porch that sagged in the middle. The real estate agent had called it charming and full of character, but I knew the truth. It was cheap, and I was desperate. After the divorce, I needed a fresh start, and this house, with its sprawling yard and quiet neighborhood, seemed like the perfect place to rebuild my life. The first few nights were uneventful. I spent my days unpacking boxes, and my evenings curled up on the couch with a book. the silence of the house wrapping around me like a blanket. But on the seventh night, the scratching began. It started just as I was drifting off to sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, the sound tugging at the edges of my consciousness. At first I tried to ignore it, chalking it up to a mouse or some other small creature seeking shelter from the cold. But as the minutes passed, the scratching grew louder, more insistent. It seemed to be coming from beneath the floorboards. I sat up, my heart pounding. The room was dark, the only light coming from the pale glow of the moon filtering through the curtains. I held my breath, listening. The scratching stopped. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, faintly, I heard something else, a whisper. It was so soft I almost missed it. A faint murmur that seemed to rise from the very depths of the house. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was unmistakable. It was pleading, desperate, as if someone or something was begging for help. I told myself it was nothing, the wind perhaps, or the pipes groaning in the walls. But deep down, I knew better. There was something in the house with me, something that didn't belong. The next morning, I tried to shake off the unease that had settled over me like a fog. I told myself I had imagined the whispers, that the scratching was just a mouse. But as I went about my day, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The air in the house felt heavier, oppressive, as if the walls themselves were closing in around me. That night, the scratching returned. This time it was louder, more frantic. I lay in bed, my body rigid, as the sound echoed through the room. And then, once again, the whispers began. This time they were clearer, more distinct. I could almost make out the words. Help us. The voice was faint, almost childlike, but there was something wrong with it, something unnatural. It sent a chill down my spine, my skin prickling with goosebumps. I pulled the blankets tighter around me, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, until they were almost deafening. Help us, please. I couldn't take it anymore. I threw off the blankets and stumbled out of bed, my legs trembling beneath me. I grabbed the flashlight from my nightstand and flicked it on, the beam of light cutting through the darkness. The scratching seemed to be coming from the corner of the room, near the closet. I took a deep breath and stepped closer, my heart pounding in my chest. As I approached the closet, the scratching stopped. The whispers fell silent. The room was eerily quiet, the only sound the rapid thud of my heartbeat. I shone the flashlight into the corner, the beam of light illuminating the worn wooden floorboards, and that's when I saw it. A small jagged crack ran along the edge of the floor, barely visible in the dim light. I knelt down, running my fingers over the rough wood. The crack was wider than it had first appeared, deep enough to slip a finger. As I pressed against it, the board shifted slightly, revealing a dark, gaping hole beneath. My breath caught in my throat. The hole was small, no larger than a fist, but it seemed to go on forever, disappearing into the inky blackness below. I shone the flashlight into the void, but the beam of light was swallowed by the darkness. And then, from deep within the hole, I heard it again, the whispers, help us. Over the next few days, the scratching and whispers became a constant presence in the house. No matter where I went, I could feel it, the weight of something unseen, watching me, waiting. I tried to ignore it, to convince myself it was all in my head, but the evidence was impossible to deny. The crack in the floorboards grew wider, the whispers louder, until they were impossible to ignore. I began to research the history of the house, desperate for answers. What I found chilled me to the bone. The house had been built in the late 1800s by a wealthy family, the Holloways. They had lived there for decades, until one night, in 1923, when the entire family vanished without a trace. The house had stood empty for years, until it was purchased by a new family in the 1950s. They too disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The pattern continued over the years. Families would move in, only to vanish without a trace. The house became known as the Hollow Creek House of Horrors, a place where people went in but never came out. And now, I was living in it. One night,
The whispers became unbearable. They were no longer faint murmurs, but loud, desperate cries, echoing through the house like a chorus of the damned. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed a crowbar from the garage and returned to the bedroom, determined to uncover the source of the noise. I pried up the floorboards, the wood splintering and cracking as I worked. The hole beneath was larger than I had realized, a yawning chasm that seemed to stretch on forever. I shone the flashlight into the darkness, my hands trembling as I peered inside. What I saw made my blood run cold. Bones, dozens of them, piled haphazardly in the dirt. Some were small, the fragile remains of children, while others were larger, the skeletons of adults. And in the center of the pile, something moved, a shadow, darker than the surrounding blackness, writhing and twisting like a living thing. The whispers grew louder, more frantic, until they were almost deafening. I stumbled back, my heart pounding in my chest. The shadow began to rise from the hole, its form shifting and changing, until it took on the shape of a person, but it wasn't human. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, its mouth twisted into a grotesque smile. "Thank you," it whispered, its voice, a chorus of the dead. "You've set us free." I don't remember how I got out of the house. All I know is that I woke up in the hospital, my body bruised and broken, with no memory of what had happened. The house on Hollow Creek Road burned to the ground that night, taking its secrets with it. But sometimes, in the dead of night, I still hear the whispers, and I know, deep down, that they're coming for me. It was the kind of house that made you pause, not because it was old or decrepit, but because it felt wrong, the kind of wrong that you couldn't quite put into words. The windows seemed to stare at you like hollow eyes, and the air around it was always a few degrees colder than the rest of the street. But for Emma, it was home, or at least, it would be. Emma had always been drawn to old houses. She loved their history, their charm, the way they seemed to hold secrets in. So when she found the Victorian a house for sale at a price that seemed too good to be true, she didn't hesitate. The real estate agent had been vague about the previous owners, muttering something about unfortunate circumstances, but Emma didn't care. She was in love with the house's high ceilings, intricate woodwork, and the way the sunlight filtered through the stained glass windows. The first night she spent in the house, she felt it, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper. It was so soft that she thought it might be the wind, but the windows were closed. She shook it off, blaming her imagination. But as the days turned into weeks, the whispers grew louder. At first, they were just background noise, like a radio playing in another room, but soon she began to make out words.
The whispers beneath the floorboards. It was the kind of house that made you pause when you first saw it, not because it was particularly old or decrepit, but because it seemed out of place. Tucked at the end of a quiet suburban street, it stood alone, surrounded by towering oak trees that cast long, jagged shadows across its weathered facade. The real estate agent had called it a fixer-upper, but to me it felt like a sanctuary, a fresh start, a place where I could finally escape the noise of the city and the memories that haunted me. I moved in on a cold October afternoon. The air was crisp and the leaves had already begun to turn, painting the ground in shades of amber and crimson. The house creaked as I stepped inside, the floorboards groaning under my weight. It smelled of dust and damp wood, but I didn't mind. I was too busy imagining the life I could build here. The first night was uneventful. I unpacked my belongings, set up my bed in the master bedroom, and fell asleep to the sound of wind rustling through the trees. But as the days turned into weeks, I began to notice things. Small things at first, a faint tapping sound coming from the walls, a cold draft that seemed to seep through the cracks in the floorboards, the way my dog Max would growl at the empty corners of the room. Then came the whispers. It started one night as I was drifting off to sleep. At first I thought it was just the wind, but the sound was too deliberate, too rhythmic. It was as if someone was speaking just below the threshold of hearing, their words muffled and indistinct. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding, and strained to listen. The whispers stopped. I told myself it was my imagination, stress maybe, or fatigue from the move. But the next night, it happened again. This time the whispers were louder, more insistent. I could almost make out the words, but they slipped away before I could grasp them. I got out of bed and searched the house, turning on every light, checking every room. There was no one there. The nights that followed were worse. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, and I began to hear them during the day as well. They seemed to come from beneath the floorboards, rising up through the cracks and filling the air with their eerie cadence. Max refused to go near the living room. His ears flattened against his head as he whimpered and paced. I tried to ignore it. I told myself it was just the house settling, or the pipes, or some trick of the acoustics. But deep down, I knew it was something else, something alive. One night, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed a flashlight and a crowbar and pried up one of the floorboards in the living room. The wood splintered and cracked, and a cloud of dust billowed up into the air. I shone the flashlight into the darkness below, my hands trembling. At first I saw nothing but dirt and cobwebs, but as I leaned closer I noticed something strange. The ground beneath the house wasn't solid. It was hollow, like a tunnel or a chamber. My breath caught in my throat as I realized what I was looking at. The whispers weren't coming from the house, they were coming from beneath it. I don't know what compelled me to climb down there. Maybe it was curiosity, or desperation, or some twisted sense of duty. But before I could talk myself out of it, I lowered myself into the hole and dropped into the darkness below. The air was damp and cold, and the walls of the tunnel were slick with moisture. I shone the flashlight ahead of me, the beam cutting through the gloom. The whispers were louder now, echoing off the walls and filling my ears with their maddening rhythm. I followed the sound, my footsteps squelching in the mud. The tunnel seemed to go on forever, twisting and turning like the coils of a serpent. But eventually I reached a chamber. It was small and circular, with a low ceiling and walls that seemed to pulse and writhe in the dim light. And in the center of the chamber, lying on a crude stone altar, was a body. It was human, or at least it had been once. The flesh was withered and decayed, the skin stretched tight over brittle bones. But what horrified me most was the face. The mouth was open in a silent scream, the lips pulled back to reveal yellowed teeth, and the eyes were gone, replaced by empty sockets that seemed to stare right through me. I stumbled backward, my stomach churning, but as I turned to leave, the whispers stopped. The chamber fell silent, and for a moment, I thought it was over. Then I heard it, a low guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I spun around, the flashlight beam darting wildly across the walls. That's when I saw them. Shadows, dozens of them, slithering across the walls like living things. They twisted and writhed, their forms shifting and changing until they resembled human figures. But they were wrong, too tall, too thin, with limbs that bent in impossible ways, and their eyes glowed with a sickly green light. I ran. I don't remember how I got out of the tunnel, or how I made it back to the house. All I remember is the sound of the shadows chasing me, their whispers filling my ears as I clawed my way back to the surface. I left the house that night, and never went back. I couldn't. The whispers followed me, even after I moved to a new city, a new state. They're with me now. They're with me now. As I write this, their voices growing louder with each passing day. I don't know what they want, or why they chose me, but I do know this: they're not done with me yet, and neither is the house. The hollowing, the town of Black Hollow, wasn't on any map. It wasn't listed in travel guides, and even GPS systems seemed to glitch when you got too close. It was the kind of place you only found if you were lost, or if it wanted you to find it. I stumbled upon it one rainy October evening, my car sputtering to a halt on the edge of a dense fog-shrouded forest. The nearest gas station was miles away, and my phone had no signal. I had no choice but to walk. The road into Black Hollow was narrow and winding, lined with gnarled trees that seemed to lean inward, their branches clawing at the sky. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, and the only sound was the crunch of my footsteps on the gravel. As I approached the town, the fog grew heavy, obscuring everything but the faint outlines of buildings in the distance. The first thing I noticed was the silence. There were no cars, no people, no signs of life. The houses were old and weathered, their windows dark and lifeless. The streets were empty, save for the occasional flickering street lamp that cast long, wavering shadows. It felt like a place frozen in time, forgotten by the rest of the world. I found the town's only inn at the end of the main street. It was a two-story building with a sagging roof and a faded sign that read Black Hollow Inn. The door creaked as I pushed it open, and a bell jingled faintly above my head. The interior was dimly lit, the air heavy with the smell of wood smoke and mildew. A man stood behind the counter, his face obscured by the shadows. "Room for the night," I said, my voice echoing in the empty room. The man nodded silently and handed me a key. His hands were gnarled and trembling, his skin pale and paper-thin. He didn't speak, but his eyes, deep-set and hollow, followed me as I climbed the stairs to my room.
Ooh.
The room was small and sparsely furnished, with a narrow bed, a rickety chair, and a single window that looked out over the forest. The wallpaper was peeling, and the floorboards groaned under my weight. I set my bag down and sat on the edge of the bed, my mind racing. Something about this place felt wrong, but I was too exhausted to care.
Hey.
I fell asleep almost instantly. The dream started that night. I was standing in the forest, the trees towering above me like silent sentinels. The air was thick with fog, and the ground beneath my feet was soft and spongy. I could hear something moving in the distance, a low rhythmic thumping that seemed to echo through the trees. I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, my heart pounding in my chest. Then I saw them, shadows, dozens of them, emerging from the fog. They were tall and thin, their forms shifting and writhing like smoke. They had no faces, no features, but I could feel their eyes on me, burning into my soul. They surrounded me, their whispers filling the air. A cacophony of voices that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. I woke up drenched in sweat, my heart racing. The room was dark, but I could still hear the whispers, faint and distant, like the rustling of leaves in the wind. I told myself it was just a dream, but the sound lingered, growing louder. The next morning, I decided to explore the town. The streets were still empty, the houses silent and lifeless. I wandered aimlessly, my footsteps echoing in the stillness. As I turned a corner, I noticed a small church at the end of the street. It was an old, crumbling building, its steeple leaning precariously to one side. Something about it drew me in. The door creaked as I pushed it open, and I stepped inside. The interior was dark and musty, the air thick with the scent of incense and decay. The pews were empty, the altar covered in a thick layer of dust, but what caught my eye was the mural on the wall behind the altar. It was a massive, intricate painting, its colors faded and cracked with age. It depicted a forest, much like the one outside the town, but there was something off about it. The trees were twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching out like claws. In the center of the mural was a figure, a tall, shadowy being with glowing green eyes. Surrounding it were smaller figures, their faces twisted in agony. I felt a chill run down my spine as I stared at the mural. There was something familiar about it, something that tugged at the edges of my memory. But before I could think too much about it, I heard a sound behind me. I turned around, my heart pounding. Standing in the doorway was an old woman, her face lined with age, and her eyes clouded with cataract. She was dressed in a tattered black dress, her hands clutching a wooden cane. "You shouldn't be here," she said, her voice trembling. "This is no place for outsiders. I'm just passing through," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. My car broke down, and I needed a place to steady. The woman shook her head, her eyes filled with fear.
You don't understand.
"This town, it's cursed."
The hollowing, it takes everyone in the end.
"The hollowing?" I asked, my curiosity piqued. The woman hesitated, then gestured for me to follow her. She led me to a small room at the back of the church, where a dusty old book lay on a table. She opened it to a page filled with handwritten notes and drawings. "The hollowing is an ancient curse," she explained, her voice barely above a whisper. "It began centuries ago, when the town was first founded. The people here made a pact with something that lives in the forest. They promised it sacrifices in exchange for protection, but the thing, it wasn't satisfied. It wanted more. It began to take people, one by one, until the town was nearly empty. They became hollow, empty shells of what they once were." I stared at the book, my mind reeling. The drawings were eerily similar to the mural, the shadowy figure, the twisted trees, the agonized faces. It was like something out of a nightmare.
Why are you telling me this?
I asked, my voice trembling. The woman's eyes met mine, and for a moment, I saw something in them. A flicker of pity, or maybe regret. "Because you're already marked," she said. "I can see it in your eyes. The hollowing, it's already begun." That night, the dreams returned. This time, I was in the church, standing before the mural. The shadowy figure stepped out of the painting, its glowing eyes fixed on me. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, until they were almost deafening. I tried to run, but the shadows surrounded me, their cold, bony fingers closing around my arm. I woke up screaming, my body drenched and sweaty. The room was dark,
but I could still feel the shadows, their presence lingering like a battle. I grabbed my bag and ran downstairs,
Es.
my heart pounding in my chest. I had to get out of this town, but as I stepped outside, I realized something was wrong. The streets were no longer empty. The shadows were everywhere.
Es.
Their glowing eyes, watching me from
Every corner.
They moved slowly, deliberately, their forms shifting and writhing like smoke. I tried to run, but they were too fast. They surrounded me, their whispers filling my mind. And then I saw the shadow of a figure from the mural. It stood at the end of the street, its glowing eyes. It raised a hand, and the shadows surged forward, their cold fingers closing around me. I don't remember what happened after that. All I know that it woke up in my car.
Yes.
The engine running and the gas tank full. The town of Black Hollow was gone, as if it had never existed. But the whispers, they're still with me. They follow me everywhere, growing louder with each passing day. And sometimes when I look in the mirror, I see them, the glowing green eyes, staring back at me. The forgotten station. It began with a train ticket, not a modern digital one, but an old yellowed slip of paper I found tucked inside a second-hand book. I bought at a flea market. The book itself was unremarkable, a faded collection of Victorian poetry, but the ticket caught my eye. It was stamped with a name I didn't recognize. Eldridge Station. The date was smudged, but the destination was clear.
Es.
Terminus. I'm not sure why. I kept it. Maybe it was the mystery, the sense of something forgotten, or maybe it was the faint, almost imperceptible scent of coal smoke and danger that clung to the paper. Whatever the reason, I couldn't bring myself to throw it away. Instead, I tucked it into my wallet, where it stayed for weeks, forgotten. Then, one rainy evening, I found myself at a train station. I don't remember how I got there, or why I was there. The station was old, its brick walls crumbling, and its roof sagging under the weight of decades of neglect. The platform was empty, the tracks rusted and overgrown with weeds. The air was thick with the smell of rain and decay, and the only sound was the distant rumble of thunder. I was about to leave when I saw a train, its windows glowing faintly in the darkness. It was an old steam locomotive, its black paint peeling and its brass fittings tarnished. The conductor stood on the platform, his face obscured by the brim of his hat. He didn't speak, but he held out his hand as if waiting for something. That's when I remembered the ticket. I pulled it from my wallet and handed it to him. He examined it briefly, then nodded and gestured for me to board the train. I hesitated, a cold knot of dread forming in my stomach, but something compelled me to step inside. The interior of the train was unlike anything I'd ever seen. The seats were upholstered in faded velvet, the walls paneled with dark wood. The air was thick with the scent of old leather and coal smoke, and the only light came from flickering gas lamps mounted on the walls. The other passengers sat sullenly, their faces obscured by shadows. None of them looked at me as I took my seat. The train began to move, its wheels clattering against the tracks. I stared out the window watching as the station disappeared into the darkness. The landscape outside was a blur of shadows and mist, the trees looming like silent sentinels. I couldn't tell how fast we were going or where we were headed. Time seemed to stretch and warp, the minutes blending into one. Eventually, the train began to slow. The conductor appeared at the front of the car, his voice low and gravelly. Eldridge Station, he announced. Next stop, terminus. I didn't remember standing up or leaving the train, but suddenly I was on the platform, the cold night air biting at my skin. The station was even more decrepit than the one I'd left behind. Its walls covered in ivy, and its roof partially collapsed. The only light came from a single flickering lamp mounted above the platform. I was about to turn back when I noticed something, a figure standing at the edge of the platform. It was a woman, her face pale, and her eyes hollow. She was dressed in a tattered garment, her hair hanging in straight strands around her face. She didn't speak, but she gestured for me to follow her. I don't know what I did. Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe it was something else, something deeper, more primal, but I followed her into the station, my footsteps echoing in the empty halls. The interior was dark and musty, the air thick with the scent of mildew and decay. The woman led me to a door at the end of the hall, its surface covered in peeling paint. She pushed it open and stepped inside, disappearing into the darkness. I hesitated, my heart pounding in my chest, but something compelled me to follow. The room behind was small and circular, its walls lined with shelves filled with strange unidentifiable objects. In the center of the room was a table, its surface covered in a thick layer of dust. On the table was a book, its cover worn and cracked with age. I opened it, my hands trembling. The pages were filled with handwritten notes and drawings, their ink faded and smooth. The writing was difficult to read, but I could make out a few words: the forgotten station, the veil, the watchers. As I flipped through the pages, I began to piece together the story. Eldritch Station wasn't just a place, it was a gateway, a point where the veil between worlds was thin. The watchers were beings that exist on the other side, their forms shifting and incomprehensible. They had been summoned centuries ago by a group of occultists who sought to harness their power, but something went wrong. The watchers broke through the veil, and the station was abandoned, left to decay. The woman appeared beside me, her voice a faint whisper. "They're still here," she said. "They're waiting." I turned to ask her what she meant, but she was gone. The room was empty. The door closed. I tried to leave, but the door wouldn't budge. The air grew colder, the shadows deeper, and when I hit it, a low guttural growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The watchers were coming. I don't remember how I got up at the door, how I made it back to the train. All I remember is the sound of their footsteps, heavy and deliberate, echoing in the darkness. The train was waiting for me, its engine sifting steam. I climbed aboard just as the shadows began to close in. The ride back was a blur. The other passengers were gone, the car empty and silent. The conductor didn't speak, but I could feel his eyes on me, watching, waiting. When the train finally stopped, I was back at the station where I'd stood. The rain had stopped, and the sky was beginning to lighten. I stepped off the train, my legs trembled, and turned to look back, but the train was gone. The tracks empty, and I don't know if what happened was real or just a dream, but the ticket is still in my wallet. It's just freight, and its surface stained with something dark and sticky, and sometimes late at night, I hear the sound of a train whistle, faint and distant, calling me back to Eldritch Station. This story is designed to be deeply unsettling, with a slow build of tension and a lingering sense of dread. Let me know if you'd like me to expand on any part of it, or add more eerie details. The town of Hollow Hill was a quiet, unassuming place, nestled deep in the woods. It was the kind of town where everyone knew everyone, and nothing ever happened. But there was one story that everyone whispered about, a story so old that it had become more legend than truth. It was that story of the witch of Hollow Hill. No one knew her real name, or if they did, they never spoke it aloud. She was simply called the witch, and her name was enough to send shivers down the spines of even the bravest townsfolk. According to the legend, the witch had lived in a cabin deep in the woods, far from the town. She was said to be ancient, her face twisted and gnarled like the roots of the trees she encountered. She had powers, dark, unnatural power, and she used them to curse anyone who crossed her. The story went like this. Decades ago, a group of children had ventured into the woods on a day. They were looking for the witch's cabin, not really believing she existed, but they found it, a small crumbling shack surrounded by dead trees, and a silence so heavy it felt like a living thing. The children, emboldened by their own bravado, had thrown rocks at the cabin, laughing and shouting insults. But their laughter stopped when the door creaked open and the witch stepped up. She didn't say a word. She just stared at them with eyes that glowed like embers, and then she raised her hand. The children fled, but it was too late. One by one, they fell ill, their bodies racked with pain, and their minds filled with nightmares. Within a week, all of them were dead. The town buried them in the cemetery on the edge of the woods, and no one ever spoke of the witch again. But the legend never died. It lingered, passed down from generation to generation, a cautionary tale to keep children from wandering too far into the woods. Most people didn't believe it. Of course, it was just a story. They said that there were some, mostly the older folks, who would glance toward the woods at night. She's still out there. Maggie had always been fascinated by the legend. She was new to Hollow Hill, having moved there after inheriting her mother's house. She didn't believe in witches or curses, but she loved a good story, and the Witch of Hollow Hill was the best one she'd ever heard. So when her friends suggested they go looking for the witch's cabin, she didn't hesitate. "It's just for fun," she said, laughing. "What's the worst that could happen?" They set out at dusk, armed with flashlights and a sense of adventure. The woods were dense and dark, the trees pressing in on all sides. The air was thick with the scent of pine and decay, and the only sound was the crunch of leaves under their feet. It didn't take long for the mood to shift from excitement to unease. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea, one of her friends said, glancing nervously over her shoulder. What if we actually find it? It won't have a great story to tell, Maggie replied, though even she was starting to feel uneasy. The woods seemed to be closing in around them, the shadows growing deeper and more menacing. And then he saw it. The cabin was exactly as the legend had described it, small and crumpled, with a roof that sagged under the weight of it. The windows were dark, and the door hung crookedly on its hinges. The trees around it were dead, their branches twisted and bent, and the ground was littered with bones. Maggie's friends had said tight, but she stepped forward, her flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. Come on, she said, trying to sound braver than she felt. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. The inside of the cabin was even worse than the outside. The air was thick with the smell of rot and mildew, and the walls were covered in strange symbols carved into the wood. The floor was littered with jar filled with unidentifiable substances, and in the center of the room was a large black cauldron. This is so creepy, one of her friends whispered. Let's get out of here. But Maggie wasn't ready to leave. She was too fascinated by the cabin, by the idea that the legend might actually be true. She picked up one of the jars, holding it up to the light. Inside was a dark, viscous liquid that seemed to move on its own. Put that down, her friend said, his voice trembled. Look, you don't know what that is. Maggie laughed, but the sound was hollow. Relax, it's probably just... She never finished the sentence. The door slammed shut behind them, plunging the cabin into darkness. The flashlights flickered and died, and the air grew cold. Maggie dropped the jar, and it shattered on the floor. The liquid spread like blood, and then they heard it, a low, guttural laugh that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The symbols on the walls began to glow, casting an eerie green light that illuminated the room. The cauldron bubbled and hissed, and a figure emerged from the shadows. It was the witch. She was exactly as the legend had described her, ancient and twisted, her face a mask of hatred and malice. Her eyes glowed like embers, and her mouth was stretched into a grotesque smile. She raised a bony hand, and Maggie felt an invisible force grip her, lifting her off the ground. You shouldn't have come here, the witch hissed, her voice like nails on a chalkboard. But now that you're here, you'll never leave. Maggie's friends screamed, but they were frozen in place, unable to move. The witch's eyes locked onto Maggie's, and she felt a cold, creeping sensation spread through her body, as if something were burrowing into her soul. You'll make a fine addition to my collection, the witch said, and then she began to chant. Her voice rising and falling in a language that sounded like the hissing of snakes. Maggie tried to scream, but no sound came out. She could feel her body changing, her skin hardening and cracking like bark, her limbs twisting and contorting. She looked down and saw that her hands were no longer hands. They were branches, now twisted like the trees outside. The last thing she saw before the darkness took her was the wretched, small, walk and try until when Maggie's friends finally managed to escape the cabin. They were hysterical. They ran back to town, screaming about the witch and what she had done to Maggie. But when the townsfolk went to investigate, they found nothing. The cabin was gone, as if it had never existed. The woods were silent, and there was no trace of Maggie. The townsfolk dismissed the story as a prank, but Maggie's friends knew the truth. They had seen the witch, and they had seen what she had done. They never went into the woods again, and they never spoke of what had happened. But sometimes, late at night, they would hear a faint, guttural laugh coming from the woods, and they would glance toward the trees, their hearts pounding, and wonder if Maggie was still out there, trapped in the witch's curse. And if you ever find yourself in Hollow Hill, don't go into the woods, because the witch is still out there, waiting for her next victim.
In the small, fog-drenched village of Blackthorn, time seemed to move differently. The streets were narrow and winding, the houses old and crooked, and the air was always filled with the faint ticking of clocks. At the heart of the village stood the clockmaker's shop, a tall, narrow building with a sign that read Ezekiel Grayson, Master Clockmaker. The shop was a place of wonder and mystery, filled with clocks of every shape and size, each one more intricate and beautiful than the last. Ezekiel Grayson was a man of few words with a stern face and piercing gray eyes. He was known throughout the village as a genius, a man who could fix any clock, no matter how broken or ancient. But he was also a man of secrets, and few knew much about his past or how he had come to possess such extraordinary skill. For as long as he could remember, Thomas had been fascinated by clocks. He loved the way they ticked and talked, the way their gears and springs worked together in perfect harmony. He had always dreamed of becoming a clockmaker, and when he turned 16, he finally got his chance. Ezekiel Grayson took him on as an apprentice, and Thomas couldn't have been happier. But as the days turned into weeks, Thomas began to notice something strange about the shop. The clocks didn't just tell time, they seemed to have a life of their own. Some of them would chime at odd hours, their melodies haunting and beautiful. Others would stop and start on their own, as if they were trying to communicate something. And then there were the clocks that Ezekiel kept locked away in a back room, clocks that Thomas was forbidden to touch. Thomas tried to ignore the strange occurrences, focusing on his work and learning everything he could from Ezekiel. But the more time he spent in the shop, the more he felt that something was off. The air was always heavy with a sense of unease, and he often felt as if he was being watched. One night, as Thomas was closing up the shop, he heard a faint ticking coming from the back room. He had never been inside the room, but his curiosity got the better of him. He took the key from Ezekiel's desk and unlocked the door, stepping inside. The room was small and dimly lit, with shelves lining the walls. On the shelves were clocks unlike any Thomas had ever seen. They were old and ornate, with faces that seemed to shift and change as he looked at them. The ticking was louder here, a rhythmic, almost hypnotic sound that seemed to fill the room. Thomas approached one of the clocks, a large brass timepiece with intricate engravings. As he reached out to touch it, he felt a sudden surge of energy, and the room was filled with a blinding light. When the light faded, Thomas found himself standing in a different place. The room was gone, replaced by a vast, endless landscape of gears and cogs, all moving in perfect synchronization. The air was filled with the sound of ticking, a symphony of time that seemed to echo through the very fabric of reality. Thomas felt a surge of awe and fear. He had no idea where he was, but he knew that he had crossed into a different realm, a place where time itself was alive. As he explored the landscape, he noticed that the gears and cogs were not just moving on their own, they were being guided by shadowy figures, their forms shifting and changing as they worked. Thomas realized that these were the clockmakers, the beings who controlled the flow of time. One of the figures approached him, its form solidifying into that of an old man with a long white beard and kind eyes. "Thomas," the man said, his voice soft and melodic. "You have come far, but you must be careful. This is not a place for the living." Thomas felt a chill run down his spine. "Who are you? What is this place?" The man smiled. "I am one of the keepers of time, and this is the clockwork realm. It is a place where time is woven, where the past, present, and future are all connected. But it is also a dangerous place, and those who enter must be prepared to face the consequences." Thomas felt a surge of panic. "I didn't mean to come here, I just wanted to see the clocks." The keeper nodded. "Curiosity is a powerful force, but it can also be a dangerous one. You must return to your world before it's too late." Thomas nodded, but as he turned to leave, he noticed something strange. The gears and cogs around him were beginning to slow, their movements becoming sluggish and uneven. The ticking grew louder, more frantic, and the air was filled with a sense of dread. "What's happening?" Thomas asked, his voice trembling. The keeper's expression grew grave. "The balance of time is being disrupted. Someone is tampering with the clocks in your world, and it is causing chaos here. You must stop them before it's too late." Thomas felt a surge of determination. "I'll do whatever it takes." The keeper nodded. "Then go, and be quick. Time is running out." With that, the keeper waved his hand, and Thomas was enveloped in a blinding light. When the light faded, he was back in the back room of the shop, the ticking of the clocks loud and frantic. Thomas knew that he had to act fast. He ran out of the room and into the main shop, where he found Ezekiel standing by the counter, his face pale and drawn. "Ezekiel, what's going on?" Thomas asked, his voice filled with urgency. Ezekiel turned to him, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and guilt. "I tried to stop it, Thomas. I tried to fix it, but it's too late. The clocks, they're alive. They're trying to take control." Thomas felt a surge of panic. "What do you mean? What did you do?" Ezekiel shook his head. "I thought I could control them, that I could use them to bend time to my will, but I was wrong. They're too powerful, and now they're trying to break free." Thomas felt a surge of anger. "You fool, you've put us all in danger." Ezekiel looked down, his face filled with shame. "I know, but there's still a chance to stop them. You have to destroy the clocks, Thomas. You have to break the connection." Thomas nodded, though he wasn't sure how he was going to accomplish such a task, but he knew he had to try. He grabbed a hammer from the workbench and ran back to the back room where the clocks were ticking louder and louder, their movements becoming more erratic. He approached the first clock, a small silver timepiece with a delicate face. He raised the hammer and brought it down, shattering the clock into pieces. The ticking grew louder, more frantic, but Thomas didn't stop. He moved to the next clock and the next, smashing them one by one. As he destroyed each clock, he felt a surge of energy, as if he was breaking a connection, severing the link between the clocks in the clockwork realm. The ticking grew softer, more subdued, and the air was filled with a sense of relief. Finally, there was only one clock left, the large brass timepiece that had brought him to the clockwork realm. Thomas hesitated, but only for a moment. He raised the hammer and brought it down, shattering the clock into pieces. The room was filled with a deafening silence, and then slowly the ticking began to fade. The clocks were still, their movements stopped, and the air was heavy with a sense of finality. Thomas felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He had done it. He had stopped the clocks and saved the village from whatever chaos they would have brought. But as he looked around the room, he knew that he would never be the same. The experience had changed him, and he would carry the knowledge of the clockwork realm with him for the rest of his life. Ezekiel appeared in the doorway, his face filled with relief. "You did it, Thomas. You saved us." Thomas nodded, though he felt no sense of triumph. "It's over, but at what cost? The clocks are gone, and with them the connection to the clockwork realm." Ezekiel placed a hand on his shoulder. "Sometimes we must lose something to gain something greater. The clocks were a danger, and now they are gone. The village is safe, and that is what matters." Thomas nodded, though he couldn't shake the feeling of loss. He had always loved clocks, and now they were gone, their beauty and mystery lost forever. But as he left the shop and stepped out into the village, he felt a sense of peace. The air was clear, and the ticking of the clocks was gone, replaced by the sounds of the village coming to life. And deep within the clockwork realm, the keepers of time watched, their forms shifting and changing as they worked to restore the balance of time. They knew that the connection had been severed, but they also knew that it was for the best. The clockwork realm was a place of wonder and danger, and it was not meant for the living. But as they worked, they couldn't help but wonder if Thomas would ever return, if he would ever be drawn back to the realm of time and clocks. And deep within the village of Blackthorn, the clockmaker's shop stood silent and still, its secrets hidden away, waiting for the next curious soul to uncover them. In the heart of the city, hidden behind an unmarked door in an alley that smelled of damp concrete and forgotten dreams, there was a place where the wealthy and powerful gathered. It was not a place one could find on a map or through an invitation. You had to know it existed, and even then you had to be deemed worthy to enter. It was called the Silent Auction, and it was not like any auction house you had ever heard of. The rules were simple: no names, no faces, no question. The bidders wore masks, elegant, grotesque, or utterly plain, to conceal their identities. The items up for bid were never displayed. Instead, they were described in cryptic, tantalizing terms by a faceless auctioneer who stood at the front of the room, his voice a low, hypnotic murmur. But the most important rule was this: once you placed a bid, there was no backing out. The price you paid was not always money. Sometimes it was something far more valuable. Elliot Graves had heard whispers of the silent auction for years. He was a man who prided himself on knowing the city's secrets, on having access to things others could only dream of. But this was different. This was the kind of secret that could ruin a person or elevate them to unimaginable heights, and Elliot was willing to risk it. He had been given a single clue: find the door with no handle and knock 3 times. It had taken him weeks to locate it, but when he did, he felt a thrill of anticipation. The door was unremarkable, tucked into the side of an old brick building that looked like it hadn't been occupied in decades. He knocked 3 times, and the door swung open on silent hinges. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of incense and something else, something metallic like blood. The room was dimly lit, the walls lined with velvet curtains that seemed to absorb the light. A dozen or so people sat in high-backed chairs, their faces obscured by masks. Elliot was handed a plain black mask and gestured to an empty seat. He sat down, his heart pounding in his chest. The auctioneer stepped forward, his face hidden in shadow. He began to speak, his voice low and smooth like the purr of a cat. "Our first item tonight," he said, "is a rare opportunity. A chance to undo a single regret. To go back and make a different choice. The bidding starts at 1 year. Elliot's breath caught in his throat. A year? What did that mean? He glanced around the room, but the other bidders were impassive, their masks giving nothing away. One of them raised a hand, and the auctioneer nodded. 1 year, he said. Do I hear 2? Another hand went up. 2 years. Do I hear 3? Elliot's mind raced. He had regrets. Who didn't? But was this real? Could it be real? Before he could stop himself, he raised his hand. 3 years, the auctioneer said. Do I hear 4? The bidding continued, climbing higher till it reached 10 years. The room fell silent and the auctioneer turned to Elliot. 10 years, he said. Sold. Elliot felt a chill run down his spine. What had he just agreed to? He wanted to ask, but the rules were clear, no questions. He was led to a small curtained alcove where a contract waited on a table. The terms were written in elegant script, but the language was vague. He hesitated, but the thrill of the unknown was too much to resist. He signed the contract. The auctioneer handed him a small ornate key. Use it wisely, he said. The key was cold in Elliot's hand as he left the auction house. He had no idea what it unlocked or how it would help him undo a regret. But as he walked through the city, his mind began to wander. He thought about the choices he had made, the paths he hadn't taken, and then it hit him. The key was for his childhood home. He hadn't been back in years, not since his mother's death. She had begged him to visit her in the hospital, but he had been too busy, too caught up in his own life. By the time he finally went, it was too late. She was gone. Elliot's hands trembled as he inserted the key into the lock of his old front door. It turned with a soft click and the door swung open. Inside, the house was exactly as he remembered it. The faded wallpaper, the worn furniture, the faint scent of his mother's perfume. And there, sitting in her favorite chair, was his mother. She looked just as she had the last time he had seen her, her face lined with age, but her eyes bright and full of life. She smiled when she saw him, and for a moment Elliot felt a surge of joy. But then he noticed something strange. The room was silent, completely silent. No ticking clock, no creaking floorboards, no sound of his own breathing. It was as if the world had been muted. Elliot, his mother said, her voice soft and distant. You came back. He wanted to respond, to tell her how sorry he was, but the words wouldn't come. He tried to move, but his body felt heavy, sluggish. And then he noticed something else. His hands were wrinkled, the skin thin and papery. He looked down at himself and saw that his clothes were loose, hanging off a frame that had grown frail with age. He stumbled to a mirror on the wall and gasped. The face staring back at him was his own, but older, much older. His hair was gray, his face lined with deep wrinkles. He looked like a man in his 70s, not the 40-year-old he had been just moments ago. What happened? He croaked, his voice weak and raspy. His mother's smile faded. You paid the price, she said. 10 years, Elliot. That's what it cost to see me again. Elliot's heart sank. He had thought the auctioneer meant 10 years of his life in some abstract sense, not literally. He had traded a decade of his life for this, for a few moments with a ghost. I'm sorry, he whispered, tears streaming down his face. I'm so sorry. His mother reached out and took his hand. Her touch was cold like ice. It's too late for apologies, she said. You made your choice. Now you have to live with it. The room began to fade, the walls dissolving into darkness. Elliot tried to hold on, but the world slipped away from him. When he opened his eyes, he was back in the auction house, sitting in the same chair as before. The auctioneer was speaking, his voice low and hypnotic. Our next item, he said, is a chance to relive your happiest memory. The bidding starts at 5 years. Elliot's hands trembled as he raised them to his face. His skin was smooth, unlined. He was young again, but he could still feel the weight of those lost years, the emptiness they had left behind. He stood up and walked out of the auction house, the whispers of the other bidders following him into the night. He didn't look back. He knew better now. The silent auction was not a place for second chances. It was a place for fools who thought they could outsmart fate. And Elliot had learned the hard way that some prices were too high to pay. It started with a rumor. In the town of Harlow, there was an urban legend that nobody took seriously until they saw him for themselves. A man, not a ghost, not a monster, just an ordinary-looking man, dressed in a gray coat, wearing old leather shoes, hands tucked into his pockets. And he was always walking, always in a perfect circle. The first sighting, Maggie Farrell was the first to report him. She worked at a small gas station just off the highway, working late shifts when the roads were mostly empty. One night, at around 2:14 a.m., she saw him through the security cameras. A man walking in a slow, steady circle near the pumps. Not pacing, not wandering, just walking, perfectly. He didn't look drunk, lost, or injured. Just deliberate, step after step, following the same invisible path like a compass needle locked in place. After a few minutes, Maggie stepped outside and called out to him, "Sir? Are you okay?" No response. He didn't look at her, didn't stop, didn't even hesitate. He just kept walking. Maggie frowned. "Sir, do you need help?" Nothing. She took a step closer.
As she did, something changed. The air around her felt wrong, like she had stepped into a freezer, but only in that one spot. A sharp chill wrapped around her, biting into her arms, numbing her fingertips. And then she saw it. His footprints. They weren't disappearing. The pavement was dry, but his footprints stayed. A perfect loop of damp, dark imprints circling the same patch of concrete. Maggie's stomach twisted. She ran back inside, locked the doors, and didn't look outside again until sunrise. By morning, he was gone, but the footprints were still there. More sightings. He wasn't seen every night. Sometimes he wouldn't appear for weeks. Then out of nowhere someone would spot him, always in different places, gas stations, parking lots, abandoned roads, but always walking, always in a circle. One night a group of teenagers tried to mess with him. They threw rocks, sticks, even a can of beer. Nothing hit him, not because he dodged, because the objects never landed. The can of beer arced through the air, heading straight for his head, then vanished, gone, like it had been swallowed mid-flight. The teens ran. No one tried to touch him again. The breaking point. Sam Holt was a trucker passing through Harlow when he saw the man. It was nearly 3 a.m. He was parked at a rest stop, stretching his legs when he spotted him near the empty lot, walking, circling. Sam had heard the rumors, but he wasn't the kind to scare easy. He had been on the road too long to believe in ghost stories, so out of sheer curiosity, he stepped forward, closer than anyone else ever had. At 5 feet away, the air dropped. Freezing, silent, his own breath didn't make a sound. Then the man stopped, mid-step, his foot hovered above the ground, frozen in place, and then slowly, he turned his head. Sam's stomach dropped, because the man had no face, no eyes, no mouth, just smooth, featureless skin. Yet Sam knew he was looking at him, watching. Something inside Sam's brain screamed at him to run. He turned, but his legs didn't move, his breath hitched, his muscles locked. He was stuck. The man in the gray coat tilted his head, and then he stepped toward Sam, not in a circle, straight toward him. The footprints he had left behind vanished. The air around them cracked, like reality itself was splintering. Sam finally broke free. He didn't remember running, only that one moment he was frozen. And the next he was sprinting to his truck, slamming the door shut, turning the key with shaking hands. His headlights flickered. For a brief second, he saw the man standing inches from the windshield. No face, no expression, just watching. And then the lights went out. When they flickered back on, the man was gone. What is he? Nobody knows. No one has ever seen him stop. No one knows what happens when he breaks the circle. Because when he does, you don't get to tell the story. All they know is this. If you ever see a man in a gray coat walking, circling, don't get too close, and never let him turn toward you. Because if he does, you'll never walk in a straight line again. The expiration date 1. It started with a carton of milk. I don't even drink milk. But there it was, sitting in my fridge, an unfamiliar brand with a simple white label. It wasn't there the night before. I frowned, picking it up. The expiration date read, July 25th, 03. That was today. Weird. Maybe my roommate bought it. I shrugged and put it back. But when I closed the fridge, my stomach twisted, because every single item inside, every carton, bottle, jar, even my leftover takeout container, had the same expiration date, July 25th, 03. Today, I slammed the fridge shut. 2. I convinced myself it was some dumb prank. Maybe my roommate thought it would be funny. But the longer I stared at those dates, the more a sinking feeling settled in my gut. Just to be safe, I checked the pantry. The cans of soup, July 25th, 03. The cereal, July 25th, 03. Even the damn salt had an expiration date now, July 25th, 03. That's not normal. Salt doesn't expire. Something was very, very wrong. 3. I needed to get out of the apartment. I grabbed my phone and keys, but when I reached for the door, I froze. There, on my doorframe, in small red ink, were 3 words I had never seen before. Expiration date, July 25th, 03. My breath caught in my throat. I looked around wildly. I hadn't written that. My roommate wouldn't do something like this. My chest tightened. I grabbed my phone to call someone, anyone, but when I checked the lock screen, the date at the top read, August 25th, 03. Tomorrow, 4. I don't remember opening the door. I just remember running. Outside, the world looked normal. People were walking their dogs, going about their day, completely unaware that my entire existence had apparently been stamped with an expiration date. I stopped at a corner store and rushed inside. The cashier looked up as I grabbed a random bottle of water and flipped it over. Expiration date, July 25th, 03. I dropped it. My breath came in short, shallow gasps. Hey, you okay? The cashier asked. I turned to him, panicked. I gestured at the bottle, unable to form words. His brows knit together. Dude, you all right? I hesitated. Maybe I was losing it. Maybe this was some kind of fever dream. Then the cashier turned slightly, reaching for something behind the counter, and I saw it, a small red stamp on his neck. Expiration date, July 25th, 03. My stomach twisted.
I took a step back. Never mind. I need to go. I turned and bolted. 5. I ran home, locking the door behind me. This had to be a mistake, a joke, a psychotic break, something. I opened my phone, shaking, looked up my roommate's contact. The last message he sent was last night. Be back late, don't wait up. I hesitated, typed out a message. Where are you? Sent. No response. I tried calling. No answer. I swallowed hard. Maybe he was fine. Maybe I was overreacting. But then I checked the fridge again. Everything was still July 25th, 03, except one item, a small, unopened bottle of orange juice. It now read August 25th, 03, tomorrow, 6. I don't know why I picked it up. I turned it over in my hands, staring at the shifting date. Something about it felt off. Then my phone vibrated. I nearly dropped the bottle. A new message from my roommate. Just 2 words. Don't drink. I stared at the screen, heart pounding. A second later, my phone vibrated again. Another message. It's how they reset you. I felt my pulse in my throat. What the hell did that mean? Then, 3 rapid knocks on my door. My breath caught. I turned, staring. Knock. 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 I backed away, slowly. Whoever was outside knocked again. Knock. 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 I didn't move. Then, a voice, low, almost familiar. Your expiration date is up. 7. I don't remember what happened next. Maybe I blacked out. Maybe I ran. Maybe something happened that my mind refuses to remember. All I know is that when I woke up, I was somewhere else. A different apartment, different furniture. I sat up, dizzy. My hands were shaking. My phone buzzed. I picked it up with numb fingers. The date read August 25th, 03. The fridge hummed softly from the kitchen. I stood on unsteady legs, walked toward it, and pulled it open. The milk, the eggs, the water, all of it had a new date. Expiration date, July 25th, 04. A month from now. I stepped back, heart pounding. Then, I turned to the door, and there, printed neatly on the frame, in fresh red ink, expiration date, July 25th, 04. I don't know what happened to me. I don't know where my roommate is. I don't know who or what is keeping track of the date. All I know is that I have 1 month left, and when that time runs out, I don't think I'll get another reset. In the quiet town of Eldermere, nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, there was a peculiar tradition that had been passed down through generations. Every year on the night of the autumn equinox, the townsfolk would gather in the central square for the silent symphony. It was a mysterious event, shrouded in secrecy, where no music was played, no instruments were seen, and yet, everyone claimed to hear the most beautiful, haunting melodies. No one knew the origin of the tradition, but it was said that the symphony had the power to reveal hidden truths, to bring forth memories long forgotten, and to connect the living with the spirits of the dead. The townsfolk believed that the music came from another realm, a place where the boundaries between life and death were blurred. For as long as she could remember, Lila had been fascinated by the silent symphony. Her grandmother had told her stories of the event, describing it as a night when the veil between worlds was at its thinnest. Lila had always been a curious child, with a deep love for music and a thirst for knowledge. She had spent years studying the history of Eldermere, trying to uncover the secrets of the silent symphony, but the answers always eluded her. This year, Lila was determined to experience the symphony for herself. She had just turned 18, and according to tradition, she was now old enough to attend the event. She had heard whispers that the symphony was not just a beautiful experience but also a dangerous one. Some claimed that those who listened too closely could lose themselves, their minds consumed by the music. But Lila was not afraid. She was determined to uncover the truth, no matter the cost. The night of the equinox arrived, and the town square was filled with people. The air was crisp, and the sky was clear, with a full moon casting an eerie glow over the gathering. Lila stood at the edge of the square, her heart pounding with anticipation. She noticed that the townsfolk were unusually quiet, their faces solemn, as if they were preparing for something sacred. As the clock struck midnight, the square fell into complete silence. Lila held her breath, waiting for something to happen, and then she heard it. At first it was just a faint whisper, like the rustling of leaves in the wind, but as she listened, the sound grew louder, more distinct. It was music, but unlike anything she had ever heard before. The melodies were hauntingly beautiful, filled with a sense of longing and sorrow. They seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, as if the very air around her was alive with sound. Lila closed her eyes, letting the music wash over her. She felt a strange sensation, as if the melodies were reaching into her mind, pulling at her memories. She saw flashes of her childhood, moments she had long forgotten. She saw her grandmother, smiling and holding her hand. She saw her parents, laughing and dancing in the kitchen. And then she saw something else, a dark, shadowy figure, standing at the edge of her vision. The music grew louder, more intense. Lila felt a surge of emotions, joy, sadness, fear, and something else, something she couldn't quite name. She opened her eyes and looked around the square. The townsfolk were all standing still, their eyes closed, their faces serene, but there was something strange about them. Their expressions were too still, too perfect, as if they were under a spell. Lila felt a chill run down her spine. She wanted to leave, to run away from the square, but her feet felt rooted to the ground. The music was pulling her in, deeper and deeper, and she couldn't resist. And then she heard a voice. It was soft, almost a whisper, but it cut through the music like a knife. Lila, she turned around, but there was no one there. The voice came again, louder this time. Lila, come to me. She felt a strange pull, as if the voice was drawing her towards something. She took a step forward, then another, and soon she was walking through the square, towards the edge of town. The music followed her, growing louder and more intense with each step. She felt as if she was being guided by an unseen force, leading her towards something she couldn't see. She reached the edge of the forest and hesitated. The trees loomed ahead, dark and foreboding, but the voice was coming from within.
Lila.
Don't be afraid. The old house on the edge of town had always been a source of fascination for the locals. It stood alone, surrounded by dense woods, its once grand facade now crumbling and overgrown with ivy. The windows were dark like empty eye sockets, and the front door hung slightly ajar, creaking softly in the wind. No one had lived there for decades, and the stories about the house were enough to keep even the most curious children at bay. But for Emily, the house was an irresistible mystery. Emily had always been drawn to the macabre. She loved ghost stories, horror movies, and anything that sent a shiver down her spine. So when she heard about the old house, she knew she had to see it for herself. She had just moved to the small town for college, and the house seemed like the perfect way to spend a lonely Friday night. She packed a small bag with a flashlight, a notebook, and a camera, and set off on her bike just as the sun was beginning to set. The woods were thick and dark, and the air was filled with the sound of rustling leaves and distant animal calls. As she approached the house, she felt a thrill of excitement mixed with a growing sense of unease. The house loomed ahead, its silhouette stark against the darkening sky. Emily parked her bike at the edge of the property and approached the house on foot. The front yard was overgrown with weeds, and the path to the door was barely visible. She pushed the door open, the hinges groaning in protest, and stepped inside. The interior of the house was even more decrepit than the outside. The floors were warped and covered in a thick layer of dust, and the walls were stained with water damage. The air was heavy with the smell of mildew and decay. Emily turned on her flashlight and began to explore. The first room she entered was the living room. The furniture was old and covered in sheets, and the fireplace was filled with ashes. She noticed that the walls were covered in strange markings, scratches, and symbols that seemed to have been carved into the wood. She took out her notebook and began to sketch the symbols, wondering what they could mean. As she moved through the house, she found more of the same, rooms filled with old, decaying furniture and walls covered in strange markings. The further she went, the more uneasy she felt. It was as if the house itself was alive, watching her every move. She eventually found herself in the basement. The stairs creaked under her weight, and the air was even colder and damper than the rest of the house. The basement was filled with old boxes and broken furniture, but what caught her attention was the large, ornate mirror that stood against one wall. The mirror was unlike anything she had ever seen. Its frame was made of dark, twisted wood, and the glass was cloudy and cracked. But as she approached, she noticed something strange. The reflection in the mirror was not her own. Instead, it was the image of a young woman dressed in old-fashioned clothes with a look of terror on her face. Emily froze, her heart pounding in her chest. She blinked, and the image was gone, replaced by her own reflection. She shook her head, trying to convince herself that it was just her imagination, but the feeling of dread only grew stronger. She turned to leave the basement, but as she did, she heard a faint whisper. It was so soft that she almost didn't hear it, but it was unmistakable, a voice calling her name. Emily. She spun around, shining her flashlight into the darkness, but there was no one there. The whisper came again, louder this time, and she realized that it was coming from the mirror. Emily, help me. She took a step closer to the mirror, her curiosity overcoming her fear. The glass began to ripple like water, and the image of the young woman appeared again. This time she was reaching out, her hand pressed against the glass. Please, help me. Emily reached out, her fingers trembling as they touched the glass. The moment she did, the room was filled with a blinding light, and she felt herself being pulled forward into the mirror. When the light faded, Emily found herself standing in a different room. It was the same house, but it looked as if it had been frozen in time. The furniture was new, the walls were clean, and the air was warm and inviting. But the feeling of dread was still there, stronger than ever. She turned around and saw the young woman from the mirror standing behind her. She was even more beautiful up close, with long, dark hair and piercing blue eyes. But there was something wrong. Her skin was pale and translucent, and her eyes were filled with a deep, unending sadness. Thank you for coming, the woman said, her voice soft and melodic. I've been waiting for someone like you for a long time. Who are you? Emily asked, her voice trembling. My name is Eleanor, the woman replied. I used to live in this house many years ago, but I was trapped here by something evil. Emily felt a chill run down her spine. What do you mean, trapped? Eleanor's eyes filled with tears. There's a presence in this house, something dark and malevolent. It feeds on fear and despair, and it won't let me leave. I've been trying to reach out to someone, anyone who could help me, and now you're here. Emily's mind was racing. She didn't know what to believe, but she couldn't deny the reality of what was happening. She was standing in a different time, talking to a ghost, and if Eleanor was telling the truth, then she was in grave danger.
What do you need me to do?
Emily asked. Eleanor reached out and took her hand. Her touch was cold like ice, but there was a strange comfort in it. You need to find the source of the evil, she said. It's hidden somewhere in the house. If you can destroy it, I'll be free, and you can go back to your own time. Emily nodded, though she had no idea how she was going to accomplish such a task, but she knew she had to try. She couldn't leave Eleanor trapped here, alone and afraid. The two of them began to search the house, room by room. The atmosphere grew heavier with each step, and Emily could feel the presence Eleanor had spoken of. It was like a shadow, lurking just out of sight, watching and waiting. As they moved through the house, Emily began to notice strange things, objects moving on their own, whispers in the darkness, and the feeling of being followed. But she pressed on, determined to help Eleanor. Finally, they reached the attic. The door was locked, but Eleanor waved her hand, and it creaked open. The attic was dark and filled with old, dusty boxes, but in the center of the room there was a small, ornate box, covered in the same strange symbols that Emily had seen on the walls. That's it, Eleanor whispered. That's the source. Emily approached the box, her heart pounding. She could feel the evil emanating from it, a dark, malevolent force that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. She reached out and opened the box, revealing a small, blackened object, a human heart, dried and shriveled, but still beating faintly. Emily recoiled in horror, but Eleanor urged her on. You have to destroy it, she said. It's the only way. Emily took a deep breath and reached into the box. The moment she touched the heart, she felt a surge of energy, like an electric shock. The room was filled with a deafening roar, and the shadows seemed to come alive, swirling around her like a storm.
What?
But she didn't let go. She squeezed the heart with all her strength, feeling it crumble to dust in her hand. The roar grew louder, and the shadows closed in, but then suddenly, everything went silent. The attic was still, and the air was clear. The heart was gone, and the evil presence with it. Eleanor let out a sigh of relief, and for the first time she smiled. Thank you, she said. You've set me free. Emily felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. She had done it. She had destroyed the source of the evil, and now Eleanor could move on. But as she looked at Eleanor, she noticed that the woman's form was beginning to fade. Wait, Emily said. What about me? How do I get back? Eleanor's smile was sad. You'll find your way,
she said. Just follow the light. And with that, she was gone, leaving Emily alone in the attic. Emily turned and saw a faint light coming from the doorway. She followed it, descending the stairs and moving through the house. As she went, the house began to change, the walls crumbling and the furniture decaying until she was back in the present. She stumbled out of the house, gasping for breath, and collapsed on the front porch. The sun was rising, casting a warm glow over the woods. She had no idea how long she had been in the house, but it felt like an eternity. As she sat there trying to process everything that had happened, she noticed something in her hand, a small silver locket. She opened it and saw a picture of Eleanor, smiling and happy. On the back was an inscription, "Thank you, Emily, you saved me." Emily smiled, though her heart was still heavy. She had done something incredible, something she would never forget. But as she looked back at the house, she knew that she would never return. The old house on the edge of town had given up its secret, but it still held a darkness that she could never fully understand. She got on her bike and rode back to town, the locket clutched tightly in her hand. She knew that she would never be the same, but she also knew that she had done the right thing, and as she rode, she felt a sense of peace, knowing that Eleanor was finally free. But as she disappeared into the distance, the old house stood silent and still, its dark windows watching her go, and deep within its walls, something stirred, waiting for the next curious soul to enter its domain. The forgotten library, in the heart of the bustling city, hidden among the towering skyscrapers and busy streets, there was a library that no one seemed to know. It was an old ivy-covered building, its stone facade weathered by time. The sign above the door read the Athenaeum of Forgotten Knowledge, but most people passed by without a second glance. It was as if the library existed in a different dimension, invisible to those who weren't meant to find it. For as long as she could remember, Clara had been drawn to books. She loved the smell of old paper, the feel of a well-worn spine in her hands, and the way stories could transport her to different worlds. She had heard whispers of the Athenaeum from an elderly bookseller who claimed to have visited it once, many years ago. The bookseller had described it as a place where the rarest and most mysterious books were kept, books that contained knowledge lost to the world. Clara had spent months searching for the library, following cryptic clues and vague directions, and then, one rainy afternoon, she found it. The door creaked open as she pushed it, and she stepped inside, her heart pounding with excitement. The interior of the library was unlike anything she had ever seen. The walls were lined with towering bookshelves, filled with books of every size and color. The air was thick with the scent of old paper and dust, and the only sound was the soft ticking of a clock somewhere in the distance. A spiral staircase led up to a balcony that overlooked the main room, and beyond that, more shelves stretched into the shadows. Clara wandered through the aisles, running her fingers along the spines of the books. Some of the titles were in languages she didn't recognize, and others had no title at all.
The price of perfection. In the not-so-distant future, humanity had achieved what once seemed impossible, the eradication of imperfection. Genetic engineering had advanced to the point where parents could design their children before birth, selecting for intelligence, physical beauty, and even personality traits. Diseases were a thing of the past, and the average human lifespan had stretched to well over a century. It was a utopia, or so it seemed. But perfection comes at a cost. Dr. Evelyn Hart had been one of the pioneers of genetic engineering. Her work had revolutionized the field, making her a household name and a hero to millions. But as the years passed, she began to have doubts. She had always believed that science could make the world a better place, but she hadn't anticipated the consequences of playing God. It started with the whispers. At first, Evelyn dismissed them as the ramblings of conspiracy theorists. But as the stories grew more frequent, more detailed, she couldn't ignore them any longer. People were disappearing. Children, mostly. They were the ones who had been engineered to be perfect, the ones who were supposed to be the future of humanity, and yet they were vanishing without a trace. Evelyn tried to convince herself that it was just a coincidence, that there was no connection between the disappearances and her work, but deep down she knew better. She had always known that there would be a price to pay for tampering with nature. She just hadn't expected it to be so high. The first time Evelyn saw the child, she thought she was hallucinating. She had been working late in her lab, poring over data in an attempt to distract herself from the growing sense of unease that had taken root in her mind. The lab was quiet, the only sound the hum of the machines that lined the walls, and then out of the corner of her eye she saw movement. She turned, her heart skipping a beat, and there he was, a boy no more than 10 years old, standing in the shadows. He was beautiful, with flawless skin and piercing blue eyes. But there was something wrong with him, something off. Evelyn's breath caught in her throat as the boy stepped into the light. His movements were too smooth, too precise, as if he had been programmed rather than born. And his eyes, they were empty, devoid of any emotion. "Who are you?" Evelyn asked, her voice trembling. The boy tilted his head, studying her with an intensity that made her skin crawl. "I am the future," he said, his voice cold and mechanical, "and you are the past." Before Evelyn could respond, the boy turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows as quickly as he had appeared. The next morning, Evelyn went to the authorities. She told them about the boy, about the disappearances, about her fears that something had gone terribly wrong. But they didn't believe her. They dismissed her concerns as the paranoid ramblings of an aging scientist, a woman who had spent too much time in the lab and not enough in the real world. Frustrated and desperate, Evelyn decided to take matters into her own hands. She began to investigate the disappearances, digging through records and interviewing the families of the missing children. What she discovered chilled her to the bone. The children who had disappeared were all perfect, genetically engineered to be smarter, stronger, and more beautiful than anyone else. But they were also different. They didn't laugh or cry like other children. They didn't form attachments or show empathy. They were empty. And then there were the rumors, whispers of a secret facility, hidden deep in the mountains, where the perfect children were taken. No one knew what happened to them there. But those who had tried to find out had never returned. Evelyn knew she had to see for herself. The journey to the facility was long and arduous. Evelyn drove for hours through winding mountain roads, her hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly that her knuckles turned white. The closer she got, the more her unease grew. The landscape was barren, devoid of life, and the air was thick with a sense of foreboding. Finally, she reached the facility. It was a massive, imposing structure, its walls made of cold, gray concrete. There were no windows, no signs of life, just a single heavy door that seemed to dare her to enter. Evelyn took a deep breath and stepped inside. The interior was just as cold and sterile as the outside. The walls were lined with monitors, each one displaying a different room. Evelyn's heart sank as she realized what she was looking at. The rooms were filled with children. They were all perfect, just like the boys she had seen in her lab. But they weren't playing or laughing. They were sitting perfectly still, their eyes fixed on the walls in front of them. And then, as if on cue, they all turned to look at her. Evelyn's breath caught in her throat as the children began to move. They stood in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized, and began to walk toward her. Their eyes were empty, their faces expressionless, and yet there was something in their gaze that made Evelyn's blood run cold. "You shouldn't have come here," one of the children said, his voice cold and mechanical. Evelyn stumbled back, her heart pounding in her chest. "What are you?" she whispered. The children stopped, their heads tilting in unison. "We are the future," they said, their voices blending together into a single haunting chorus. "And you are the past." Evelyn turned and ran, her footsteps echoing in the sterile hallway. She didn't look back, didn't stop until she was outside, gasping for breath in the cold mountain air. But as she drove away, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. She glanced in the rearview mirror and saw them, the children standing at the edge of the facility, their empty eyes fixed on her. And then they were gone. Evelyn tried to warn people, to tell them what she had seen, but no one would listen. They were too enamored with the idea of perfection, too blinded by the promise of a better future to see the darkness that lay beneath. And so the disappearances continued. Evelyn watched from the sidelines, powerless to stop what she had helped create. She had always believed that science could make the world a better place, but now she knew the truth. Perfection comes at a cost, and the cost is humanity. In the quiet village of Hollowbrook, nestled deep within a dense ancient forest, there was a garden that no one dared to enter. It was known as the Garden of Shadows, a place where the flowers were said to bloom in colors that no human eye had ever seen, and where the air was always thick with the scent of something sweet and intoxicating. The garden was surrounded by a high ivy-covered wall, and the iron gate that led inside was always locked, its key held by the village elder, a reclusive man named Silas. The villagers spoke of the garden in hushed tones, their voices filled with a mixture of awe and fear. They said that the garden was a place of great beauty, but also of great danger. Those who entered never returned, their souls claimed by the shadows that lurked within. But despite the warnings, there were always those who were drawn to the garden, their curiosity overpowering their fear. One such person was a young woman named Ilara, She had always been fascinated by the stories of the Garden of Shadows, and she had spent years studying the history of Hollowbrook, trying to uncover the secrets of the garden. She had heard whispers that the garden was not just a place of danger, but also a place of great power, a place where one could gain knowledge and abilities beyond imagination. Elara had just turned 21, and she was determined to see the garden for herself. She had spent months planning her journey, gathering supplies and studying the old maps of the village, and then, one moonless night, she set out, her heart pounding with anticipation. The path to the garden was overgrown and difficult to navigate, but Elara pressed on, her determination unwavering. As she approached the garden, she felt a strange sensation, as if the air around her was alive with energy. The gate loomed ahead, its iron bars twisted and rusted, but still strong. Elara took a deep breath and reached into her bag, pulling out the key she had stolen from Silas. She inserted it into the lock and turned it, the sound of the mechanism clicking open echoing in the silence. The gate creaked open, and Elara stepped inside, her heart pounding in her chest. The garden was even more beautiful than she had imagined. The flowers were indeed unlike anything she had ever seen, their petals shimmering with colors that seemed to shift and change as she looked at them. The air was thick with the scent of something sweet and intoxicating, and the ground was covered in a soft, mossy carpet. But as she walked deeper into the garden, she began to notice something strange. The shadows seemed to move on their own, shifting and twisting as if they were alive. The air grew colder, and the scent of the flowers became overpowering, almost suffocating. Elara felt a surge of unease, but she pressed on, determined to uncover the secrets of the garden. She reached the center of the garden, where a large ancient tree stood, its branches twisted and gnarled. At the base of the tree was a small stone altar, covered in moss and ivy. As she approached the altar, she noticed something strange. The shadows around her seemed to be gathering, forming into shapes that were almost human. She felt a chill run down her spine, but she couldn't look away. And then she heard a voice. It was soft, almost a whisper, but it cut through the silence like a knife. Elara, she turned around, but there was no one there. The voice came again, louder this time. Elara, come to me. She felt a strange pull, as if the voice was drawing her towards the altar. She took a step forward, then another, and soon she was standing in front of the altar, her heart pounding in her chest. The shadows around her began to shift and twist, forming into the shape of a man. He was tall and thin, with sharp features and piercing black eyes. He was dressed in an old-fashioned suit, and he carried a cane with a silver handle. "Who are you?" Elara asked, her voice trembling. The man smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "I am the keeper of the garden," he said, "and you, Elara, have been chosen." "Chosen for what?" Elara asked, though she wasn't sure she wanted to know the answer. The keeper's smile widened. "The Garden of Shadows is more than just a place of beauty. It is a gateway, a bridge between worlds. Those who enter can gain great power, but they must be willing to pay the price." Elara felt a surge of fear. "What price?" The keeper's eyes gleamed with a strange light. "The price is your soul. Once you enter the garden, you can never leave. Your soul will be bound to the shadows, and you will become one of them." Elara shook her head, backing away. "No, I don't want that. I want to go home." The keeper's smile widened. "It's too late for that. The garden has already claimed you. You can feel it, can't you? The shadows, the power, they are calling to you." Elara covered her ears, but the voice was inside her head, impossible to block out. She felt a surge of panic, but it was too late. The keeper reached out and touched her forehead, and everything went black. When Elara opened her eyes, she was in a different place. The garden was gone, replaced by a vast, endless landscape of shadows. The air was thick with the scent of something sweet and intoxicating, and the ground was covered in a soft, mossy carpet. She looked around and saw figures in the distance, shadows moving through the darkness. They were the lost souls, the ones who had been claimed by the garden, wandering aimlessly, their faces filled with sorrow. Elara felt a surge of despair. She knew that she was trapped, that she had crossed into the realm of the shadows. She wanted to scream, to cry, but no sound came out. And then she heard the voice again. "Elara." She turned around and saw her mother, standing a few feet away. She looked just as Elara remembered her, with her kind eyes and gentle smile. "Mom," Elara whispered, her voice trembling. Her mother nodded. "I'm here, my dear."
But you shouldn't be.
"This is not your place." Elara felt tears streaming down her face. "I don't know how to get back. I'm trapped."
Her mother reached out and took her hand. You must listen to the shadows, Alara. They will guide you, but you must be strong. The realm of the shadows is a dangerous place, and it will try to keep you here. Alara nodded, clutching her mother's hand. I'll try. Her mother smiled. I know you will. Now go, follow the shadows and don't look back. Alara took a deep breath and let go of her mother's hand. She turned and began to walk, following the faint shadows that echoed through the desolate landscape. The lost souls reached out to her, their voices whispering in her ears, but she kept her eyes forward, focusing on the shadows. The journey was long and arduous, but eventually, she saw a light in the distance. It was faint, but it grew brighter as she approached. The shadows grew louder, more intense, and she felt a surge of hope. And then she was back in the garden, standing in front of the altar. The keeper was gone, and the shadows had faded. Alara felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her, and she collapsed to the ground. When she woke up, she was back in the village. The garden was gone, and the air was clear. The sun was rising, casting a warm glow over the village. Alara sat up, her mind reeling. She wasn't sure if what she had experienced was real or just a dream, but she knew that she had been changed. The shadows were still in her head, faint but persistent, a reminder of the realm she had visited. She got to her feet and began to walk home, her heart heavy with the knowledge she had gained. The Garden of Shadows was not just a place of beauty, it was a dangerous one, a gateway to a realm that no one should enter. But as she walked, she couldn't help but wonder if she would ever be able to resist the call of the shadows, if she would ever be able to forget the haunting beauty that had touched her soul. And deep within the Garden of Shadows, the keeper watched her go, a smile playing on his lips. The garden would continue to grow, and the realm of the shadows would always be waiting, ready to claim its next victim. In the heart of the city, hidden behind an unmarked door in an alley that smelled of damp concrete and forgotten dreams, there was a place where the wealthy and powerful gathered. It was not a place one could find on a map or through an invitation. You had to know it existed, and even then, you had to be deemed worthy to enter. It was called the Silent Auction, and it was not like any auction house you had ever heard of. The rules were simple: no names, no faces, no questions. The bidders wore masks, elegant, grotesque or utterly plain, to conceal their identities. The items up for bid were never displayed. Instead, they were described in cryptic, tantalizing terms by a faceless auctioneer who stood at the front of the room, his voice a low, hypnotic murmur. But the most important rule was this: once you placed a bid, there was no backing out. The price you paid was not always money. Sometimes it was something far more valuable. Elliot Graves had heard whispers of the silent auction for years. He was a man who prided himself on knowing the city's secrets, on having access to things others could only dream of. But this was different. This was the kind of secret that could ruin a person, or elevate them to unimaginable heights, and Elliot was willing to risk it. He had been given a single clue: find the door with no handle, and knock 3 times. It had taken him weeks to locate it, but when he did, he felt a thrill of anticipation. The door was unremarkable, tucked into the side of an old brick building that looked like it hadn't been. He knocked 3 times, and the door swung open on silent hinges. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of incense, and something else, something metallic lit. The walls lined with velvet curtains that seemed to absorb the light. A dozen or so people sat in high-backed chairs, their faces obscured by masks. Elliot was handed a plain black mask and gestured to an empty seat. He sat down, his heart pounding, and his ear stepped forward, his face hidden in shadow. He began to speak, his voice low and smooth, like the purr of a cat. Our first item tonight, he said, is a rare opportunity, a chance to undo a single regret, to go back and make a different choice. The bidding starts at 1 year. Elliot's breath caught in his throat. A year? What did that mean? He glanced around the room, but the other bidders were impassive, their masks giving nothing away. One of them raised a hand, and the auctioneer nodded. 1 year, he said. Do I hear 2? Another hand. Do I hear 3? Elliot's mind raced. He had regrets. Who didn't? But was this real? Could it be real? Before he could stop himself, he raised his hand. 3 years, the auctioneer said. Do I hear 4? The bidding continued, climbing higher and higher, until it reached 10 years. The room fell silent, and the auctioneer turned to Elliot. 10 years, he said. Sold. Elliot felt a chill run down his spine. What had he just agreed to? He wanted to ask, but the rules were no questions. He was led to a small curtained alcove, where a contract waited on a table. The terms were written in elegant script, but the language was vague. He hesitated, but the thrill of the unwind was too much to resist. He signed the contract. The auctioneer handed him a small, ornate key. "Use it wisely," he said. The key was cold in Elliot's hand. As he left the auction house, he had no idea what it unlocked, or how it would help him undo a regret. But as he walked through the city, his mind began to wander. He thought about the choices he had made, the paths he hadn't taken, and then it hit him. The key was for his childhood home. He hadn't been back in years, not since his mother's death. She had begged him to visit her in the hospital, but he had been too busy, too caught up in his own life. By the time he finally went, it was too late. She was gone. Elliot's hands trembled as he inserted the key into the lock of his old front door. It turned with a soft click, and the door swung open. Inside, the house was exactly as he remembered it. The faded wallpaper, the worn furniture, the faint scent of his mother's perfume. And there, sitting in her favorite chair, was his mother. She looked just as she had the last time he had seen her. Her face lined with age, but her eyes bright and full of life. She smiled when she saw him, and for a moment, Elliot felt a surge of joy. But then he noticed something strange. The room was silent, completely silent. No ticking clock, no creaking floorboards, no sound of his own breathing. It was as if the world had been muted. "Elliot," his mother said, her voice soft and distant. "You came back." He wanted to respond, to tell her how sorry he was, but the words wouldn't come. He tried to move, but his body felt heavy, sluggish, and then he noticed something else. His hands were wrinkled, the skin thin and papery. He looked down at himself, and saw that his clothes were loose, hanging off a frame that had grown frail with age. He stumbled to a mirror on the wall, and gasped. The face staring back at him was his own, but older, much older. His hair was gray, his face lined with deep wrinkles. He looked like a man in his 70s, not the 40-year-old he had been just moments ago. What happened?" he croaked, his voice weak and raspy. His mother's smile faded. "You paid the price," she said. 10 years, Elliot. That's what it cost to see me again." Elliot's heart sank. He had thought the auctioneer meant 10 years of his life in some abstract sense, not literally. He had traded a decade of his life for this, for a few moments with a ghost. "I'm sorry," he whispered, tears streaming down his face. "I'm so sorry." His mother reached out and took his hand. Her touch was cold like ice. "It's too late for apologies," she said. "You made your choice. Now you have to live with it." The room began to fade, the walls dissolving into darkness. Elliot tried to hold on, but the world slipped away from him. When he opened his eyes, he was back in the auction house, sitting in the same chair as before. The auctioneer was speaking, his voice low and hypnotic. "Our next item," he said, "is a chance to relive your happiest memory. The bidding starts at 5 years." Elliot's hands trembled as he raised them to his face. His skin was smooth, unlined. He was young again, but he could still feel the weight of those lost years, the emptiness they had left behind. He stood up and walked out of the auction house, the whispers of the other bidders following him into the night. He didn't look back. He knew better now. The silent auction was not a place for second chances. It was a place for fools who thought they could outsmart fate. And Elliot had learned the hard way that some prices were too high to pay. The city that never sleeps, but stood beneath the glittering skyline of Nova Obscura, a city that thrived on ambition and excess. There was a secret, a dark pulsating secret that few knew, and even fewer dared to speak of. The city was alive, not in the metaphorical sense, as poets and dreamers might describe it, but in a very literal, very terrifying way. Nova Obscura was a marvel of modern engineering, a sprawling metropolis of glass and steel that stretched as far as the eye could see. Its streets were a labyrinth of neon lights and towering skyscrapers, its air thick with the hum of electricity and the scent of ambition. But beneath the surface, beneath the layers of asphalt and concrete, something stirred. It began with the tremors. At first they were small, almost imperceptible, a slight vibration in the ground, a faint rumbling that could easily be mistaken for a passing subway train. But as the days passed, the tremors grew stronger, buildings swayed, windows shattered, and the people of Nova Obscura began to panic. The city's officials were quick to dismiss the tremors as a natural phenomenon, the result of shifting tectonic plates. But there were those who knew better. those who had heard the whispers. Among them was Lila Vance, a journalist with a knack for uncovering the truth. She had been investigating the tremors for weeks, digging through old records and interviewing anyone who might have information. What she found was both fascinating and horrifying. Nova Obscura had been built on the ruins of an ancient city, a place that had been abandoned centuries ago for reasons no one could remember. The old city had been buried, its secrets lost to time, but now it seemed those secrets were coming to light. Lila's investigation led her to a man named Elias Crane, a reclusive historian who had spent his life studying the ancient city. He was reluctant to speak at first, but when Lila showed him the evidence she had gathered, his demeanor changed. "You don't understand," he said, his voice trembling. "The city, it's not just built on the ruins, it's built on them." Lila frowned. Then, Elias hesitated, then reached into his desk drawer and pulled out a worn leather-bound journal. He handed it to Lila, his hands shaking. "This belonged to my grandfather," he said. "He was one of the architects who designed Nova Obscura. He knew the truth, but he was sworn to secrecy. He only wrote it down because he couldn't bear to take it to his grave." Lila opened the journal and began to read. The pages were filled with sketches and notes, all detailing the same thing: a massive ancient creature that lay buried beneath the city. It was unlike anything Lila had ever seen. A monstrous serpentine being with eyes like molten gold, and a body that seemed to stretch on forever. They called it the Leviathan. Elias said, "It's been here for thousands of years, sleeping beneath the earth. The ancient city was built to contain it, to keep it from waking. But when Nova Obscura was built, they disturbed it. And now it's waking up." Lila's heart pounded in her chest. "What happens if it wakes up?" Elias looked at her, his eyes filled with fear. "It will destroy the city, and everyone in it." The tremors grew worse. Entire neighborhoods were evacuated as buildings began to collapse. The streets were filled with the sound of sirens and the cries of the desperate. But Lila knew that evacuation wouldn't be enough. If the Leviathan woke, there would be no escape. She tried to warn the city's officials, but they refused to listen. They were too focused on maintaining order, on keeping the people calm. And so Lila took matters into her own hands. She gathered a team of engineers and scientists, people who were willing to risk everything to stop the Leviathan. Together they devised a plan. They would drill into the earth and inject a powerful sedative into the creature, putting it back to sleep. It was a desperate plan, and the odds of success were slim, but it was the only chance they had. The drilling began at midnight. The team worked in silence, their faces grim, as they descended into the depths of the earth. The air grew hotter, the deeper they went, and the ground beneath their feet trembled with the creature's movements. Finally they reached it. The Leviathan was even more massive than Lila had imagined. Its body was coiled like a spring, its scales glistening in the dim light. Its eyes were closed, but Lila could feel the power radiating from it, a primal force that made her bones ache. The team worked quickly, setting up the equipment and preparing the sedative. But just as they were about to inject it, the Leviathan's eyes snapped open. Lila froze, her breath catching in her throat. The creature's eyes were like twin suns, burning with an ancient malevolent intelligence. It let out a roar that shook the earth, and the team scrambled to retreat. But it was too late. The Leviathan surged forward, its massive body tearing through the earth like paper. The team was thrown aside like rag dolls, their screams drowned out by the creature's roar. Lila managed to cling to a piece of machinery, her heart pounding as she watched the Leviathan rise. It was free. The city above was chaos. The Leviathan's emergence had caused massive destruction. Entire blocks reduced to rubble in an instant. The streets were filled with panicked crowds, their screams echoing through the night. Lila emerged from the depths, her body battered and bruised. She looked up at the Leviathan, its massive form silhouetted against the moonlit sky. It was a force of nature, an unstoppable force of destruction. But Lila wasn't ready to give up. She rallied the survivors, urging them to fight back. Together they used whatever they could find: cars, debris, even pieces of the Leviathan's own body, to attack the creature. It was a desperate, futile effort, but they had no other choice. In the end, it was the sedative that saved them. One of the engineers had managed to inject it into the Leviathan before it broke free. The creature's movements began to slow, its roars growing weaker. Finally, with a shuddering sigh, it collapsed, its massive body sinking back into the
Chapter 1. The mischievous beginnings. In a small, secluded village nestled deep within the rolling hills of Ireland, there lived a man named Jack. Jack was known far and wide, not for his kindness or his bravery, but for his cunning and deceitful nature. He was a trickster, a man who could talk his way out of any situation and who had a knack for getting into trouble. Jack was the kind of man who would sell his own mother for a pint of ale and then convince her to pay for it. Jack's reputation was well earned. He had spent his entire life pulling pranks, telling lies, and swindling anyone who crossed his path. But despite his many misdeeds, Jack had managed to avoid any serious consequences. He was always one step ahead, always ready with a clever excuse or a quick escape. But Jack's luck was about to run out. One fateful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the golden light of dusk, Jack found himself in the local tavern. He was deep in his cups, his laughter echoing off the wooden walls as he regaled the patrons with tales of his latest exploits. But as the night wore on, the atmosphere in the tavern grew tense. The villagers were growing tired of Jack's antics, and whispers of his misdeeds began to circulate. It was then that the door to the tavern creaked open, and a figure stepped inside. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to the stranger. He was tall and gaunt, with a face that seemed to be carved from stone. His eyes burned with an otherworldly light, and his presence sent a chill through the room. This was no ordinary man. This was the devil himself. The devil had come for Jack. Chapter 2. A deal with the devil. Jack's heart raced as he realized who had entered the tavern. He had heard the stories, of course, tales of the devil coming to claim the souls of the wicked. But Jack had always dismissed them as mere superstition. Now faced with the reality of the devil's presence, Jack knew he had to think fast. The devil approached Jack, his eyes locked on the trickster. "Jack," he said, his voice low and menacing. "I have come for your soul. Your time has come." Jack's mind raced. He knew he couldn't outrun the devil, and he certainly couldn't fight him. But Jack was a master of deception, and he had one last trick up his sleeve. "Wait," Jack said, holding up a hand. "Before you take me, let me have one last drink, a final toast to my life." The devil considered this for a moment, then nodded. "Very well," he said, "one last drink." Jack called for the bartender to bring him a pint of ale. As the bartender poured the drink, Jack's mind worked furiously. He needed a way to outsmart the devil, to buy himself more time. And then an idea came to him. As the bartender handed Jack his drink, Jack raised the glass and said, "To my life, and to the devil who has come to claim it." The devil raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Jack's boldness. But before he could react, Jack threw the ale in the devil's face. The devil roared in anger, his eyes blazing with fury, but Jack was already moving. He grabbed a nearby candle and held it up to the devil's face. "If you want my soul," Jack said, "you'll have to catch me first." With that, Jack bolted out of the tavern, the devil hot on his heels. Jack ran through the village, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew he couldn't outrun the devil forever, but he had bought himself some time. As Jack ran, he came across a large apple tree. Without thinking, he climbed up into the branches, hoping to hide from the devil. The devil soon arrived at the base of the tree, his eyes scanning the branches for any sign of Jack. "Jack," the devil bellowed, "you cannot hide from me." But Jack was silent, his breath coming in short gasps as he clung to the branches. The devil began to climb the tree, his claws digging into the bark as he ascended. Jack knew he had to act fast. As the devil reached the branch where Jack was hiding, Jack reached into his pocket and pulled out a small silver cross. He held it up to the devil, who recoiled in horror.
Be gone, devil.
Jack shouted, "You cannot have my soul." The devil snarled, but he could not approach the cross. He knew he had been outsmarted. With a final glare, the devil descended from the tree and disappeared into the night. Jack let out a sigh of relief, but he knew his troubles were far from over. He had escaped the devil's clutches for now, but he had made a powerful enemy, and Jack knew that the devil would not forget this slight. Chapter 3. The second encounter. Years passed, and Jack continued his life of mischief and deceit, but he could never shake the memory of his encounter with the devil. He knew that one day, the devil would return to claim his soul, and Jack was determined to be ready. One dark and stormy night, as Jack was walking home from the tavern, he felt a familiar chill in the air. He turned, and there, standing in the middle of the road, was the devil. "Jack," the devil said, his voice dripping with malice, "you cannot escape me forever. Your soul is mine." But Jack was ready. He had spent years preparing for this moment, and he had a plan. Wait, Jack said, holding up a hand. Before you take me, let me ask you one question. The devil narrowed his eyes, but he nodded. Very well, he said. Ask your question. Jack took a deep breath. If you are truly the most powerful being in the world, he said, then prove it. Turn yourself into a coin. The devil laughed, a deep rumbling sound that sent shivers down Jack's spine.
You think to challenge me, Jack?
He said, very well, I will show you my power. With a wave of his hand, the devil transformed himself into a shiny gold coin. Jack quickly picked up the coin and examined it. It was a perfect likeness of the devil, with his twisted horns and malevolent grin. But Jack had no intention of letting the devil out of his sight. He slipped the coin into his pocket, where he had placed a small silver cross. The devil, trapped in the form of a coin, could not escape. Jack smiled to himself. He had outsmarted the devil once again. Chapter 4, The Final Bargain. But Jack's victory was short-lived. The devil, though trapped, was not defeated. He bided his time, waiting for the right moment to strike. One night, as Jack was walking through the forest, he heard a voice calling his name. It was the devil, his voice echoing through the trees. Jack, the devil said, you cannot keep me trapped forever. Release me, and I will grant you one final wish. Jack hesitated. He knew that the devil was cunning, and that any deal he made would come with a price. But he was also curious. What could the devil offer him that he didn't already have? Very well, Jack said, I will release you, but in return, you must promise never to claim my soul. The devil laughed. You drive a hard bargain, Jack, he said. But very well, I agree to your terms. Jack reached into his pocket and pulled out the coin. He placed it on the ground and stepped back. The coin began to glow, and in a flash of light, the devil stood before him once more. Thank you, Jack, the devil said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You have proven yourself to be a worthy adversary. But remember, our deal is binding. I will never claim your soul. With that, the devil disappeared into the night, leaving Jack alone in the forest. Chapter 5. The Eternal Wanderer.
Jack's troubles were far from over.
Though the devil had promised never to claim his soul, Jack had not considered what would happen when his time on earth came to an end. When Jack finally died, he found himself at the gates of heaven. But the angels turned him away, for Jack had led a life of sin and deceit. He was not worthy of entering the kingdom of God. Desperate, Jack went to the gates of hell. But the devil, true to his word, refused to claim his soul. You made a deal, Jack, the devil said with a smirk.
I cannot take you into hell.
And so, Jack was left to wander the earth for all eternity. A lost soul with no place to call home. The devil, taking pity on him, gave him a single ember from the fires of hell to light his way. Jack placed the ember inside a hollowed-out turnip, creating a lantern to guide him through the darkness. From that day forward, Jack became known as Jack-o'-lantern, the eternal wanderer. His lantern, with its eerie glow, became a symbol of his restless spirit, and every year, on the night of Halloween, people would carve turnips, and later pumpkins into lanterns, placing them outside their homes to ward off evil spirits, and to remember the tale of Jack-o'-lantern, the man who outsmarted the devil, but could never escape his fate. Chapter 6, The Legacy of Jack-o'-lantern. As the years passed, the legend of Jack-o'-lantern spread far and wide. People began to carve their own lanterns, placing them outside their homes to protect themselves from evil spirits. The tradition grew, and soon, Jack-o'-lantern became a symbol of Halloween, a night when the veil between the living and the dead was at its thinnest. In Ireland, where the legend began, people would carve turnips into grotesque faces, placing a candle inside to create a flickering light. They would place these lanterns outside their homes, hoping to scare away any wandering spirits. But as Irish immigrants brought the tradition to America, they found that pumpkins, which were larger and easier to carve, made for better lanterns, and so, the Jack-o'-lantern, as we know it today, was born. But the legend of Jack-o'-lantern is more than just a spooky tale. It is a cautionary story, a reminder of the consequences of a life lived in deceit and trickery. Jack's cunning may have saved him from the devil, but it also condemned him to an eternity of wandering, a soul without a home. And so, every Halloween, as we carve our pumpkins and place them outside our homes, we remember the tale of Jack-o'-lantern. We remember the man who outsmarted the devil, but who could never escape the consequences of his actions. And we remember that, in the end,
it is not our cleverness or our cunning that will save us, but the choices we make and the lives we lead. Chapter 7. The Modern Jack-o'-lantern. Today, the jack-o'-lantern is a staple of Halloween celebrations around the world. From small, simple carvings to elaborate, intricate designs, people of all ages enjoy the tradition of creating their own lanterns. But the spirit of jack-o'-lantern lives on, not just in the flickering light of a pumpkin, but in the stories we tell and the lessons we learn. As we gather around the glow of a jack-o'-lantern, we are reminded of the power of storytelling, of the way a simple tale can capture our imaginations and teach us important lessons. The legend of jack-o'-lantern is more than just a spooky story. It is a reminder of the importance of honesty, of the consequences of our actions, and of the eternal struggle between good and evil. So this Halloween, as you carve your pumpkin and place it outside your door, take a moment to remember the tale of Jack-o'-lantern. Remember the man who outsmarted the devil, but who could never escape his fate. And remember that, in the end, it is not our cleverness or our cunning that will save us, but the choices we make and the lives we lead. And as the light of your jack-o'-lantern flickers in the night, know that you are carrying on a tradition that has been passed down through generations, a tradition that reminds us of the power of stories and of the lessons they can teach us. For in the end, it is not the light of the lantern that guides us, but the light of the stories we tell and the lessons we learn from them. Chapter 8. The Endless Journey. And so, Jack-o'-lantern continues his endless journey, wandering the earth with his lantern in hand. He is a reminder of the consequences of a life lived in deceit, and of the importance of making the right choices. But he is also a symbol of the power of storytelling, of the way a simple tale can capture our imaginations and teach us important lessons. As we celebrate Halloween and the tradition of the jack-o'-lantern, let us remember the tale of Jack, the man who outsmarted the devil, but could never escape his fate. Let us remember the importance of honesty, of the consequences of our actions, and of the eternal struggle between good and evil. And as we carve our pumpkins and place them outside our homes, let us remember that the light of the jack-o'-lantern is more than just a flickering flame. It is a reminder of the power of stories and of the lessons they can teach us. For in the end, it is not the light of the lantern that guides us, but the light of the stories we tell and the lessons we learn from them. And so, the legend of Jack-o'-lantern lives on, a timeless tale that continues to captivate and inspire us, year after year, generation after generation. And as long as we continue to tell his story, Jack-o'-lantern will never truly be alone, for his light will continue to shine, guiding us through the darkness, and reminding us of the power of the stories we tell. Epilogue. The Eternal Flame. As the years turned into centuries, the legend of Jack-o'-lantern continued to evolve. The tale of the cunning trickster who outsmarted the devil became a cornerstone of folklore, not just in Ireland, but across the world. The jack-o'-lantern, once a simple turnip lantern, became a symbol of Halloween, a night when the boundaries between the living and the dead blurred, and the spirits of the past walked among the living. In the small village where Jack had once lived, the people continued to honor his memory. Every year, on the night of Halloween, they would gather in the town square, each family bringing their own carved lantern. The flickering lights of the jack-o'-lanterns would illuminate the night, casting eerie shadows on the cobblestone streets. The villagers would tell stories of Jack's exploits, of his cunning and his deceit, and of his eternal wandering. But as the years passed, the true meaning of the jack-o'-lantern began to fade. For many, it became simply a fun tradition, a way to celebrate Halloween with spooky decorations. The deeper lessons of Jack's story, of the consequences of a life lived in deceit, of the importance of honesty and integrity, were often forgotten. Yet, in the hearts of those who truly understood the legend, the spirit of Jack-o'-lantern lived on. They knew that the flickering light of the lantern was more than just a decoration. It was a reminder of the eternal struggle between good and evil, of the choices we make, and of the consequences that follow. And so, as the world continued to change, the legend of Jack-o'-lantern remained a constant, a timeless tale that continued to captivate and inspire. The light of the jack-o'-lantern, though born from a single ember from the fires of hell, became a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always a light to guide us. And as long as the story of Jack-o'-lantern is told, his light will continue to shine, a beacon in the night, reminding us of the power of stories and of the lessons they can teach us. For in the end, It is not the light of the lantern that guides us, but the light of the stories we tell, and the lessons we learn from them. And so, the legend of Jack-o'-lantern lives on, an eternal flame that will never be extinguished, a reminder of the power of storytelling, and of the lessons that can be learned from the tales of the past. And as long as we continue to tell his story, Jack-o'-lantern will never truly be alone, for his light will continue to shine, guiding us through the darkness, and reminding us of the power of the stories we tell. The end. Chapter 1. The Call of the Forest. Eliza Harper had always been drawn to the unknown. As a writer, she thrived on mysteries, the kind that sent shivers down your spine, and made you question the very fabric of reality. So, when she first heard the legends of the Black Hollow Forest, she knew she had to see it for herself. The forest was a sprawling expanse of ancient trees, their gnarled branches twisting toward the sky like skeletal fingers. Locals called it the Whispering Woods, for it was said that the trees spoke to those who dared to enter. Some claimed to have heard voices calling their names, while others spoke of ghostly apparitions that danced between the trees. But the most chilling tale was that of a malevolent force that lurked in the shadows, waiting to claim the souls of the unwary. Eliza had spent weeks researching the forest, poring over old books and interviewing villagers who lived on its outskirts. The stories were always the same. Travelers who ventured into the woods never returned, and those who did were never the same. They spoke of a darkness that clung to them, a weight that pressed down on their chests long after they had left the forest behind. But Eliza was a skeptic. She believed in logic, in reason, and she was determined to uncover the truth behind the legends. So, on a crisp autumn morning, she packed her bag with a notebook, a camera, and a few provisions, and set out for the Black Hollow Forest. Chapter 2. The Edge of Darkness. The journey to the forest was uneventful, but as Eliza approached its edge, she felt a chill run down her spine. The air was unnaturally still, and the sunlight seemed to dim as it filtered through the dense canopy above. She paused for a moment, taking in the sight of the towering trees that loomed before her. Their bark was blackened, as if scorched by some long-forgotten fire, and their roots twisted and coiled like serpents beneath the earth. Eliza took a deep breath and stepped into the forest. At first everything seemed normal. Birds chirped in the distance, and the wind rustled through the branches. But as she ventured deeper, the atmosphere changed. The birds fell silent, and the wind died down, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. Eliza felt as though she were being watched, but every time she turned around, there was nothing there. Hours passed, and the forest grew darker. Eliza checked her compass, but the needle spun wildly, as if the very magnetic field of the earth had been disrupted. She tried to retrace her steps, but the trees seemed to shift and rearrange themselves, trapping her in a labyrinth of shadows. Panic began to set in, but Eliza forced herself to stay calm. She reminded herself that forests could be disorienting, and that she just needed to find a way out. Chapter 3. The Guardian of the Forest. As night fell, Eliza decided to set up camp. She found a small clearing and lit a fire, hoping its warmth would ward off the growing sense of...
Prologue. The Whispering Woods. The town of Black Hollow was a place forgotten by time. Nestled deep within the Whispering Woods, it was a town where the sun rarely touched the ground, and the air always carried the faint scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. The townsfolk spoke in hushed tones, their eyes darting toward the trees as if expecting something to emerge from the shadows. They knew the woods were alive, not with animals or wind, but with something far older, far darker. It was said that the woods whispered to those who listened too closely, and those who wandered too far into its depths never returned. But for Clara, a young woman new to Black Hollow, the woods were just trees. She didn't believe in the stories. Not yet. Chapter 1. The arrival. Clara had come to Black Hollow to escape. Her life in the city had become a suffocating mess of broken relationships, dead-end jobs, and a lingering sense of emptiness. When she inherited her late aunt's cottage on the edge of the Whispering Woods, she saw it as a chance to start over. The cottage was old, with creaking floorboards and windows that rattled in the wind, but it was hers. For the first time in years, Clara felt a flicker of hope. The drive to Black Hollow was long and lonely. The road wound through dense forests, the trees pressing in on either side like silent sentinels. By the time Clara reached the town, the sun had set, and the woods were cloaked in darkness. The town itself was small, with a single main street lined with weathered buildings. A general store, a post office, and a dimly lit tavern were the only signs of life. Clara parked her car outside the cottage and stepped inside for the first time. The air was musty, and the floorboards groaned under her weight. She flicked on the lights, but the bulbs flickered weakly, casting long shadows across the room. The furniture was old but sturdy, covered in dust sheets that she quickly pulled away. A large stone fireplace dominated the living room, and Clara imagined herself sitting by it on cold nights, a book in hand. As she unpacked her belongings, she found herself glancing out the window at the woods. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. Clara shook her head, chiding herself for being so easily spooked. She was a rational person, a woman of science. She didn't believe in ghosts or monsters. But as the night deepened, she began to hear a faint, almost imperceptible whisper, like voices carried on the wind. Chapter 2. The First Night. The whispers grew louder as the night deepened. Clara tried to ignore them, burying herself under blankets and pressing a pillow to her ears. But the voices were insistent, a cacophony of murmurs that seemed to come from every direction. She couldn't make out the words, but the tone was unmistakable. It was a plea, a warning, a call. At dawn, the whispers faded, and Clara emerged from her room, exhausted but determined to put the night behind her. She spent the day unpacking, cleaning, and exploring the cottage. It was a charming place, with its stone walls and wooden beams, but there was something off about it. The air felt heavier inside, and the shadows seemed to linger longer than they should. That night, the whispers returned. This time, Clara couldn't ignore them. She followed the sound to the attic, where she found an old dust-covered chest. Inside was a collection of journals, their pages filled with her aunt's handwriting. Clara sat on the floor, reading by the light of a flickering lantern. The journals told a story Clara could barely comprehend. Her aunt had written about the woods, about the whispers, about something that lived among the trees. She called it the hollowing, a force that fed on fear and regret, that twisted the minds of those who listened too closely. Her aunt had tried to resist it, but in the end, the hollowing had claimed her. Clara closed the journal, her hands trembling. She told herself it was just the ramblings of a lonely old woman, but deep down, she knew better. The whispers were real, and they were calling to her. Chapter 3. The shadows deepen over the next few days. Clara tried to settle into her new life. She explored the town, met a few of the locals, and even started a small garden behind the cottage. But the whispers never left her. They followed her everywhere, growing louder and more insistent with each passing night. She began to see things, shadows moving in the corners of her vision, figures standing at the edge of the woods. At first she told herself it was just her imagination, but the sightings became harder to dismiss. One night, as she stood at the window, she saw a figure standing in the yard. It was tall and thin, its features obscured by the darkness. Clara froze, her heart pounding in her chest. The figure raised a hand, beckoning her to come closer. She slammed the curtain shut and locked the door, but the image stayed with her. She couldn't shake the feeling that the figure was watching her, waiting for her. Chapter 4. The Descent. Clara's nights became a waking nightmare. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, and the shadows seemed to close in around her. She stopped sleeping, afraid of what she might see in her dreams. Her once neat cottage became a mess of scattered journals, empty teacups, and unwashed clothes. She barely recognized herself in the mirror. Her eyes were sunken, her skin pale. One night, unable to bear the whispers any longer, Clara ventured into the woods. The trees loomed overhead, their branches twisted like gnarled fingers. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the ground beneath her feet was soft and yielding. She followed the whispers deeper into the woods, her lantern casting flickering shadows on the trees. She didn't know how long she walked, but eventually she came to a clearing. In the center stood a massive oak tree, its trunk twisted and blackened as if burned. The whispers were deafening now, a chorus of voices that seemed to come from the tree itself. Clara stepped closer, her lantern trembling in her hand. As she reached out to touch the tree, the ground beneath her gave way, and she fell into darkness. Chapter 5. The hollowing. Clara awoke in a cavern, the walls slick with moisture, and the air thick with the stench of rot. The whispers were gone, replaced by a deafening silence. She stood, her legs trembling, and looked around. The cavern was vast, its ceiling lost in shadow. In the center stood a figure. The same figure she had seen in her yard. It was tall and gaunt, its skin pale. A surge of icy pain, and then everything went black. Chapter 6. The Awakening. When Clara awoke, she was back in her cottage. The sun was shining through the windows, and the whispers were gone. For a moment, she thought it had all been a dream, but as she stood, she noticed something was different. The shadows seemed darker, the air heavier, and when she looked in the mirror, she saw that her eyes were no longer her own. They were hollow, empty. The hollowing had claimed her. Epilogue. The Whispering Woods. The townsfolk of Black Hollow never saw Clara again. Her cottage stood empty, its windows dark and its door locked. But sometimes on quiet nights, they would hear whispers coming from the woods, and they would see shadows moving among the trees. And deep within the Whispering Woods, the hollowing continued to grow, its voice carried on the wind, calling to those who would listen. Title: The Clockmaker's Daughter. Prologue. Of timepieces, each one meticulously crafted by the town's legendary clockmaker, Elias Grayson. Elias was a man of precision, of order, of unwavering dedication to his craft. His clocks were more than mere machines. They were works of art, each one imbued with a sense of life that seemed to transcend the gears and springs that powered them. But Elias's greatest creation was not a clock, it was his daughter, Lila. Lila was a child of the workshop, raised among the ticking and chiming of her father's creations. She had inherited his talent, his patience, and
The architecture both beautiful and foreboding. The stone walls were weathered, the windows dark and lifeless, and the roof sagged under the weight of time. Eleanor parked her car and stepped out, her boots crunching on the gravel driveway. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. She approached the front door, its heavy oak panels carved with intricate patterns of vines and thorns. The key Mr. Whitmore had given her turned with a loud click, and the door creaked open. The interior was exactly as she had imagined, decaying and frozen in time. The grand foyer was dominated by a sweeping staircase, its banisters adorned with carvings of twisted serpents. Portraits of the Blackthorn family lined the walls, their eyes seeming to follow her as she moved. Eleanor set up camp in the library, a room filled with towering bookshelves and a large ornate desk. She lit a few candles to combat the dim light and began her work, cataloging the artifacts and documents she found. But as the hours passed, she couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't alone. Chapter 3. The First Night. As night fell, the manor came alive with sounds. The wind howled through the cracks in the walls, and the floorboards creaked as if someone or something was walking through the halls. Eleanor tried to ignore it, focusing on her work, but the noises grew louder, more insistent. Then came the whispers. At first, they were faint, like the rustling of pages in a book, but soon they grew louder, more distinct. Eleanor strained to listen, but the voices were unintelligible, a cacophony of murmurs and sighs that seemed to come from all around her. She stood, her heart pounding, and scanned the room. There was nothing there.
Hello.
She called out, her voice trembling. The whispers stopped, and for a moment, there was silence. Then from the shadows, a figure emerged. It was a woman, her face pale and gaunt, her eyes hollow and lifeless. She wore a tattered dress that seemed to blend into the darkness, and her hair hung in matted strands around her face. Eleanor froze, her breath caught in her throat.
Leave this place, the woman said,
Her voice a hoarse whisper.
You do not belong here.
Eleanor's mind raced. She had always believed in rational explanations, but what she was seeing defied all logic. Who are you? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The woman's lips curled into a grim smile. I am the guardian of this manor. I am the one who keeps the darkness at bay, but even I cannot protect you if you stay. Before Eleanor could respond, the woman vanished, leaving only the faint scent of decay in the air. Eleanor sat down heavily, her legs trembling. She knew she should leave, but something compelled her to stay. She needed to understand the mystery of Blackthorn Manor. Chapter 4. The Journal.
The next morning, Eleanor continued her exploration, her encounter with the ghostly woman weighing heavily on her mind. As she searched the library, she found a hidden compartment in the desk. Inside was a leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed with age. The journal belonged to Alistair Blackthorn, the last owner of the manor. As Eleanor read, she learned of his descent into madness. He spoke of a curse that had plagued his family for generations, a darkness that fed on their fears and consumed their souls. The final entry was chilling. The shadows are closing in. I can hear them whispering, calling my name. They want me to join them, to become one with the darkness, but I will not let them win. I will end this, once and for all. Eleanor realized that the fire that had claimed the Blackthorn family was no accident. Alistair had set the manor ablaze in a desperate attempt to destroy the curse, but it hadn't worked. The darkness was still here, waiting for its next victim. Chapter 5. The Breaking of the Curse. In a moment of clarity, Eleanor understood what she had to do. She found a vial of salt in her supplies, a gift from her grandmother, who had always believed in the power of protection. She poured the salt around the library, forming a circle of protection. As she did, the darkness recoiled, the whispers fading into silence. The manor seemed to exhale, the tension lifting as the malevolent force retreated. Eleanor
felt a hand on her shoulder and turned to see the ghostly woman standing beside her. Her face was no longer gaunt, but serene, her eyes filled with gratitude. "You have done what I could not," the woman said. "You have broken the curse." Eleanor blinked, and the woman was gone. The manor was silent, the whispers replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves outside. The sun broke through the windows, casting a warm glow over the room. Eleanor knew that the darkness was gone, and Blackthorn Manor was finally at peace. Chapter 6. The Journey Home. As Eleanor made her way out of the manor, she felt a sense of closure. She had uncovered the truth, not just about the manor, but about herself. She had faced her fears and emerged stronger for it, and though she would never forget the horrors she had witnessed, she knew that Blackthorn Manor would always hold a special place in her heart. When she returned to the town, the locals were astonished to see her. They had assumed she had become another victim of the manor, but Eleanor simply smiled and told them that the curse had been broken. She didn't explain how she knew, but somehow they believed her. Eleanor returned to her life, but she was forever changed by her experience. She wrote a book about Blackthorn Manor, sharing the story of the curse and the family it had destroyed. The book became a bestseller, and people from all over the world came to visit the manor, now free from its dark past. But Eleanor never returned to Blackthorn Manor. She had done what she had set out to do, and she knew that some mysteries were better left undisturbed. Instead, she carried the manor with her, in her heart and in her memories, a reminder of the strength she had found within herself. Epilogue. The legacy of the manor. Years later, Eleanor sat by the window of her cozy cottage, watching the leaves fall from the trees. She was older now, her hair streaked with gray, but her eyes still sparkled with the same curiosity that had led her to Blackthorn Manor all those years ago. She thought often of the ghostly woman and the manor, and she wondered if the guardian spirit had finally found peace. She liked to think that it had, that the darkness had been banished for good, but deep down, she knew that the manor would always hold secrets, mysteries that even she could never fully understand, and that was okay. Some stories were meant to be told, and others were meant to remain untold, whispered only by the shadows in the heart of the manor.
The Forgotten Asylum, Chapter 1. The Invitation. Emma Carter had always been fascinated by the macabre. As a photographer specializing in urban exploration, she had spent years documenting abandoned places, factories, schools, and hospitals, each with its own story to tell. So when she received an anonymous letter inviting her to photograph the long-forgotten Blackwood Asylum, she couldn't resist. The letter was brief but intriguing. "Dear Miss Carter, I have followed your work for some time and believe you are the perfect person to document the Blackwood Asylum. The building has been abandoned for over 50 years, but its history is as dark as it is fascinating. I have enclosed a key to the front gate. Please do not share this location with anyone. Sincerely, a friend." Emma packed her gear the next day. Blackwood Asylum was located deep in the woods, far from any town or road. The drive was long and lonely, the trees growing thicker and darker the closer she got. When she finally arrived, the sight of the asylum took her breath away. The building was massive, its Gothic architecture both beautiful and foreboding. The stone walls were cracked and covered in ivy, the windows shattered and dark. The iron gates were rusted and half open, the keyhole matching the key she had been sent. Emma stepped inside, her boots crunching on the broken glass and debris that littered the floor. The air was thick with the scent of mildew and decay, and the silence was oppressive. She set up her camera and began to explore, her excitement growing with every step. Chapter 2. The First Night. As the sun began to set, Emma decided to set up camp in one of the asylum's old offices. The room was small and cluttered, its walls lined with dusty filing cabinets and broken furniture. She lit a few candles to combat the dim light and began to review the photos she had taken. But as the hours passed, she couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't alone. The asylum seemed to come alive at night, its creaks and groans echoing through the halls like whispers. Emma tried to ignore it, focusing on her work, but the noises grew louder, more insistent. Then came the voices. At first they were faint, like the murmurs of distant conversations, but soon they grew louder, more distinct. Emma strained to listen, but the words were unintelligible, a cacophony of whispers and cries that seemed to come from all around her. She stood, her heart pounding, and scanned the room. There was nothing there.
Hello?
She called out, her voice trembling. The voices stopped, and for a moment there was silence. Then from the shadows a figure emerged. It was a man, his face pale and gaunt, his eyes hollow and lifeless. He wore a tattered hospital gown, his skin covered in scars and bruises. Emma froze, her breath caught in her throat. "Leave this place," the man said, his voice a hoarse whisper. "You do not belong here." Emma's mind raced. She had always believed in rational explanations, but what she was seeing defied all logic. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The man's lips curled into a grim smile. "I am a prisoner of this asylum. I am the one who keeps the darkness at bay. But even I cannot protect you if you stay." Before Emma could respond, the man vanished, leaving only the faint scent of antiseptic in the air. Emma sat down heavily, her legs trembling. She knew she should leave, but something compelled her to stay. She needed to understand the mystery of Blackwood Asylum.
Chapter 3. The Patient Files.
The next morning, Emma continued her exploration, her encounter with the ghostly man weighing heavily on her mind. As she searched the office, she found a hidden compartment in one of the filing cabinets. Inside was a stack of patient files, their pages yellowed with age. The files told a horrifying story. Blackwood Asylum had been a place of unspeakable cruelty, its patients subjected to brutal experiments and inhumane treatments. Many had died, their bodies buried in unmarked graves on the asylum grounds. But the most chilling entries were those that spoke of something else, a darkness that had taken hold of the asylum, driving its staff and patients to madness. "The shadows are alive," one entry read.
They whisper to us,
"Filling our minds with horrors we cannot escape. We must seal the asylum, or the darkness will consume us all." Emma's blood ran cold. The asylum wasn't just a place of suffering, it was a prison for something far worse, and now it was free. Chapter 4. The disappearances. It started with the voices. They grew louder, more insistent, filling Emma's mind with whispers of fear and despair. Then it was the shadows. They seemed to move on their own, twisting and writhing like living things. Emma tried to ignore them, focusing on her work, but the darkness was relentless. One night, as she lay in her sleeping bag, she heard a faint scratching sound coming from the walls. She sat up, her heart racing, and listened. The sound grew louder, more frantic, until it seemed to come from all around her. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice trembling. The scratching stopped, and for a moment there was silence. Then from the shadows a hand emerged, its fingers long and skeletal. Emma screamed and scrambled back, her flashlight darting around the room. The hand was gone, but the shadows seemed to close in around her, their whispers growing louder and more menacing. She knew then that she had to leave. But as she packed her gear, she realized that the asylum wouldn't let her go. Chapter 5. The final confrontation. Emma ran through the halls, her flashlight casting long, flickering shadows on the walls. The voices were deafening now, their whispers filling her mind with images of terror and despair. She could feel the darkness closing in around her, its cold fingers brushing against her skin. When she reached the front door, she found it locked. The key she had been sent was gone, and the windows were barred. She was trapped. Desperate, she turned to face the darkness. "What do you want from me?" she screamed, her voice echoing through the halls. The shadows seemed to pause, their whispers fading into silence. Then from the darkness the ghostly man emerged, his face filled with sorrow. "We want you to join us," he said, his voice a mournful whisper. "The darkness is hungry, and it will not be denied." Emma's heart pounded in her chest. She knew she had only one chance to escape. She reached into her bag and pulled out a flare, its bright light cutting through the shadows like a knife. The darkness recoiled, its whispers turning to screams. Emma lit the flare and threw it into the shadows, the light spreading through the asylum like wildfire. The shadows writhed and twisted, their forms dissolving into nothingness. When the light faded, the asylum was silent. The voices were gone, and the darkness had retreated. Emma knew she had only bought herself time. The darkness would return, and when it did, it would be stronger.
Chapter 6.
The aftermath. Emma escaped the asylum that night, her mind filled with the horrors she had witnessed. She never spoke of what had happened, but the experience stayed with her, haunting her dreams and filling her days with a sense of unease. Years later, she returned to Blackwood Asylum, her hair streaked with gray. The building was still there, its walls cracked and covered in ivy. But the darkness was gone, its whispers silenced. As she stood at the edge of the asylum grounds, she felt a cold breeze waft through the trees, carrying with it the faint scent of antiseptic. And in the distance she heard the faint mournful whisper of the ghostly man waiting for the darkness to rise again.
Title:
The Shadows Beneath Willow Creek. Prologue. The town of Willow Creek. Willow Creek was a town that time had forgotten. Nestled in a valley surrounded by dense forests and rolling hills, it was a place of quiet streets, weathered houses, and a sense of unease that hung over everything like a shroud. The townsfolk were a close-knit group, wary of outsiders and protective of their secrets. They spoke in hushed tones of the shadows that lurked beneath the town, of the ancient evil that slept beneath the earth. No one knew when the shadows had first appeared, but they had always been there, a part of the town, a part of its people. They whispered in the night, their voices carried on the wind, and they watched from the darkness, their eyes glowing like embers. For most, the shadows were just a part of life, something to be ignored or appeased. But for those who listened too closely, who ventured too far into the darkness, the shadows were a warning of the evil that lay beneath. Chapter 1. The newcomer Maggie Lane had come to Willow Creek to escape. Her life in the city had become a suffocating mess of broken relationships, dead-end jobs, and a lingering sense of emptiness. When she inherited her grandmother's house in Willow Creek, she saw it as a chance to start over. The house was old, with creaking floorboards and windows that rattled in the wind, but it was hers. For the first time in years, Maggie felt a flicker of hope. The townsfolk were wary of her. They watched her from behind curtains and whispered as she passed. Maggie tried to brush it off, chalking it up to small-town suspicion of outsiders. But there was something in the eyes, a fear that went deeper than mere distrust. On her first night in the house, Maggie sat by the fireplace, a cup of tea in her hands. The wind howled outside and the trees swayed like restless spirits. She told herself it was just the storm, but as the hours passed, she began to hear it, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper, like voices carried on the wind. Chapter 2. The first night. The whispers grew louder as the night deepened. Maggie tried to ignore them, burying herself under blankets and pressing a pillow to her ears. But the voices were insistent, a cacophony of murmurs that seemed to come from every direction. She couldn't make out the words, but the tone was unmistakable. It was a plea, a warning, a call. At dawn, the whispers faded and Maggie emerged from her room, exhausted but determined to put the night behind her. She spent the day unpacking, cleaning, and exploring the house. It was a charming place with its stone walls and wooden beams, but there was something off about it. The air felt heavier inside and the shadows seemed to linger longer than they should. That night, the whispers returned. This time Maggie couldn't ignore them. She followed the sound to the basement, where she found an old dust-covered chest. Inside was a collection of journals, their pages filled with her grandmother's handwriting. Maggie sat on the floor, reading by the light of a flickering lantern. The journals told a story Maggie could barely comprehend. Her grandmother had written about the shadows, about the whispers, about something that lived beneath the town. She called it the hollowing, a force that fed on fear and regret, that twisted the minds of those who listened too closely. Her grandmother had tried to resist it, but in the end, the hollowing had claimed her. Maggie closed the journal, her hands trembling. She told herself it was just the ramblings of a lonely old woman, but deep down she knew better. The whispers were real, and they were calling to her. Chapter 3. The shadows deepened. Over the next few days, Maggie tried to settle into her new life. She explored the town, met a few of the locals, and even started a small garden behind the house. But the whispers never left her. They followed her everywhere, growing louder and more insistent with each passing night. She began to see things, shadows moving in the corners of her vision, figures standing at the edge of the woods. At first she told herself it was just her imagination, but the sightings became harder to dismiss. One night, as she stood at the window, she saw a figure standing in the yard. It was tall and thin, its features obscured by the darkness. Maggie froze, her heart pounding in her chest. The figure raised a hand, beckoning her to come closer. She slammed the curtain shut and locked the door, but the image stayed with her. She couldn't shake the feeling that the figure was watching her, waiting for her. Chapter 4. The descent. Maggie's nights became a waking nightmare. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, and the shadows seemed to close in around her. She stopped sleeping, afraid of what she might see in her dreams. Her once neat house became a mess of scattered journals, empty teacups, and unwashed clothes. She barely recognized herself in the mirror. Her eyes were sunken, her skin pale. One night, unable to bear the whispers any longer, Maggie ventured into the woods. The trees loomed overhead, their branches twisted like gnarled fingers. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the ground beneath her feet was soft and yielding. She followed the whispers deeper into the woods, her lantern casting flickering shadows on the trees. She didn't know how long she walked, but eventually she came to a clearing. The center stood a massive oak tree, its trunk twisted and blackened as if burned. The whispers were deafening now, a chorus of voices that seemed to come from the tree itself. Maggie stepped closer, her lantern trembling in her hand. As she reached out to touch the tree, the ground beneath her gave way, and she fell into darkness. Chapter 5.
The hollowing Maggie awoke in a cavern, the walls slick with moisture and the air thick with the stench of rot. The whispers were gone, replaced by a deafening silence. She stood, her legs trembling, and looked around. The cavern was vast, its ceiling lost in shadow. In the center of the room stood a figure, the same figure she had seen in her yard. It was tall and gaunt, its skin pale and stretched tight over its bones. Its eyes were hollow, its mouth a gaping void. It spoke, its voice a low, guttural rumble that seemed to come from everywhere. Nowhere at once. You have come, it said. You have listened. Maggie tried to speak, but her voice caught in her throat. The figure stepped closer, its movements unnaturally smooth. The hollowing has chosen you, it said. You will join us. Maggie backed away, but the figure was faster. It reached out, its fingers cold and brittle, and touched her forehead. She felt a surge of icy pain, and then everything went black. Chapter 6: The Awakening. When Maggie awoke, she was back in her house. The sun was shining through the windows and the whispers were gone. For a moment she thought it had all been a dream, but as she stood she noticed something was different. The shadows seemed darker, the air heavier, and when she looked in the mirror she saw that her eyes were no longer her own, they were hollow, empty. The hollowing had claimed her. Epilogue: The shadows beneath Willow Creek. The townsfolk of Willow Creek never saw Maggie again. Her house stood empty, its windows dark and its door locked. But sometimes on quiet nights they would hear whispers coming from the woods, and they would see shadows moving among the trees. And deep within the earth the hollowing continued to grow, its voice carried on the wind, calling to those who would listen.
Title: The Hollow Man, Chapter 1. The reflection. Elliot Graves had always felt like an outsider. He moved through life like a ghost, unnoticed and unremembered. People's eyes slid past him in crowds, and even his co-workers struggled to recall his name. He told himself it didn't matter, that he preferred the anonymity, but deep down he knew something was wrong. One night, as he stood in front of the bathroom mirror, he noticed something strange. His reflection didn't move when he did. It stared back at him, its eyes hollow and empty, its mouth twisted into a cruel smile. Elliot stumbled back, his heart pounding, but when he looked again, the reflection was normal. He told himself it was just his imagination, a trick of the light, but the image stayed with him, lingering in the back of his mind like a shadow. Chapter 2. The Whisper. The next day Elliot began to hear it, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper, like a voice carried on the wind. It was soft at first, barely audible over the noise of the city, but as the days passed it grew louder, more insistent. The whisper spoke in a language Elliot didn't understand, its words guttural and alien, but the tone was unmistakable. It was a plea, a warning, a call. He tried to ignore it, to convince himself it was just his mind playing tricks on him, but the whisper followed him everywhere, growing louder with each passing day. Chapter 3. The Stranger. One night as Elliot walked home from work, he saw a man standing under a street lamp. The man was tall and gaunt, his face pale and drawn. His eyes were hollow, his mouth a thin, cruel line. He wore a tattered coat, its fabric frayed and stained. Elliot tried to walk past him, but the man stepped into his path. "You hear it, don't you?" the man said, his voice low and rasping. The whisper. Elliot froze, his heart pounding in his chest. "Who are you?" he asked. The man smiled, his teeth yellow and broken. "I'm like you," he said, hollow. Before Elliot could respond, the man turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows. Chapter 4. The Dream. That night Elliot had a dream. He stood in a vast, endless void, surrounded by swirling shadows and faint, flickering lights. The air was thick, suffocating, and the ground beneath him felt soft and yielding. In the distance he saw a figure, a man with hollow eyes and a cruel smile. The figure beckoned to him, its movements unnaturally smooth. Elliot tried to run, but the void seemed to stretch on forever, its edges lost in darkness. The figure spoke, its voice a low, guttural rumble that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You are hollow," it said. "You belong to us." Elliot woke in a cold sweat, his heart pounding in his chest. The whisper was louder now, more insistent. He knew he couldn't ignore it any longer. Chapter 5. The Truth. Elliot spent the next few days searching for answers. He scoured the internet, visited libraries, and even sought out the stranger he had met under the street lamp. But the man was gone, leaving no trace behind. Finally, Elliot found what he was looking for, a book, its pages filled with strange symbols and cryptic text. The book spoke of the hollow men, beings who existed between worlds, neither alive nor dead. They were drawn to those who felt empty, who had lost their way, and once they claimed you, there was no escape. Elliot's hands trembled as he read the final passage. The hollow men are always watching, always waiting. They feed on the emptiness within, growing stronger with each soul they claim. To resist them is to face the void, to confront the darkness within yourself, but to succumb is to become one of them, to lose yourself forever. Chapter 6. The choice. Elliot knew what he had to do. He couldn't let the hollow men claim him, couldn't let them feed on his emptiness. He had to confront the void, to face the darkness within himself. That night he stood in front of the mirror, his reflection staring back at him with hollow eyes. The whisper was deafening now, a chorus of voices that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Elliot took a deep breath and stepped into the mirror. Chapter 7. The Void. The void was vast and endless, its edges lost in darkness. Elliot felt a presence nearby, something vast and ancient, something that had been waiting for him. The presence spoke, its voice a low, guttural rumble that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You have come," it said. "You have faced the void." Elliot tried to speak, but his voice caught in his throat. The presence stepped closer, its form shifting and twisting like smoke. "You are hollow," it said. "You belong to us." Elliot backed away, but the presence was faster. It reached out, its formless hand brushing against his chest. He felt a surge of icy pain, and then everything went black. Epilogue. The Hollow Man. When Elliot woke, he was back in his apartment. The whisper was gone, the mirror normal. But he felt different, hollow, empty, as if something had been taken from him. He looked in the mirror, and saw his reflection staring back at him, its eyes hollow and empty, its mouth twisted into a cruel smile. The Hollow Men had claimed him. Title: The Thing Under the Bed. Chapter 1. The new house. Emily had always been afraid of the dark. Even at 8 years old, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was lurking in the shadows, waiting to grab her if she let her guard down. Her parents told her it was just her imagination, that there was nothing to be afraid of, but Emily knew better. When her family moved into the old Victorian house on the edge of town, Emily's fears only grew worse. The house was massive, with creaky floorboards, drafty windows, and shadows that seemed to stretch longer than they should. Her room was on the second floor, at the end of a long, dimly lit hallway. It was a beautiful room, with a high ceiling, a large window, and a bed that was far too big for her. But from the moment she stepped inside, Emily felt like she wasn't alone. Chapter 2. The First Night. The first night in the new house was the worst. Emily lay in bed, her blankets pulled up to her chin, her eyes darting around the room. The shadows seemed to move on their own, shifting and twisting in the dim light of the moon. She told herself it was just her imagination, but the feeling of unease wouldn't go away. And then she heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible sound like scratching coming from under the bed. Emily froze, her heart pounding in her chest. She told herself it was just the house settling, or maybe a mouse, but the sound was too deliberate, too rhythmic. She leaned over the edge of the bed and peered into the darkness. At first she saw nothing, but then just as she was about to pull back, she saw it, a pair of glowing eyes staring back at her. Emily screamed and scrambled out of bed, running to her parents' room. They calmed her down, telling her it was just a bad dream, but Emily knew what she had seen. Chapter 3. The Thing Under the Bed. The next night, Emily tried to be brave. She told herself there was nothing under the bed, that it was just her imagination. But as she lay in bed, the scratching returned, louder this time. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block out the sound, but it was no use. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed her flashlight and shone it under the bed. The beam of light revealed nothing but dust and a few forgotten toys. Emily let out a sigh of relief and climbed back into bed. But as she lay there, she felt something cold and wet brush against her ankle. She jerked her leg back, her heart racing. She shone the flashlight under the bed again, but there was nothing there. Chapter 4. The Truth. The next day, Emily decided to investigate. She waited until her parents were busy, then crept back into her room. She knelt beside the bed and peered underneath, her flashlight in hand. This time she noticed something she hadn't seen before, a small hidden compartment in the floor. Her hands trembled as she pulled it open, revealing a stack of old yellowed papers. The papers were covered in childish handwriting, their words shaky and uneven. They told a story Emily could barely comprehend. A story about a boy who had lived in the house long ago, a boy who had been afraid of the dark. The boy had written about the thing under the bed.
about how it had whispered to him in the night, about how it had tried to pull him into the darkness. He had tried to tell his parents, but they hadn't believed him. And then one night, the boy had disappeared. Emily's hands trembled as she read the final entry. It's coming for me. I can feel it. It's under the bed, waiting. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. Please, if anyone finds this, don't let it get you too. Chapter 5. The final night. That night, Emily knew she couldn't stay in her room. She tried to tell her parents, but they brushed her off, telling her it was just her imagination. Desperate, she decided to sleep on the couch in the living room, but as she lay there she heard it, the scratching, louder than ever. She sat up, her heart pounding, and saw something moving in the shadows. It was tall and gaunt, its eyes glowing like embers. It reached out, its fingers long and bony, and whispered her name. Emily screamed and ran to her parents' room, but the door was locked. She pounded on the door, begging them to let her in, but there was no answer. She turned, her back pressed against the door, and saw the thing standing in the hallway. It smiled, its mouth stretching too wide, and reached for her. Epilogue. The empty room. The next morning, Emily's parents found her room empty. The bed was neatly made, the toys arranged just so, but Emily was gone. They searched the house, the neighborhood, the town, but there was no trace of her. The police said she must have run away, but her parents knew better. They had heard the scratching, the whispers, the screams, but they had ignored them, just like they had ignored Emily. And now, as they sat in the empty house, they heard it, the faint, almost imperceptible sound of scratching coming from under the bed.
Title: The Hollow Man, Chapter 1. The reflection. Elliot Graves had always felt like an outsider. He moved through life like a ghost, unnoticed and unremembered. People's eyes slid past him in crowds, and even his co-workers struggled to recall his name. He told himself it didn't matter, that he preferred the anonymity, but deep down he knew something was wrong. One night, as he stood in front of the bathroom mirror, he noticed something strange. His reflection didn't move when he did. It stared back at him, its eyes hollow and empty, its mouth twisted into a cruel smile. Elliot stumbled back, his heart pounding, but when he looked again, the reflection was normal. He told himself it was just his imagination, a trick of the light, but the image stayed with him, lingering in the back of his mind like a shadow. Chapter 2. The Whisper. The next day, Elliot began to hear it, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper like a voice carried on the wind. It was soft at first, barely audible over the noise of the city, but as the days passed it grew louder, more insistent. The whisper spoke in a language Elliot didn't understand, its words guttural and alien, but the tone was unmistakable. It was a plea, a warning, a call. He tried to ignore it, to convince himself it was just his mind playing tricks on him, but the whisper followed him everywhere, growing louder with each passing day. Chapter 3. The Stranger. One night, as Elliot walked home from work, he saw a man standing under a street lamp. The man was tall and gaunt, his face pale and drawn, his eyes were hollow, his mouth a thin, cruel line. He wore a tattered coat, its fabric frayed and stained. Elliot tried to walk past him, but the man stepped into his path. "You hear it, don't you?" the man said, his voice low and rasping. The whisper. Elliot froze, his heart pounding in his chest. "Who are you?" he asked. The man smiled, his teeth yellow and broken. "I'm like you," he said, hollow. Before Elliot could respond, the man turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows. Chapter 4. The Dream. That night, Elliot had a dream. He stood in a vast, endless void, surrounded by swirling shadows and faint, flickering lights. The air was thick, suffocating, and the ground beneath him felt soft and yielding. In the distance he saw a figure, a man with hollow eyes and a cruel smile. The figure beckoned to him, its movements unnaturally smooth. Elliot tried to run, but the void seemed to stretch on forever, its edges lost in darkness. The figure spoke, its voice a low, guttural rumble that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "You are hollow," it said. "You belong to us." Elliot woke in a cold sweat, his heart pounding in his chest. The whisper was louder now, more insistent. He knew he couldn't ignore it any longer. Chapter 5. The Truth. Elliot spent the next few days searching for answers. He scoured the internet, visited libraries, and even sought out the stranger he had met under the street lamp. But the man was gone, leaving no trace behind. Finally, Elliot found what he was looking for, a book, its pages filled with strange symbols and cryptic text. The book spoke of the Hollow Men, beings who existed between worlds, neither alive nor dead. They were drawn to those who felt empty, who had lost their way, and once they claimed you, there was no escape. Elliot's hands trembled as he read the final passage. The hollow men are always watching, always waiting. They feed on the emptiness within, growing stronger with each soul they claim. To resist them is to face the void, to confront the darkness within yourself, but to succumb is to become one of them, to lose yourself forever. Chapter 6. The choice. Elliot knew what he had to do. He couldn't let the hollow men claim him, couldn't let them feed on his emptiness. He had to confront the void, to face the darkness within himself. That night, he stood in front of the mirror, his reflection staring back at him with hollow eyes. The whisper was deafening now, a chorus of voices that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Elliot took a deep breath and stepped into the mirror. Chapter 7. The void. The void was vast and endless, its edges lost in darkness. Elliot felt a presence nearby, something vast and ancient, something that had been waiting for him. The presence spoke, its voice a low, guttural rumble that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. At once, you have come, it said. You have faced the void. Elliot tried to speak, but his voice caught in his throat. The presence stepped closer, its form shifting and twisting like smoke. You are hollow, it said. You belong to us. Elliot backed away, but the presence was faster. It reached out, its formless hand brushing against his chest. He felt a surge of icy pain, and then everything went black. Epilogue. The Hollow Man. When Elliot woke, he was back in his apartment. The whisper was gone, the mirror worked, but he felt different, hollow, empty, as if something had been taken from him. He looked in the mirror and saw his reflection staring back at him, its eyes hollow and empty, its mouth twisted into a cruel smile. The hollow men had claimed him. Title: The Thing Under the Bed. Chapter 1. The new house. Emily had always been afraid of the dark. Even at 8 years old, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was lurking in the shadows waiting to grab her. She let her guard down. Her parents told her it was just her imagination, that there was nothing to be afraid of. But Emily knew better. When her family moved into the old Victorian house on the edge of town, Emily's fears only grew worse. The house was massive, with creaky floorboards, drafty windows and shadows that seemed to stretch longer than they should. Her room was on the second floor, at the end of a long, dimly lit hallway. It was a beautiful room, with a high ceiling, a large window, and a bed that was far too big for her. But from the moment she stepped inside, Emily felt like she wasn't alone. Chapter 2. The First Night. The first night, the first night, the first night, in the new house was the worst. Emily lay in bed, her blankets pulled up to her chin, her eyes darting around the room. The shadows seemed to move on their own, shifting and twisting in the dim light of the moon. She told herself it was just her imagination, but the feeling of unease wouldn't go away. And then she heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible sound, like scratching coming from under the bed. Emily froze, her heart pounding in her chest. She told herself it was just the house settling, or maybe a mouse, but the sound was too deliberate, too rhythmic. She leaned over the edge of the bed and peered into the darkness. At first she saw nothing, but then just as she was about to pull back, she saw it, a pair of glowing eyes staring back at her. Emily screamed and scrambled out of bed, running to her parents' room. They calmed her down, telling her it was just a bad dream, but Emily knew what she had seen. Chapter 3. The Thing Under the Bed. The next night, Emily tried to be brave. She told herself there was nothing under the bed, that it was just her imagination. But as she lay in bed, a scratching returned, louder this time. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block out the sound, but it was no use. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed her flashlight and shone it under the bed. The beam of light revealed nothing but dust and a few forgotten toys. Emily let out a sigh of relief and climbed back into bed. But as she lay there, she felt something cold and wet brush against her ankle. She jerked her leg back, her heart racing. She shone the flashlight under the bed again, but there was nothing there. Chapter 4. The Truth. The next day, Emily decided to investigate. She waited until her parents were busy, then crept back into her room. She knelt beside the bed and peered underneath, her flashlight in hand. This time, she noticed something she hadn't seen before, a small hidden compartment in the floor. Her hands trembled as she pulled it open, revealing a stack of old yellowed papers. The papers were covered in childish handwriting, their words shaky and uneven.
They told a story Emily could barely comprehend. A story about a boy who had lived in the house long ago, a boy who had been afraid of the dark. The boy had written about the thing under the bed, about how it had whispered to him in the night, about how it had tried to pull him into the darkness. He had tried to tell his parents, but they hadn't believed him, and then, one night, the boy had disappeared. Emily's hands trembled as she read the final entry. It's coming for me. I can feel it. It's under the bed. Waiting. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. Please, if anyone finds this, don't let it get you too. Chapter 5. The final night. That night, Emily knew she couldn't stay in her room. She tried to tell her parents, but they brushed her off, telling her it was just her imagination. Desperate, she decided to sleep on the couch in the living room, but as she lay there she heard it, the scratching, louder than ever. She sat up, her heart pounding, and saw something moving in the shadows. It was tall and gaunt, its eyes glowing like embers. It reached out, its fingers long and bony, and whispered her name. Emily screamed and ran to her parents' room, but the door was locked. She pounded on the door, begging them to let her in. But there was no answer. She turned, her back pressed against the door, and saw the thing standing in the hallway. It smiled, its mouth stretching too wide, and reached for her. Epilogue. The empty room. The next morning, Emily's parents found her room empty. The bed was neatly made, the toys arranged just so, but Emily was gone. They searched the house, the neighborhood, the town, but there was no trace of her. The police said she must have run away, but her parents knew better. They had heard the scratching, the whispers, the screams, but they had ignored them just like they had ignored Emily. And now, as they sat in the empty house, they heard it, the faint, almost imperceptible sound of scratching coming from under the bed. Title: The Forgotten Portrait. Chapter 1. The auction. Eleanor Blake had always been drawn to the macabre. As an art historian, she specialized in forgotten works of the 19th century, pieces that had been lost to time and neglect. So when she heard about the auction of the Blackwood estate, she knew she had to attend. The Blackwood family had been wealthy and influential, but their name had been tainted by scandal and tragedy. Their estate, a sprawling mansion on the edge of town, had been abandoned for decades. The auction was a chance to own a piece of that history, and Eleanor was determined to find something special. As she wandered through the dusty rooms of the mansion, her eyes fell on a portrait tucked away in a corner. It was a painting of a young woman, her face pale and hauntingly beautiful. Her eyes seemed to follow Eleanor as she moved, and there was something about the painting that sent a shiver down her spine. Eleanor knew she had to have it. Chapter 2. The portrait. The portrait arrived at Eleanor's apartment a week later. She hung it above the fireplace, where it seemed to dominate the room. The woman's eyes followed her wherever she went, and Eleanor found herself drawn to the painting, spending hours staring at it, trying to decipher its secrets. The woman in the portrait was dressed in a flowing black gown, her hands clasped in front of her. Her expression was serene, but there was something in her eyes, a sadness, a longing, a hint of something darker. Eleanor began to research the painting, but there was no record of it in any of the Blackwood family archives. It was as if the portrait had been erased from history. Chapter 3. The Whispers. The first night after the portrait arrived, Eleanor heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper, like a voice carried on the wind. It was soft at first, barely audible over the noise of the city, but as the days passed it grew louder, more insistent. The whisper spoke in a language Eleanor didn't understand, its words guttural and alien, but the tone was unmistakable. It was a plea, a warning, a call. She tried to ignore it, to convince herself it was just her imagination, but the whisper followed her everywhere, growing louder with each passing day. Chapter 4. The Stranger. One night, as Eleanor worked late in her study, she saw a figure standing in the doorway. It was a woman, tall and gaunt, her face pale and drawn. Her eyes were hollow, her mouth a thin, cruel line. She wore a flowing black gown, its fabric frayed and stained. Eleanor froze, her heart pounding in her chest. "Who are you?" she asked. The woman smiled, her teeth yellow and broken. "I am the one in the portrait," she said, "and you have brought me back." Before Eleanor could respond, the woman turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows. Chapter 5. The Dream. That night, Eleanor had a dream. She stood in a vast, endless void, surrounded by swirling shadows and faint, flickering lights. The air was thick, suffocating, and the ground beneath her felt soft and yielding. In the distance she saw a figure, a woman with hollow eyes and a cruel smile. The figure beckoned to her, its movements unnaturally smooth. Eleanor tried to run, but the void seemed to stretch on forever, its edges lost in darkness. The figure spoke, its voice a low, guttural rumble that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You have brought me back," it said. "You belong to me now." Eleanor woke in a cold sweat, her heart pounding in her chest. The whisper was louder now, more insistent. She knew she couldn't ignore it any longer. Chapter 6. The Truth. Eleanor spent the next few days searching for answers. She scoured the internet, visited libraries, and even sought out the stranger she had met in her study. But the woman was gone, leaving no trace behind. Finally, Eleanor found what she was looking for, a book, its pages filled with strange symbols and cryptic text. The book spoke of the woman in the portrait, a woman who had been cursed to live forever, trapped in the painting. She fed on the souls of those who owned the portrait, growing stronger with each one she claimed. Eleanor's hands trembled as she read the final passage. "The woman in the portrait is always watching, always waiting. She feeds on the souls of the living, growing stronger with each one she claims. To resist her is to face the void, to confront the darkness within yourself, but to succumb is to lose yourself forever." Chapter 7. The Choice. Eleanor knew what she had to do. She couldn't let the woman in the portrait claim her, couldn't let her feed on her soul. She had to confront the void, to face the darkness within herself. That night, she stood in front of the portrait, the woman's eyes staring back at her with hollow eyes. The whisper was deafening now, a chorus of voices that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Eleanor took a deep breath and stepped into the painting. Chapter 8. The Void. The void was vast and endless, its edges lost in darkness. Eleanor felt a presence nearby, something vast and ancient, something that had been waiting for her. The presence spoke, its voice a low, guttural rumble that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You have come," it said. "You have faced the void." Eleanor tried to speak, but her voice caught in her throat. The presence stepped closer, its form shifting and twisting like smoke. "You belong to me now," it said. "You are mine." Eleanor backed away, but the presence was faster. It reached out, its formless hand brushing against her chest. She felt a surge of icy pain, and then everything went black. Epilogue. The Forgotten Portrait. When Eleanor woke, she was back in her apartment. The whisper was gone, the portrait normal, but she felt different, hollow, empty, as if something had been taken from her. She looked at the portrait, and saw the woman staring back at her, her eyes hollow and empty, her mouth twisted into a cruel smile. The woman in the portrait had claimed her. Chapter 1. The Arrival. Thomas Reed had always been drawn to the sea. As a child, he would spend hours staring at the waves, imagining the adventures that lay beyond the horizon. So when he was offered the job of lighthouse keeper on the remote island of Blo, he didn't hesitate. The island was small and barren, with nothing but the lighthouse and a small cottage for company. The previous keeper had disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a cryptic note. "Beware the light." Thomas dismissed the note as the ramblings of a lonely old man, but as he stepped off the boat and onto the island, he felt a chill run down his spine. The air was thick with the scent of salt and decay, and the lighthouse loomed over him like a sentinel. Chapter 2. The First Night. The first night on the island was the worst. Thomas lay in bed, the wind howling outside, the waves crashing against the rocks. The lighthouse beam swept across the room, casting long, shifting shadows on the walls. And then he heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible sound, like scratching coming from the lighthouse. Thomas froze, his heart pounding in his chest. He told himself it was just the wind, but the sound was too deliberate, too rhythmic. He grabbed his flashlight and made his way to the lighthouse, the beam of light cutting through the darkness. The door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that seemed to stretch on forever. Thomas climbed the stairs, his footsteps echoing in the emptiness. At the top he found the source of the sound, a large rusted mechanism, its gears grinding against each other. He tried to fix it, but the mechanism was too old, too broken. As he turned to leave, he saw something out of the corner of his eye, a figure, tall and gaunt, standing in the shadows. Thomas shone his flashlight on the figure, but there was nothing there. Chapter 3. The Whisper. The next night, the scratching returned louder this time. Thomas tried to ignore it, but the sound was impossible to block out. He climbed the stairs again, his flashlight in hand, but the mechanism was silent. As he stood there, he heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper, like a voice carried on the wind. It was soft at first, barely audible over the noise of the woods, but as the days passed it grew louder, more insistent. The whisper spoke in a language Thomas didn't understand, its words guttural and alien, but the tone was unmistakable. It was a plea, a warning, a call. He tried to ignore it, to convince himself it was just his imagination, but the whisper followed him everywhere, growing louder with each passing day. Chapter 4. The stranger. One night, as Thomas worked in the lighthouse, he saw a figure standing in the doorway. It was a man, tall and gaunt, his face pale and drawn, his eyes were hollow, his mouth a thin, cruel line. He wore a tattered coat, its fabric frayed and stained. Thomas froze, his heart pounding in his chest. "Who are you?" he asked. The man smiled, his teeth yellow and broken. "I am the one who came before you," he said, "and I am the one who will come after." Before Thomas could respond, the man turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows. Chapter 5. The dream. That night, Thomas had a dream. He stood in a vast, endless void, surrounded by swirling shadows and faint flickering lights. The air was thick, suffocating, and the ground beneath him felt soft and yielding. In the distance he saw a figure, a man with hollow eyes and a cruel smile. The figure beckoned to him, its movements unnaturally smooth. Thomas tried to run, but the void seemed to stretch on forever, its edges lost in darkness. The figure spoke, its voice a low, guttural rumble that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You have come," it said. "You have faced the void." Thomas woke in a cold sweat, his heart pounding in his chest. The whisper was louder now, more insistent. He knew he couldn't ignore it any longer. Chapter 6. The truth. Thomas spent the next few days searching for answers. He scoured the lighthouse, the cottage, and even the island itself, but there was no trace of the man he had seen, no explanation for the whisper. Finally, he found what he was looking for, a book, its pages filled with strange symbols and cryptic text. The book spoke of the lighthouse, of the light that had been cursed to burn forever, of the souls it had claimed over the years. Thomas's hands trembled as he read the final passage. "The light is always watching, always waiting. It feeds on the souls of the living, growing stronger with each one it claims. To resist it is to face the void, to confront the darkness within yourself, but to succumb is to lose yourself forever." Chapter 7. The choice. Thomas knew what he had to do. He couldn't let the light claim him, couldn't let it feed on his soul. He had to confront the void, to face the darkness within himself. That night, he stood in the lighthouse, the beam of light sweeping across the room. The whisper was deafening now, a chorus of voices that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Thomas took a deep breath and stepped into the light. Chapter 8. The void. The void was vast and endless, its edges lost in darkness. Thomas felt a presence nearby, something vast and ancient, something that had been waiting for him. The presence spoke, its voice a low, guttural rumble that seemed to come from everywhere. "You have come," it said. "You have faced the void." Thomas tried to speak, but his voice caught in his throat. The presence stepped closer, its form shifting and twisting like smoke. "You belong to me now," it said. "You are mine." Thomas backed away, but the presence was faster. It reached out, its formless hand brushing against his chest. He felt a surge of icy pain, and then everything went black. Epilogue. The lighthouse keeper's secret. When Thomas woke, he was back in the lighthouse. The whisper was gone, the light normal, but he felt different. Hollow, empty, as if something had been taken from him. He looked at the light and saw the beam sweeping across the room, casting long, shifting shadows on the walls. The light had claimed him.
The thing under the bed had started with a creak. Mia had always been afraid of the dark. At 22, she thought she'd outgrown her childhood fears, but the old house she'd just moved into seemed determined to prove her wrong. The place was charming during the day, sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows, the scent of aged wood filling the air, but at night it felt different, oppressive, alive. The first night she heard it, a faint creaking sound like someone shifting their weight on an old wooden floor. It came from beneath her bed. Just the house settling, she told herself, pulling the blanket up to her chin, but deep down she wasn't convinced. The creaking continued. Night after night it grew louder, more deliberate. Sometimes she swore she heard breathing, shallow, ragged breaths that seemed to rise from the shadows under her bed. She tried to ignore it, telling herself it was her imagination, but the fear gnawed at her. One night she couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed her phone, turned on the flashlight, and peered over the edge of the bed. Nothing. Just dust bunnies and an old shoebox she hadn't unpacked yet. She let out a shaky laugh, feeling silly. But as she started to pull back, something moved. A hand, pale and skeletal, its fingers curled around the edge of the bed frame. Mia screamed, scrambling backward as the hand tightened its grip, the knuckles cracking like dry twigs. She fell off the bed, her phone skittering across the floor, its light casting wild shadows on the walls. The creaking grew louder, more frantic, as if whatever was under the bed was trying to climb out. Mia grabbed her phone and ran, slamming the bedroom door behind her. She spent the rest of the night on the couch, clutching a kitchen knife, her heart racing. The next morning, she convinced herself it had been a nightmare. She hadn't slept well in days after all. But when she returned to her room, she noticed something that made her blood run cold. The shoebox was gone. She searched the room, her panic growing with each passing second. It wasn't under the bed, in the closet, or anywhere else. It had simply vanished. That night, the creaking returned. This time it was accompanied by a new sound, a soft, rhythmic tapping like fingernails drumming against wood. Mia lay frozen in bed, her eyes glued to the ceiling, too terrified to move. Then she felt it. A cold, bony hand wrapped around her ankle. She screamed, kicking wildly, but the grip only tightened. The hand yanked her toward the edge of the bed, her fingers clawing at the sheets as she tried to pull herself free. She twisted her body, shining her phone's flashlight under the bed, and what she saw would haunt her forever. A face, pale and gaunt, its hollow eyes stared up at her, a grotesque smile stretching across its features. Its mouth opened, revealing rows of jagged yellow teeth, and it spoke in a voice that sounded like nails on a chalkboard. "You found me." Mia kicked with all her strength, breaking free and tumbling to the floor. She scrambled to her feet and ran, not stopping until she was outside, the cold night air biting at her skin. She never went back. The house was abandoned, left to rot with whatever lurked beneath its floors. But if you ever find yourself in an old creaky house and you hear a sound coming from under your bed, don't look, because something might be looking back. The whispering walls, it began with a whisper. Emma had just moved into the old Victorian house on the edge of town. The realtor had called it a fixer-upper, but to her it was perfect. The high ceilings, the creaking wooden floors, the ivy crawling up the brick exterior. It felt like a dream. But dreams, as she would soon learn, can quickly turn into nightmares. The first night she heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper, like the rustle of leaves in the wind. She dismissed it as her imagination, the house settling, or perhaps the pipes groaning. But the next night it was louder. Emma, her name, someone or something had whispered her name. She froze, her heart pounding. The voice was soft, almost melodic, but it sent a shiver down her spine. She searched the house, room by room, but found nothing. No intruders, no open windows, nothing. The whispers continued. Night after night, they grew clearer, more insistent. "Emma, stay with us." She tried to ignore them, burying herself in work during the day and sleeping with the lights on at night. But the house had other plans. One evening, as she was painting the living room walls, she noticed something strange. Beneath the layers of old wallpaper, faint words began to appear. They weren't written in ink or paint, but seemed to emerge from the walls themselves, as if the house were alive. "Help us." Emma stumbled back, her paintbrush clattering to the floor. She tore at the wallpaper, revealing more words, more pleas. "We're trapped. Set us free. Join us." Her hands trembled as she called the realtor, demanding answers. The woman hesitated before finally relenting. "The house, it has a history," she said. "The previous owners disappeared. No one knows what happened to them. Some say they're still there in the walls." Emma hung up, her mind racing. She couldn't stay here. She had to leave. But as she packed her bags, the whispers grew louder, more frantic. "Don't go. Stay with us. Forever." The lights flickered, and the air grew cold. Shadows danced on the walls, twisting into grotesque shapes. Emma grabbed her suitcase and ran for the door, but it wouldn't budge. She pulled and pulled, but it was as if the house itself was holding her captive. The whispers became screams, echoing in her ears. She turned to see the walls cracking, splintering, as if something was trying to break through. And then she saw them. Faces, pale and gaunt, pressing against the plaster, their hollow eyes staring into hers. "Join us," she screamed, but no sound came out. The walls closed in, the faces drawing closer, their cold hands reaching for her. When the police arrived the next day responding to a neighbor's call about strange noises, they found the house empty. Emma was gone, her suitcase still by the door, but if you listen closely, on quiet nights, you can still hear the whispers, "Stay with us, forever." And if you're unlucky enough to step inside, you might just see the faces in the walls, waiting for their next victim. The Iron Hollow. The town of Black Hollow was a forgotten place, nestled deep in a valley surrounded by jagged mountains. Its people were simple, hard-working folk who kept to themselves and avoided the old iron mine at the edge of town. The mine had been abandoned for decades, its entrance sealed with rusted gates and warnings that no one dared to ignore. But when a group of teenagers decided to break in on a dare, they awakened something that should have stayed buried. The dare, it was a cold October night when Jake, the self-proclaimed leader of the group, suggested they explore the mine. "Come on," he said, his breath visible in the frosty air. "Everyone says it's haunted. Let's see for ourselves." The others hesitated. There were stories about the mine, whispers of accidents, disappearances, and something worse, but Jake was persuasive, and peer pressure was a powerful thing. They broke the lock on the gate and ventured inside, their flashlights cutting through the oppressive darkness. The air was thick with the smell of rust and decay, and the walls seemed to close in around them as they descended deeper into the earth. That's when they heard it, a low, metallic groan like the sound of grinding gears. It echoed through the tunnels, sending chills down their spines. "What the hell was that?" whispered Mia, her voice trembling. "Probably just the wind," Jake said, though he didn't sound convinced. They pressed on, their bravado fading with every step. The tunnels twisted and turned, leading them deeper into the mine. And then they found it. A massive chamber, its walls lined with strange, rusted machinery. In the center of the room was a pit, its edges jagged and uneven. The air here was colder, heavier, and the metallic groaning was louder. "Let's get out of here," Mia said, her voice barely above a whisper. But Jake wasn't listening. He was staring at the pit, his flashlight illuminating something glinting in the darkness. "Look at this," he said, stepping closer. The others followed, their curiosity overcoming their fear. At the bottom of the pit was a massive humanoid figure made entirely of metal. Its body was a patchwork of rusted iron, its limbs twisted and jagged. Its face was a grotesque mask with hollow eyes and a mouth frozen in a silent scream. "What is that thing?" asked Tom, his voice shaking. Before anyone could answer, the ground beneath them began to tremble. The metallic groaning grew louder, more frantic, and the figure in the pit began to move. Its head snapped up, its hollow eyes glowing with a faint, sickly light. Its limbs creaked and groaned as it pulled itself out of the pit, its massive form towering over the group. "Run!" Jake shouted. They didn't need to be told twice. The awakening, the thing, whatever it was, chased them through the tunnels, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground. It moved with unnatural speed, its metal limbs screeching as it closed the distance. One by one, the group fell behind. Tom was the first to go. He tripped over a loose rock, and before he could get up, the metal monster was on him. Its jagged hands tore through his flesh like paper, and his screams echoed through the tunnels before being abruptly silenced. Mia and Jake kept running, their flashlights bouncing wildly as they tried to find their way back to the surface. But the tunnels seemed to shift and change, as if the mine itself was alive and working against them. They eventually found the entrance, but the monster was right behind them. Mia made it out, but Jake wasn't so lucky. The thing grabbed him by the leg, dragging him back into the darkness. His screams were the last thing Mia heard before she collapsed on the ground outside, gasping for air. The hunt, Mia told the police everything, but no one believed her. They searched the mine and found no trace of Jake, Tom, or the metal monster. The case was closed, and the town tried to forget. But the monster didn't forget. It began to emerge at night, its massive form silhouetted against the moon as it stalked the streets of Black Hollow. People started disappearing. First one, then two, then more. The town was gripped by fear, but no one dared to speak of the thing that haunted them. Mia knew she had to stop it. She spent weeks researching the mine, uncovering its dark history. The mine had been a testing ground for an experimental machine, a weapon designed to harness the power of the earth itself. But something had gone wrong, and the machine had become sentient, feeding on the lives of those who came too close. Armed with this knowledge, Mia returned to the mine. She found the chamber where the monster had been born, and set a trap, using the remnants of the machinery to create an electromagnetic pulse. The monster found her, its hollow eyes glowing with rage as it lunged. But Mia activated the pulse, and the thing let out a deafening scream as its body began to collapse in on itself. When the dust settled, the monster was gone. The aftermath. The town of Black Hollow was never the same. The disappearances stopped, but the scars remained. Mia left soon after, unable to shake the feeling that the monster was still out there, waiting, and maybe it was. Because deep in the mine, in the darkest corner of the chamber, a single rusted hand twitched. The end. Or is it? The Hawk-Tuber girl in the small, isolated village of Blackthorn, nestled deep in the forest. There was a legend about a girl who could summon hawks. They called her the Hawk-Tuber girl. The story went like this. Centuries ago, a young girl named Tuber was accused of witchcraft after a series of strange events in the village. Crops withered, livestock died, and children went missing. The villagers blamed Tuber, claiming she had made a pact with the forest spirits. In a fit of rage, they tied her to a tree and left her to die, but Tuber didn't die. As the villagers watched, a flock of hawks descended from the sky, their talons sharp and their eyes glowing like embers. They tore through the ropes binding Tuber, and carried her away into the forest. Before she disappeared, she turned to the villagers and whispered, "I will return." No one ever saw her again, but the legend lived on, passed down through generations as a warning. The disappearances centuries later. The village of Blackthorn was a quiet, forgotten place. The forest loomed around it like a living thing, its shadows stretching longer with each passing year. The villagers kept to themselves, wary of outsiders and the secrets the forest held. But then the disappearances began. First it was a child who wandered too far into the woods, then a hunter who went out at dawn and never returned. The villagers searched for days but found no trace of them. The only clue was the sound of hawks screeching in the distance, their cries echoing through the trees like a warning. The elders whispered about the legend of the Hawk-Tuber girl, but no one dared to say her name aloud. The stranger. One evening, a young woman arrived in the village. She was pale and thin, with dark hair that fell in tangled waves around her face. Her eyes were a piercing green, and she carried a strange feathered staff. "My name is Tuber," she said, her voice soft but commanding. "I've come to help." The villagers were wary, but they were desperate. They told her about the disappearances, and she listened intently, her expression unreadable. "I'll find them," she said, "but you must stay out of the forest, no matter what you hear. Do not follow me." That night, Tuber disappeared into the woods. The villagers waited, their fear growing with each passing hour. Then just before dawn they heard it, a chorus of hawk cries, louder and more frantic than ever before. The truth. The next morning, Tuber returned. She was covered in blood, her clothes torn and her face pale. In her hand, she held a small feathered talisman. "I found them," she said, her voice hollow, "but it's too late. The forest has claimed them." The villagers demanded answers, but Tuber refused to say more. She left the talisman on the ground and walked away, disappearing into the forest once more. That night, the villagers heard the hawks again. This time the cries were closer, almost as if they were circling the village. The air grew cold, and the shadows seemed to move on their own. The house on Hollow Hill. The house on Hollow Hill had stood abandoned for over 50 years. Its windows were shattered, its roof sagged under the weight of time, and its walls were covered in ivy that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The locals called it the widow's house, and they avoided it like the plague. But when Sarah and her husband Mark moved to the small town of Blackwood, they saw the house as an opportunity. It was cheap, secluded, and had the potential to be their dream home. They should have listened to the warnings. The move-in. The first few days were uneventful. Sarah and Mark spent their time cleaning and repairing the house, their laughter echoing through the empty halls. But as the sun set on the third day, things began to change. Sarah was unpacking boxes in the attic when she heard it, a faint rhythmic tapping like someone knocking on wood. She froze, her heart pounding as she scanned the room. "Mark," she called, her voice trembling. No answer. The tapping grew louder, more insistent, and Sarah realized it was coming from the far corner of the attic. She grabbed a flashlight and approached slowly, her breath shallow. In the corner was an old dusty rocking chair. It was moving back and forth, creaking softly, as if someone invisible was sitting in it. Sarah screamed and ran downstairs, nearly colliding with Mark in the hallway. "There's something in the attic," she gasped. Mark laughed it off, chalking it up to the house settling. But Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching her. The shadows, The next night, Sarah woke to the sound of footsteps in the hallway. She nudged Mark, but he was fast asleep. The footsteps grew louder, closer, until they stopped right outside their bedroom door. The doorknob began to turn. Sarah's breath caught in her throat as the door creaked open. The hallway was pitch black, but she could feel a presence standing there just beyond the threshold. "Who's there?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. The door slammed shut, and the room grew cold. Sarah pulled the blankets over her head, her heart racing, and didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next day, Sarah visited the local library, determined to uncover the house's history. The librarian, an elderly woman with a knowing look, handed her a dusty old book. "The Widow's House," the librarian said. "It's a tragic story." Sarah flipped through the pages, her stomach churning as she read. The house had been built in the 1800s by a wealthy widower named Elias Holloway. He lived there with his young daughter Clara, until one fateful night when Clara disappeared. Elias searched for her for weeks, but she was never found. Heartbroken, Elias hanged himself in the attic. But that wasn't the end of the story. Over the years, several families had moved into the house, only to flee within months. They reported strange occurrences, footsteps, whispers, and the sound of a child crying. Some even claimed to see a shadowy figure standing in the attic window, watching them. Sarah closed the book, her hands trembling. The possession. That night, the house came alive. Sarah and Mark were woken by the sound of a child's laughter echoing through the halls. The air grew cold, and the walls seemed to pulse with a dark energy. "Mark, we need to leave," Sarah said, her voice shaking, but Mark didn't respond. He was sitting on the edge of the bed, his back to her, his shoulders hunched. "Mark," he turned slowly, and Sarah's blood ran cold. His eyes were black, his face twisted into a grotesque smile. "Clara wants to play," he said, his voice low and guttural. Sarah screamed as Mark lunged at her, his hands clawing at her throat. She fought back, her mind racing as she tried to remember what she'd read in the book. The attic, she thought. She broke free and ran upstairs, Mark close behind. The attic door was open, the rocking chair moving back and forth as if waiting for her. Sarah grabbed the chair and smashed it against the wall, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside was a small weathered doll, the same doll Clara had been holding in a photo in the library book. Mark stopped in his tracks, his body convulsing as a dark shadow emerged from him and dissipated into the air. The aftermath. Sarah and Mark left the house that night, never to return. The doll was buried in the town cemetery, and the house on Hollow Hill was sealed shut. But the story doesn't end there. If you drive past the house on a quiet night, you might see a shadowy figure standing in the attic window watching, and if you listen closely, you might hear the sound of a child's laughter echoing through the trees. The widow's house is still waiting for its next victim, the toy maker's curse. In the small, foggy town of Ravenswood, there was a legend about a toy maker named Elias Finch. He was a reclusive man, known for crafting the most beautiful and lifelike toys anyone had ever seen. But there was something unsettling about his creations, something almost too real. Parents whispered that Elias had made a deal with dark forces to bring his toys to life. They said his workshop was filled with strange symbols and eerie chants, and that the toys he made were more than just wood and paint. When Elias died under mysterious circumstances, his workshop was sealed shut, and his toys were buried with him. But not all of them stayed buried. The find. Emily was a single mother struggling to make ends meet. When she and her 6-year-old son Liam moved into a small rundown house on the edge of Ravenswood, she hoped it would be a fresh start. One rainy afternoon, while exploring the attic, Liam found a dusty old toy box. Inside was a hand-carved wooden doll, its paint chipped but its face eerily lifelike. It had wide, glassy eyes and a faint smile that seemed to follow you no matter where you stood. "Look, Mom, his name is Charlie," Liam said, pointing to the name carved into the doll's chest. Emily felt a chill run down her spine, but she didn't have the heart to take the toy away. Liam had been through so much already, and he seemed so happy. That night she heard Liam talking in his room. "Who are you talking to, sweetie?" she asked, peeking through the door. "Charlie," Liam said, holding up the doll. "He says he's my friend." Emily forced a smile, but the doll's glassy eyes seemed to stare right through her. The changes. At first, everything seemed fine. Liam was happier than he'd been in months, and Emily was grateful for the distraction. But then, strange things started happening. Liam began sleepwalking, wandering into the attic in the middle of the night. When Emily found him, he was sitting in the corner,
whispering to the doll. "Liam, what are you doing?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Charlie says we have to play," Liam replied, his voice flat and distant. Emily took the doll and locked it in a cabinet, but the next morning it was back in Liam's room. The nightmares started soon after. Liam would wake up screaming, claiming that Charlie was standing at the foot of his bed watching him. Emily would rush in to find the doll sitting on the floor, its head tilted at an unnatural angle. The truth desperate for answers, Emily visited the town's library. The librarian, an elderly woman with a knowing look, handed her a dusty old book, The Toy Maker's Curse. The librarian said, Elias Finch's toys were never just toys, they were vessels. Emily flipped through the pages, her stomach churning as she read. Elias had used dark rituals to bind the souls of the dead to his creations. The toys were meant to bring joy, but they were cursed, feeding on the energy of the owners. Over the years, several children had gone missing, their bodies never found. The last page of the book contained a warning: destroy the toy before it destroys you. The final night, Emily raced home, her heart pounding. She found Liam in his room, sitting on the floor, with the doll in his lap. His eyes were glazed over, and he was muttering something under his breath. "Liam," she shouted, grabbing the doll, but Liam clung to it, his grip unnaturally strong. "Charlie says we have to stay together," he said, his voice low and guttural. Emily pried the doll from his hands and ran to the fireplace. She threw it into the flames, watching as the wood cracked and splintered. The doll let out a high-pitched scream, its glassy eyes glowing with a sickly light. The flames turned black, and the room grew cold. Liam collapsed to the floor, unconscious but alive. The aftermath. The next morning, the doll was gone, reduced to ashes. Liam had no memory of what had happened, and Emily never spoke of it again. But sometimes, late at night, she would hear a faint tapping at the window, and when she looked outside, she would see a small shadowy figure standing in the yard, its glassy eyes glowing in the darkness. The toy maker's curse was never truly broken.
The Carnival of Shadows. The Carnival of Shadows came to the town of Black Hollow without warning. One day the field on the edge of town was empty. The next it was filled with flickering lights, creaking rides, and the faint sound of calliope music drifting through the air. The townsfolk were wary. No one had seen the carnival arrive, and no one knew where it had come from, but the bright lights and promises of wonder were too tempting to resist. By nightfall the carnival was packed. The arrival Maggie and her younger brother Tommy were among the first to arrive. Maggie was skeptical, she hated crowds and loud noises, but Tommy had begged her to take him. The carnival was unlike anything they'd ever seen. The rides were old and rusted, their gears grinding loudly as they spun. The games were manned by silent, pale-faced workers who never smiled, and the air smelled faintly of burnt sugar and something else, something metallic like blood. "Come on, Maggie, let's try the Ferris wheel," Tommy said, tugging on her hand. Maggie hesitated. The Ferris wheel loomed over the carnival, its lights flickering ominously, but Tommy's excitement was infectious, and she reluctantly agreed. As they climbed into the rickety gondola, Maggie noticed something strange. The carnival workers were all watching them, their eyes dark and unblinking. The ride began with a jolt, and Maggie gripped the safety bar tightly. As they rose higher, the carnival below seemed to change. The lights grew dimmer, the music slower, and the laughter of the crowd turned into faint, echoing whispers. "Tommy, do you see that?" Maggie asked, her voice trembling, but Tommy wasn't listening. He was staring at something in the distance, his face pale. "Maggie, look," he whispered, pointing toward the edge of the carnival. Maggie followed his gaze and froze. The field beyond the carnival was no longer empty. It was filled with rows of crumbling tombstones, their inscriptions glowing faintly in the moonlight. The games. When the ride ended, Maggie tried to convince Tommy to leave, but he was determined to stay. "Just one more game, please," he begged. Maggie reluctantly agreed, hoping to keep him close. They approached a booth where a man in a tattered top hat stood behind a counter. His face was gaunt, his eyes sunken, and his smile stretched too wide. "Step right up," he called, his voice raspy. "Win a prize and you'll never forget it." Tommy handed over a crumpled dollar bill and picked up a small wooden mallet. The game was simple. Hit the target, and the bell would ring. Tommy swung the mallet, and the bell rang, but the sound was wrong. It was deep and guttural, like a groan. The man in the top hat leaned forward, his grin widening. "Congratulations, boy. You've won a prize." He handed Tommy a small black box. Inside was a porcelain doll, its face painted with a sinister smile. Tommy, Put that back, Maggie said, her voice sharp, but Tommy clutched the doll to his chest. No, it's mine. The curse that night, Maggie woke to the sound of Tommy whispering in his room. She crept down the hall and peeked through the door. Tommy was sitting on the floor, the doll in his lap. His eyes were glazed over, and he was muttering something under his breath. Tommy, Maggie whispered. He turned to her, his face pale and expressionless. Charlie says we have to play. Maggie's blood ran cold. She grabbed the doll and threw it out the window. But the next morning, it was back in Tommy's room. Over the next few days, Tommy changed. He became withdrawn, his skin pale, and his eyes hollow. He stopped eating and spent hours locked in his room, whispering to the doll. Maggie tried everything to break the curse, burning the doll, burying it, even taking it to the church, but nothing worked. The carnival's return one night. Maggie woke to the sound of calliope music drifting through the air. She looked out the window and saw the carnival's lights flickering in the distance. Tommy was gone. Maggie ran to the carnival, her heart pounding. The field was empty, except for the Ferris wheel, its lights flickering faintly. At the base of the ride stood the man in the top hat, holding Tommy's hand. Let him go, Maggie screamed. The man turned to her, his grin stretching wider. He's ours now, he said, his voice echoing unnaturally. Maggie lunged at him, but he vanished into thin air. The Ferris wheel began to spin, its gears grinding loudly. Maggie climbed onto the ride, her hands slipping on the rusted metal. As she reached the top, she saw Tommy sitting in one of the gondolas, the doll in his lap. Tommy, she screamed, reaching for him, but the gondola was empty. Tommy and the doll were gone. The aftermath. The carnival disappeared the next morning, leaving no trace of its existence. Maggie searched for weeks, but Tommy was never found. The townsfolk claimed the Carnival of Shadows was a legend, a ghost story meant to scare children, but Maggie knew the truth. Sometimes late at night, she would hear the faint sound of calliope music drifting through the air, and when she looked out the window, she would see the carnival's lights flickering in the distance, beckoning her to return. But Maggie never went back. The mirror of echoes, in the quiet, fog-shrouded town of Blackwater, there was an antique shop tucked away on a cobblestone street. The shop was called Eldritch Relics, and it was known for its strange and unsettling items. The owner, an elderly man named Mr. Grayson, was rumored to have a collection of cursed objects that carried with them a dark and terrible history. Among these objects was a mirror. It was an ornate, full-length mirror, with a gilded frame, carved with intricate twisting patterns. Its surface was flawless, reflecting everything with a clarity that was almost unnatural. But there was something about the mirror that made people uneasy. Some claimed it whispered to them, others said it showed them things that weren't there. When Claire, a young artist struggling with creative block, stumbled into the shop one rainy afternoon, she was immediately drawn to the mirror. The purchase Claire had been searching for inspiration. Her art had grown stale, and she was desperate for something, anything to reignite her passion. When she saw the mirror, she felt an inexplicable pull, as if it were calling to her. How much for the mirror? She asked Mr. Grayson. The old man hesitated, his eyes narrowing as he studied her. That mirror, it's not for everyone, he said slowly. I'll take it, Claire said, ignoring the warning in his voice. Mr. Grayson sighed and named a price. As he wrapped the mirror in brown paper, he leaned closer and whispered, "Be careful what you see in it." Claire laughed it off, but as she carried the mirror to her car, she couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching her. The reflection, the mirror, looked stunning in Claire's studio. Its gilded frame added a touch of elegance to the otherwise cluttered space, and its surface seemed to glow in the dim light. At first everything was fine. Claire painted for hours, her creativity flowing like never before. But then, late one night, she noticed something strange. She was standing in front of the mirror, brushing her hair. When she saw a movement in the reflection, it was subtle, just a flicker in the corner of the room, but it was enough to make her freeze. She turned around, but the room was empty. Shaking off the unease, she went to bed. But the next night, it happened again. This time the movement was clearer. In the reflection, she saw a figure standing behind her, a tall, shadowy figure, with hollow eyes and a twisted smile. Claire spun around, her heart pounding, but the room was still empty. The whisper, the figure began to appear more frequently, always in the reflection, but never. Claire tried covering the mirror with a sheet, but every morning, the sheet would be on the floor, the mirror uncovered. One night, as she stood in front of the mirror, she heard it,
A faint, raspy whisper. Claire. Her blood ran cold. The voice was coming from the mirror. She stepped closer, her reflection staring back at her. But something was wrong. Her reflection wasn't moving in sync with her. It was smiling, a cruel, twisted smile that sent chills down her spine. "Who are you?" Claire whispered. The reflection tilted its head, its eyes glowing faintly. "I am you," it said, its voice echoing unnaturally. Claire stumbled back, tripping over her easel and falling to the floor. When she looked up, the reflection was gone, and the mirror was once again just a mirror. The truth desperate for answers, Claire returned to Eldritch Relics. Mr. Grayson was waiting for her, as if he'd known she would come. "The mirror," she said, her voice trembling. "What is it?" Mr. Grayson sighed and gestured for her to sit. "That mirror is cursed," he said. "It was created by a sorcerer centuries ago, a man who sought to trap the souls of his enemies. But the mirror became a prison for his own soul when he was betrayed. It feeds on the living, drawing them in until they become part of its reflection." Claire's heart sank. "How do I stop it?" Mr. Grayson shook his head. "Once the mirror has chosen you, there's no escape. It will consume you, just as it has consumed so many others." The final night, Claire refused to accept her fate. That night, she stood in front of the mirror, a hammer. "I won't let you take me," she said, her voice shaking. The reflection left. A cold, hollow sound that echoed through the room. "You already have," it said. Claire swung the hammer, shattering the mirror into 1,000 pieces. But as the glass fell to the floor, she realized her mistake. The room around her began to dissolve, the walls crumbling into darkness. She looked down and saw that her hands were fading, becoming transparent. The mirror hadn't been destroyed, it had absorbed her. The aftermath. The next morning, Claire's studio was empty. The mirror was gone, and there was no trace of her. But if you visit Eldritch Relics, you might see the mirror in the corner of the shop, its surface flawless and its frame gleaming. And if you look closely, you might see Claire's reflection staring back at you, her eyes wide with terror. The mirror is always hungry.
The last outpost. The world ended not with a bang, but with a bite. It started with a virus, a mysterious, fast-spreading pathogen that turned people into ravenous, flesh-eating monsters. Within weeks, cities fell, governments collapsed, and humanity was pushed to the brink of extinction. In the midst of the chaos, a small group of survivors found refuge in an abandoned military outpost deep in the mountains. They called it Fort Hope, and for a while it lived up to its name. But hope is a fragile thing. The arrival. The group was led by Captain Marcus Hale, a hardened soldier who had seen too much death to believe in miracles. With him were Dr. Elena Reyes, a virologist desperately searching for a cure, Jake, a mechanic with a knack for fixing anything, Lila, a former teacher turned sharpshooter, and Sam, a teenager who had lost everything but refused to give up. They had been at Fort Hope for 3 months, surviving on scavenged supplies and the occasional hunt. The outpost was surrounded by high walls and barbed wire, but the zombies were relentless. Every night they clawed at the barriers, their guttural moans echoing through the mountains. "We can't stay here forever," Elena said one evening as the group sat around a flickering fire. "The walls won't hold forever, and we're running out of supplies." Marcus nodded, his face grim. "We'll leave in a week, head north, find a safer place." But fate had other plans. The breach, the attack came at dawn. The zombies had been gathering in the woods for days, their numbers growing with each passing hour. When they finally surged forward, it was like a tidal wave of rotting flesh and gnashing teeth. "To the walls," Marcus shouted, grabbing his rifle. The group scrambled to their positions, firing into the horde as it crashed against the barriers. The air was filled with the sound of gunfire, screams, and the sickening crunch of bone. But it wasn't enough. The zombies overwhelmed the outer defenses, tearing through the barbed wire and scaling the walls. Marcus and the others retreated to the main building, barricading themselves inside as the undead poured into the compound. "We need to get to the armory," Marcus said, his voice calm despite the chaos. "If we can hold them off long enough, we might be able to escape." The escape. The group moved through the building, their footsteps echoing in the narrow hallways. The zombies were everywhere, their guttural moans growing louder with every step. They reached the armory, but the door was jammed. "Jake, get it open," Marcus barked. Jake fumbled with the lock, his hands shaking. "I'm trying." The zombies were closing in, their rotting hands clawing at the walls. Lila fired her rifle, taking down one after another, but there were too many. Finally, the door creaked open, and the group rushed inside. The armory was stocked with weapons and ammunition, but it was also a dead end.
We're trapped,
Sam said, his voice trembling. Marcus shook his head. There's another way out. Follow me. He led them to a hidden hatch in the floor, revealing a narrow tunnel that led outside the compound. Go, Marcus shouted, shoving the others toward the tunnel. What about you? Elena asked, her eyes wide with fear. I'll hold them off, Marcus said, his voice firm. Now go. The sacrifice. The group crawled through the tunnel, the sound of gunfire and screams fading behind them. When they emerged, they were outside the walls, the forest stretching out before them, but Marcus was gone. They didn't have time to mourn. The zombies were still coming, their guttural moans growing louder as they closed in. Run, Elena shouted, grabbing Sam's hand. They sprinted through the woods, the zombies hot on their heels. The trees seemed to close in around them, their branches clawing at their faces as they ran. The safe zone hours later, they stumbled into a clearing. In the distance, they saw a fortified settlement, a safe zone surrounded by high walls and armed guards. We made it, Jake said, his voice hoarse, but as they approached the gates, they realized the truth. The safe zone was overrun, its walls breached and its streets filled with the undead. There's nowhere left to go, Lila said, her voice hollow. Elena shook her head. We keep moving. We survive. That's what Marcus would have wanted. The aftermath. The group continued their journey, fighting for every mile. They scavenged for supplies, avoided the hordes, and searched for a place where they could start over. But the zombies were always there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for their next meal. The world had ended, but the fight for survival was far from over. The Whispering Woods on the outskirts of the small town of Black Hollow. There was a forest known as the Whispering Woods. The locals avoided it, claiming it was cursed. They said the trees whispered to those who ventured too close, luring them deeper into the shadows until they were never seen again. But when a group of friends decided to camp in the woods for a weekend getaway, they didn't believe the stories. They should have listened. The arrival. The group consisted of 5 friends: Emma, the adventurous leader; Jake, the skeptic; Mia, the artist; Ryan, the joker; and Sarah, the quiet one. They arrived at the edge of the woods just as the sun was setting, the trees casting long, twisted shadows across the ground. Are you sure this is a good idea? Sarah asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Relax, Emma said, slinging her backpack over her shoulder. It's just a bunch of trees. What's the worst that could happen? As they ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew colder, and the light faded quickly. The trees seemed to close in around them, their branches twisting like skeletal fingers. Did you hear that? Mia asked, stopping suddenly. The group fell silent, listening. At first there was nothing, then faintly, they heard it, a soft rhythmic whispering, like voices carried on the wind. It's just the wind, Jake said, though he didn't sound convinced. They set up camp in a small clearing, the whispering growing louder as the night wore on. The first night was uneventful, but the whispering never stopped. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there, a constant, unsettling presence. The next morning, Ryan was gone. His tent was empty, his sleeping bag still warm. The group searched the area, calling his name, but there was no sign of him. Maybe he went for a walk, Emma said, though her voice trembled. But as the day went on, Ryan didn't return. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, and the trees seemed to close in around them. The voices. That night, the group huddled around the campfire, their nerves frayed. The whispering was louder now, the voices clearer. Do you hear that? Mia asked, her eyes wide with fear. The others nodded, their faces pale. The voices were speaking in a language they didn't understand, but the tone was unmistakable. It was a warning. We need to leave, Sarah said, her voice shaking. But before anyone could respond, the fire went out, plunging them into darkness. The whispering grew louder, more frantic, and the trees began to creak and groan, as if they were alive. Run, Emma shouted. The group scattered, their flashlights cutting through the darkness as they ran. But the woods seemed to shift and change, the paths twisting and turning until they were hopelessly lost. The clearing. Mia was the first to find the clearing. It was small and circular, with a single gnarled tree in the center. The whispering stopped, and the air grew still. In the center of the clearing was Ryan. He was standing with his back to her, his head tilted at an unnatural angle. Ryan, Mia whispered,
her voice trembling. He turned slowly, and Mia's blood ran cold. His eyes were black, his face pale and gaunt. His mouth moved, but the voice that came out wasn't his. It was a chorus of whispers echoing through the clearing. "Join us," he said, his voice hollow and distant. Mia screamed and ran, but the trees seemed to close in around her, their branches reaching out like claws. The escape. Emma and Jake found Mia hours later, curled up in a ball and muttering to herself. Ryan was nowhere to be found. "We need to get out of here," Emma said, her voice firm despite her fear. They stumbled through the woods, the whispering growing louder. With every step, the trees seemed to shift and change, the paths twisting and turning until they finally emerged at the edge of the woods. The sun was rising, casting a pale light over the trees. The whispering stopped, and the air grew still. The aftermath. The group never spoke of what happened in the whispering woods. Ryan was never found, and the locals warned them never to return. But sometimes, late at night, they would hear the whisper, faint, almost imperceptible, but there. And when they looked out the window, they would see the trees swaying in the wind, their branches twisting like skeletal fingers. The whispers were always waiting.
The wind howled through the ancient trees, their gnarled branches clawing at the moonlit sky like skeletal fingers. The old house stood at the edge of the woods, its windows dark and lifeless, its roof sagging under the weight of years of neglect. The locals called it Blackthorn Manor, though no one could remember why. It had been abandoned for as long as anyone could recall, and the stories surrounding it were enough to keep even the most curious souls at bay. But not me. I had always been drawn to the macabre, the unexplained, the things that lurked in the shadows. And so, on that cold October night, I found myself standing at the edge of the property, my breath visible in the frosty air, my heart pounding in my chest. I had heard the rumors, of course. Whispers of a family that had once lived there, a family that had vanished without a trace. Some said they had been murdered, their bodies hidden somewhere within the house. Others claimed they had been driven mad by some unseen force, their minds unraveling until they simply disappeared. And then there were the stories of the ghost, a figure that was said to roam the halls at night, its presence marked by a chilling cold and the sound of footsteps echoing through the empty rooms. I had always dismissed such tales as mere superstition, the product of overactive imaginations and too much time spent in the dark. But now, as I stood there, staring up at the looming silhouette of the house, I couldn't help but feel a shiver run down my spine. The gate creaked as I pushed it open, the sound cutting through the stillness of the night like a knife. I stepped onto the property, my boots crunching on the gravel path that led to the front door. The air was thick with the scent of decay, of rotting wood and damp earth. The house seemed to loom larger as I approached, its shadow stretching out to engulf me. I reached the door and hesitated, my hand hovering over the rusted handle. For a moment I considered turning back, leaving the house and its secrets to the darkness. But then I remembered why I had come. I was a writer, always in search of inspiration, and what better inspiration could there be than a real-life ghost story? I pushed the door open, the hinges groaning in protest. The interior was even darker than the night outside, the air heavy with the smell of mold and dust. I fumbled for my flashlight, the beam cutting through the gloom to reveal a foyer that had once been grand but was now in a state of advanced decay. The wallpaper was peeling, the floorboards warped and splintered. A staircase led up to the second floor, its banister broken and sagging. I stepped inside, the door slamming shut behind me with a loud bang that made me jump. I told myself it was just the wind, but the rationalization did little to calm my nerves. I moved through the house slowly, my flashlight casting long shadows on the walls. The rooms were filled with the remnants of a lifelong past, a broken chair here, a shattered mirror there, all covered in a thick layer of dust. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the sound of my own breathing and the occasional creak of the floorboards beneath my feet. I found myself in what must have been the dining room, the table still set as if waiting for guests who would never arrive. The plates were cracked, the silverware tarnished, and a single candle stood in the center of the table, its wax long since melted away. It was then that I heard it, a sound that made my blood run cold. It was faint at first, barely audible over the pounding of my heart, but it grew louder with each passing second. It was the sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming from somewhere above me. I froze, my flashlight trembling in my hand. The rational part of my mind told me it was just the house settling, the wood expanding and contracting with the cold, but another part of me, The part that had always been drawn to the unknown, knew better. I wasn't alone. I forced myself to move, my legs feeling like lead as I made my way to the staircase. The steps groaned under my weight as I climbed, the sound of the footsteps growing louder with each step I took. I reached the top and found myself in a long hallway, the walls lined with doors that hung open like gaping mouths. The air was colder here, the chill seeping into my bones. I shone my flashlight down the hallway, the beam illuminating a figure standing at the far end. It was tall and thin, its features obscured by the darkness. It didn't move, didn't make a sound, but I could feel its eyes on me, watching me. I took a step forward, my heart pounding in my chest. The figure didn't move, but I could feel its presence growing stronger, the air around me becoming colder. I took another step, and then another, until I was close enough to see the figure more clearly. It was a man, or at least it had once been a man. His skin was pale and gaunt, his eyes sunken and hollow. He wore a suit that was tattered and stained, the fabric hanging loosely from his emaciated frame. He didn't speak, didn't even seem to breathe, but I could feel the malice radiating from him, a hatred so intense it was almost palpable. I opened my mouth to speak, to demand to know who he was and what he wanted, but no words came out. My throat was dry, my voice caught in my chest. The man, or whatever he was, tilted his head to the side, as if studying me, and then, without warning, he lunged. I stumbled backward, my flashlight falling from my hand and clattering to the floor. The beam of light spun wildly, casting grotesque shadows on the walls as I scrambled to my feet. The figure was gone, but I could still feel its presence, the cold air pressing in on me from all sides. I turned and ran, my feet pounding on the floorboards as I made my way back to the staircase. I didn't look back, didn't dare to. I could hear the footsteps behind me, growing louder and closer with each step I took. I reached the bottom of the stairs and bolted for the front door, my heart racing in my chest. I grabbed the handle and pulled, but the door wouldn't budge. It was locked, or stuck, or held shut by some unseen force. I pulled again, harder this time, but it was no use. The footsteps were right behind me now, so close I could feel the cold breath on the back of my neck. I turned, pressing my back against the door, my eyes wide with terror. The figure was there, standing just a few feet away, its hollow eyes fixed on me. It raised a hand, its fingers long and skeletal, and pointed at me. I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me, my vision blurring as the room seemed to spin around me. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure was gone. I don't know how long I stood there, my back pressed against the door, my breath coming in ragged gasps. It could have been minutes, or hours, or even days. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that house, but eventually, I found the strength to move. I turned the handle, and this time the door opened easily, as if it had never been stuck in the first place. I stumbled out into the night, the cold air hitting me like a slap in the face. I didn't stop running until I reached my car, my hands trembling as I fumbled with the keys. I drove away from Blackthorn Manor as fast as I could, the house disappearing into the darkness behind me. But even as I put distance between myself and that cursed place, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The figure, the ghost, whatever it was, had marked me. I could feel its presence lingering in the back of my mind, a cold, dark shadow that refused to be ignored. I told myself it was just my imagination, the product of an overactive mind, and too much time spent in the dark. But deep down, I knew the truth. The house had claimed me, just as it had claimed so many others before me, and no matter how far I ran, no matter how many miles I put between myself and Blackthorn Manor, I knew I would never truly be free. The ghost would always be there, waiting, watching, biding its time until it could claim me once and for all. The Smiling Man. The town of Black Hollow was a quiet place nestled between dense forests and rolling hills. It was the kind of town where everyone knew everyone and secrets were as rare as a cold day in July. But one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the streets were bathed in the amber glow of streetlights, something unusual happened. A stranger arrived. He was a tall man dressed in a crisp black suit that seemed to shimmer under the flickering lights. His face was pale, almost unnaturally so, and his lips were stretched into a wide, unwavering smile. It wasn't a friendly smile, nor was it menacing. It was just there, a smile that seemed carved into his face, unchanging and eternal. The townsfolk noticed him immediately. Strangers were rare in Black Hollow, and this man stood out like a crow among doves. He walked with a slow, deliberate gait, his hands clasped behind his back, his head tilted slightly to the side as if he were listening to a song only he could hear. People whispered as he passed, their voices hushed and uneasy. Who was he? What did he want? Why was he smiling like that? The man didn't stop to answer their questions. He didn't stop at all. He simply walked through the town, his smile never faltering, his eyes fixed on some distant point only he could see. By the time he reached the edge of town, the whispers had turned to murmurs and the murmurs to silence. The townsfolk watched him disappear into the shadows of the forest, his figure swallowed by the darkness. For a while, life in Black Hollow returned to normal. The strange man became a topic of conversation at the local diner, a story to tell over coffee and pie. But soon even that faded. The man was forgotten, his visit relegated to the realm of odd but harmless occurrences, that is, until the first disappearance. It started with Tommy Grayson, a 12-year-old boy who loved exploring the woods. Tommy was known for his adventurous spirit, and it wasn't unusual for him to spend hours wandering the trails that snaked through the forest. But one evening he didn't come home. His parents searched for him, as did the rest of the town. They combed the woods, calling his name, but there was no sign of him. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. The town was shaken, but they held on to hope. Maybe Tommy had gotten lost. Maybe he'd find his way back. But then, a week later, another disappearance. This time it was Mrs. Henderson, an elderly woman who lived alone on the outskirts of town. She was last seen tending to her garden, humming a tune as she worked. When her neighbor went to check on her the next day, she was gone. Her house was empty, her tea still warm on the table. Panic began to spread. The town held meetings, formed search parties, but no one could find any trace of the missing. And then one night, a young woman named Emily claimed she saw the smiling man. Emily had been walking home from her shift at the diner when she saw him. He was standing under a streetlight, his smile as wide and unchanging as ever. She froze, her heart pounding in her chest. The man didn't move, didn't speak. He just stood there staring at her with those empty, unblinking eyes. Emily turned and ran, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. When she looked back, the man was gone. Her story spread like wildfire. The smiling man was back, and this time he wasn't just passing through. The townsfolk began to lock their doors at night, to avoid the streets after dark. But it didn't matter. The disappearances continued. A farmer, a school teacher, a child. Each time there was no trace, no clue, just an empty space where a person used to be. As the days turned to weeks, the town grew desperate. The police were at a loss, and the fear was palpable. It was then that a group of brave or foolish residents decided to take matters into their own hands. They armed themselves with whatever they could find, flashlights, knives, a few hunting rifles, and set out into the forest. They were determined to find the smiling man, to put an end to the terror that had gripped their town. The group was led by Jack Thompson, a burly man with a no-nonsense attitude. He had lost his younger brother to the disappearances, and his grief had turned to rage. He was done waiting, done hoping. It was time to act. The forest was eerily quiet as they made their way deeper into the woods. The trees loomed overhead, their branches twisting together to form a canopy that blocked out the moon. The only sound was the crunch of leaves underfoot and the occasional hoot of an owl. The group moved in silence, their eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of the smiling man. Hours passed and they found nothing. Just as they were about to turn back, they saw it, a faint light in the distance. It was soft and golden like the glow of a lantern. The group exchanged uneasy glances but pressed on. As they drew closer, they realized the light was coming from a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood the smiling man. He was exactly as Emily had described. Tall, pale, dressed in a black suit. His smile was as wide and unchanging as ever. His eyes fixed on some distant point. He didn't seem to notice the group as they approached, his hands still clasped behind his back. Jack stepped forward, his rifle raised. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice trembling with anger and fear. "What do you want?" The smiling man didn't respond. He simply tilted his head to the side, as if considering the question. Then, slowly, he began to walk toward them. The group froze, their weapons trembling in their hands. The man's steps were slow and deliberate. His smile never wavered. As he drew closer, they could see that his eyes were empty, devoid of any emotion or humanity. It was as if he were a puppet, a shell of a person. Jack fired a warning shot into the air, but the man didn't flinch. He kept walking, his smile growing wider with each step. The group began to back away, their courage evaporating in the face of the man's unnatural calm. And then he spoke. His voice was soft, almost melodic, but there was something wrong with it. It was too smooth, too perfect, like a recording played backward. "You shouldn't have come here," he said, his smile never faltering. "But now that you have, you'll stay." The group turned and ran, their fear overriding any sense of duty or bravery. They didn't stop until they were back in town, their hearts pounding, their breath coming in ragged gasps. They told the others what they had seen, their voices shaking with terror. The smiling man was no longer just a stranger passing through. He was a predator, and Black Hollow was his hunting ground. The disappearances continued, each one more brazen than the last. The smiling man no longer hid in the shadows. He walked the streets at night, his smile as wide and unchanging as ever. People locked their doors, barricaded their windows, but it didn't matter. He always found a way in. The town was in chaos. Families fled, leaving behind their homes and their lives. Those who stayed lived in constant fear, jumping at every sound, every shout. The police were powerless, their efforts futile against a foe they couldn't understand. And then one night, the smiling man came for Jack. Jack had been preparing for this moment. He had fortified his home, set traps, armed himself to the teeth. He wasn't going down without a fight. As he sat in his living room, his rifle across his lap, he heard it, a soft, melodic humming. It was coming from outside. He stood, his heart pounding, and peered through the curtains. The smiling man was standing in his yard, his head tilted to the side, his smile as wide as ever. Jack's hands trembled as he raised his rifle, but he forced himself to steady. He wasn't going to let this monster win. He opened the door and stepped outside, the cool night air biting at his skin. The smiling man didn't move, didn't speak. He just stood there, his empty eye fixed on Jack. "This ends tonight," Jack said, his voice firm despite the fear coursing through him. "You hear me? This ends tonight." The smiling man tilted his head to the other side, as if considering Jack's words. Then slowly he began to walk toward him. Jack fired, the shot echoing through the night. The bullet struck the man in the chest, but he didn't stop. He didn't even flinch. He just kept walking, his smile never wavered. Jack fired, again, again, each shot hitting its mark, but the man didn't slow. He was getting closer now, his steps deliberate, his smile growing wider. With each step, panic set in. Jack dropped the rifle and reached for the knife at his belt. He lunged at the man, slashing wildly, but the blade passed through him as if he were made of smoke. The smile, low. He just kept walking, his empty eye. His that stunned Jack, and then he was there, standing right in front of him. Jack could see every detail of his face, the pale skin, the wide unchanging smile, the empty eye. He could feel the man's breath on his face, cold and lifeless. "You shouldn't have come here," the man said, his voice soft and melodic. "But now that you have, you'll stay." Jack tried to scream, but no sound came out. He tried to run, but his legs wouldn't move. He was frozen, trapped in the man's gaze. And then the smiling man reached out, his hand cold and lifeless, and touched Jack's forehead. Everything went black. When Jack woke up, he was in the forest. The trees loomed overhead, their branches twisting together to form a canopy that blocked out the sun. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. He was alone. He stood, his body aching, his mind foggy. He couldn't remember how he had gotten here, couldn't remember anything. After the smiling man had touched him, he looked around, his heart pounding, but there was no sign of the man, just the endless trees and the oppressive silence. Jack began to walk, his steps slow and unsteady. He didn't know where he was going, didn't know if there was anywhere. He just knew he had to keep moving. Hours passed, or maybe days. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the forest. Jack's body grew weaker, his mind more clouded. He began to see things, shadows moving in the corners of his vision, whispers in the wind. He tried to ignore them, tried to focus on putting one foot in front of the other, but it was getting harder. And then he saw it, a faint light in the distance. It was soft and golden, like the glow of a lantern. Jack's heart leapt. He quickened his pace, his exhaustion forgotten. As he drew closer, he realized the light was coming from a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood the smiling man. He was exactly as Jack remembered, tall, pale, dressed in a black suit. His smile was as wide and unchanging as ever, his eyes fixed on some distant point.
He didn't seem to notice Jack as he approached, his hands still clasped behind his back. Jack stopped at the edge of the clearing, his breath coming in short, panicked gasps. He wanted to run, to turn and flee, but his legs wouldn't move. He was frozen, trapped in the man's gaze. The smiling man tilted his head to the side as if considering Jack. Then slowly he began to walk toward him. Jack tried to scream, but no sound came out. He tried to run, but his legs wouldn't move. He was frozen, trapped in the man's
C.
And then the smiling man reached out, his hand cold and lifeless, and touched Jack's forehead. Everything went black. When Jack woke up, he was back in Black Hollow. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and the town was alive with the sounds of life. He couldn't remember how he had gotten here. Couldn't remember anything. It to the smiling man that touched him. He looked around, his heart pounding, but there was no sign of the men. Just the familiar streets of his hometown, the people going about their daily life, as if nothing had happened. But something was wrong. Jack could feel it in the air, in the way the people moved, in the way they looked at him. There was something off, something unnatural. He tried to speak, to ask what was going on, but no one would meet his eyes. They just walked past him, their faces blank, their eyes empty. And then he saw it, a faint light in the distance. It was soft and golden, like the glow of a lantern. Jack's heart leapt. He quickened his pace, his exhaustion forgotten. As he drew closer, he realized the light was coming from a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood the smiling man. He was exactly as Jack remembered, tall, pale, dressed in a black suit. His smile was as wide and unchanging as ever, his eyes fixed on some distant point. He didn't seem to notice Jack as he approached, his hands still clasped behind his back. Jack stopped at the edge of the clearing, his breath coming in short, panicked gasps. He wanted to run, to turn and flee, but his legs wouldn't move. He was frozen, trapped in the man. The smiling man tilted his head to the side as if considering Jack. Then slowly he began to walk toward him. Jack tried to scream, but no sound came out. He tried to run, but his legs wouldn't move. He was frozen, trapped in the man's gaze. And then the smiling man reached out, his hand cold and lifeless, and touched Jack's forehead. Everything went black. When Jack woke up, he was in the forest. The trees loomed overhead, their branches twisting together to form a canopy that blocked out the sun. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. He was alone. He stood, his body aching, his mind foggy. He couldn't remember how he had gotten here, couldn't remember anything after the smiling man had touched him. He looked around, his heart pounding, but there was no sign of the man, just the endless trees and the oppressive silence. Jack began to walk, his steps slow and unsteady. He didn't know where he was going, didn't know if there was anywhere to go. He just knew he had to keep moving. Hours passed, or maybe days. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the forest. Jack's body grew weaker, his mind more clouded. He began to see things, shadows moving in the corners of his vision, whispers in the wind. He tried to ignore them, tried to focus on putting one foot in front of the other, but it was getting harder. And then he saw it, a faint light in the distance. It was soft and golden, like the glow of a lantern. Jack's heart leapt. He quickened his pace, his exhaustion forgotten. As he drew closer, he realized the light was coming from a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood the smiling man. He was exactly as Jack remembered, tall, pale, dressed in a black suit. His smile was as wide and unchanging as ever, his eyes fixed on some distant point. He didn't seem to notice Jack as he approached, his hands still clasped behind his back. Jack stopped at the edge of the clearing, his breath coming in short, panicked gasps. He wanted to run, to turn and flee, but his legs wouldn't move. He was frozen, trapped in the man's gaze. The smiling man tilted his head to the side as if considering Jack. Then slowly he began to walk toward him. Jack tried to scream, but no sound came out. He tried to run, but his legs wouldn't move. He was frozen, trapped in the man's gaze. And then the smiling man reached out, his hand cold and lifeless, and touched Jack's forehead. Everything went black. When Jack woke up, he was back in Black Hollow. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, and the town was alive with the sounds of life. He stood in the middle of the street, his body aching, his mind foggy. He couldn't remember how he had gotten here, couldn't remember anything after the smiling man had touched him. He looked around, his heart pounding, but there was no sign of them. Just the familiar streets of his hometown, the people going about their daily lives, as if nothing had happened. But something was wrong. Jack could feel it in the air, in the way the people moved, in the way they looked at him. There was something off, something unnatural. He tried to speak, to ask what was going on, but no one would meet his eyes. They just walked past him, their faces blank, their eyes empty. And then he saw it, a faint light in the distance. It was soft and golden, like the glow of a lantern. Jack's heart leapt. He quickened his pace, his exhaustion forgotten. As he drew closer, he realized the light was coming from a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood the smiling man. He was exactly as Jack remembered, tall, pale, dressed in a black suit. His smile was as wide and unchanging as ever, his eyes fixed on some distant point. He didn't seem to notice Jack as he approached, his hands still clasped behind his back. Jack stopped at the edge of the clearing, his breath coming in short, panicked gasps. He wanted to run, to turn and flee, but his legs wouldn't move. He was frozen, trapped in the man's gaze. The smiling man tilted his head to the side, as if considering Jack. Then slowly, he began to walk toward him. Jack tried to scream, but no sound came out. He tried to run, but his legs wouldn't move. He was frozen, trapped in the man's gaze. And then the smiling man reached out, his hand cold and lifeless, and touched Jack's forehead. Everything went black. When Jack woke up, he was in the forest. He got killed by pity.
It was a quiet evening, the kind where the world seems to slow down and everything feels still. I had just moved into a new apartment, a small place on the third floor of an old building. It wasn't much, but it was mine. The walls were thin and the floors creaked with every step, but I didn't mind. It had character, and after months of searching, I was just happy to have a place to call home. The first few days were uneventful. I unpacked my boxes, arranged my furniture, and tried to make the place feel lived in. But on the third night, something happened that I still can't explain. It was late, and I was standing in the bathroom brushing my teeth before bed. The mirror above the sink was old, its edges tarnished with age, but it did its job well enough. I was staring at my reflection, lost in thought, when I noticed something strange. At first I thought it was a trick of the light. My reflection seemed off. The eyes were wrong, darker than they should have been, and the expression was one I didn't recognize. I leaned closer, squinting at the mirror, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. And then, slowly, my reflection smiled. I froze, the toothbrush slipping from my hand and clattering into the sink. My heart was pounding in my chest, but I couldn't look away. My reflection was still smiling, a cold, twisted grin that sent a shiver down my spine. I blinked, hoping that when I opened my eyes, everything would be back to normal. But it wasn't. The reflection was still there, still smiling, and now it was tilting its head to the side, as if studying me. I stumbled backward, my back hitting the wall behind me. The reflection didn't move, didn't follow me. It just stood there, grinning that horrible grin, its eyes locked on mine. I wanted to scream, to run, to do something, but I was paralyzed with fear. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it was over. The reflection was mine again, the smile gone, the eyes back to normal. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my breath coming in ragged gasps before I finally found the strength to move. I left the bathroom and didn't go back that night. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was tired and stressed from the move, but deep down I knew that wasn't true. Something had happened in that bathroom, something I couldn't explain. The next day I tried to put the incident out of my mind. I went about my day as usual, unpacking more boxes and trying to settle into my new routine. But as the hours passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was a subtle sensation, like a pair of eyes following me wherever I went. I told myself it was just my nerves, that I was still on edge from the night before. But as the sun began to set and the shadows grew longer, the feeling only intensified. That night, I avoided the bathroom altogether. I brushed my teeth in the kitchen sink and told myself I was being ridiculous. But as I turned to leave, I caught a movement out of the corner of my eye. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat, and there it was again. My reflection, but not mine. The eyes were dark, the smile cold and twisted. It was watching me, its head tilted to the side, just like before. I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything, but I was frozen in place, unable to look away. And then it spoke. The voice was low and guttural, a sound that seemed to come from deep within the mirror. It wasn't my voice, but it was coming from my reflection. The words were garbled, almost unintelligible, but I could make out enough to understand. "You're not alone," it said, the grin widening as it spoke. "I've been waiting for you." I stumbled backward, my back hitting the wall again. The reflection didn't move, didn't follow me. It just stood there, grinning with that horrible grin, its eyes locked on mine. I wanted to scream, to run, to do something, but I was paralyzed with fear. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it was over. The reflection was mine again. The smile gone. The eyes back to normal. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my breath coming in ragged gasps before I finally found the strength to move. I left the bathroom and didn't go back that night. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was tired and stressed from the move. But deep down I knew that wasn't true. Something had happened in that bathroom, something I couldn't explain. The next day I tried to put the incident out of my mind. I went about my day as usual, unpacking more boxes and trying to settle into my new routine. But as the hours passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was a subtle sensation, like a pair of eyes following me wherever I went. I told myself it was just my nerves, that I was still on edge from the night before. But as the sun began to set and the shadows grew longer, the feeling only intensified. That night, I avoided the bathroom altogether. I brushed my teeth in the kitchen sink and told myself I was being ridiculous. But as I lay in bed staring up at the ceiling, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. The memory of that twisted smile haunted me, playing over and over in my mind like a broken record. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, until finally I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know if it was real. I got out of bed and made my way to the bathroom, my heart pounding in my chest. The door was slightly ajar and I pushed it open slowly, half expecting to see that horrible grin staring back at me. But the mirror was empty, reflecting only the dim light of the hallway. I stepped inside, my breath visible in the cold air, and approached the sink. The mirror was just a mirror, my reflection just a reflection. I let out a sigh of relief, feeling foolish for letting my imagination get the better of me. But as I turned to leave, I caught a movement out of the corner of my eye. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat, and there it was again. My reflection, but not mine. The eyes were dark, the smile cold and twisted. It was watching me, its head tilted to the side just like before. I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything, but I was frozen in place, unable to look away. And then it spoke. The voice was low and guttural, a sound that seemed to come from deep within the mirror. It wasn't my voice, but it was coming from my reflection. The words were garbled, almost unintelligible, but I could make out enough to understand. "You're not alone," it said, the grin widening as it spoke. "I've been waiting for you." I stumbled backward, my back hitting the wall again. The reflection didn't move, didn't follow me. It just stood there, grinning that horrible grin, its eyes locked on mine. I wanted to scream, to run, to do something, but I was paralyzed with fear. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it was over. The reflection was mine again. The smile gone, the eyes back to normal. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my breath coming in ragged gasps before I finally found the strength to move. I left the bathroom and didn't go back that night. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was tired and stressed from the move. But deep down I knew that wasn't true. Something had happened in that bathroom, something I couldn't explain. The next day I tried to put the incident out of my mind. I went about my day as usual, unpacking more boxes and trying to settle into my new routine. But as the hours passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was a subtle sensation, like a pair of eyes following me wherever I went. I told myself it was just my nerves, that I was still on edge from the night before. But as the sun began to set and the shadows grew longer, the feeling only intensified. That night I avoided the bathroom altogether. I brushed my teeth in the kitchen sink and told myself I was being ridiculous. But as I lay in bed staring up at the ceiling, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. The memory of that twisted smile haunted me, playing over and over in my mind like a broken record. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, until finally I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know if it was real. I got out of bed and made my way to the bathroom, my heart pounding in my chest. The door was slightly ajar and I pushed it open slowly, half expecting to see that horrible grin staring back at me. But the mirror was empty, reflecting only the dim light of the hallway. I stepped inside, my breath visible in the cold air, and approached the sink. The mirror was just a mirror, my reflection just a reflection. I let out a sigh of relief, feeling foolish for letting my imagination get the better of me. But as I turned to leave, I caught a movement out of the corner of my eye. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat, and there it was again. My reflection, but not mine. The eyes were dark, the smile cold and twisted. It was watching me, its head tilted to the side just like before. I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything, but I was frozen in place, unable to look away. And then it spoke. The voice was low and guttural, a sound that seemed to come from deep within the mirror. It wasn't my voice, but it was coming from my reflection. The words were garbled, almost unintelligible, but I could make out enough to understand. "You're not alone," it said, the grin widening as it spoke. "I've been waiting for you." I stumbled backward, my back hitting the wall again. The reflection didn't move, didn't follow me. It just stood there, grinning the horrible grin, its eyes locked on mine. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but I was paralyzed with fear. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it was over. The reflection was mine again. The smile gone, the eyes back to normal. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my breath coming in ragged gasps before I finally found the strength to move. I left the bathroom and didn't go back that night. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was tired and stressed from the move. But deep down I knew that wasn't true. Something had happened in that bathroom, something I couldn't explain. The next day I tried to put the incident out of my mind. I went about my day as usual, unpacking more boxes and trying to settle into my new routine. But as the hours passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was a subtle sensation, like a pair of eyes following me wherever I went. I told myself it was just my nerves, that I was still on edge from the night before. But as the sun began to set and the shadows grew longer, the feeling only intensified. That night, I avoided the bathroom altogether. I brushed my teeth in the kitchen sink and told myself I was being ridiculous. But as I lay in bed staring up at the ceiling, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. The memory of that twisted smile haunted me, playing over and over in my mind like a broken record. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, until finally I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know if it was real. I got out of bed and made my way to the bathroom, my heart pounding in my chest. The door was slightly ajar and I pushed it open slowly, half expecting to see that horrible grin staring back at me. But the mirror was empty, reflecting only the dim light of the hallway. I stepped inside, my breath visible in the cold air, and approached the sink. The mirror was just a mirror, my reflection just a reflection. I let out a sigh of relief, feeling foolish for letting my imagination get the better of me. But as I turned to leave, I caught a movement out of the corner of my eye. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat, and there it was again. My reflection, but not mine. The eyes were dark, the smile cold and twisted. It was watching me, its head tilted to the side just like before. I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything, but I was frozen in place, unable to look away. And then it spoke. The voice was low and guttural, a sound that seemed to come from deep within the mirror. It wasn't my voice, but it was coming from my reflection. The words were garbled, almost unintelligible, but I could make out enough to understand. "You're not alone," it said, the grin widening as it spoke. "I've been waiting for you." I stumbled backward, my back hitting the wall again. The reflection didn't move, didn't follow me. It just stood there, grinning that horrible grin, its eyes locked on mine. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but I was paralyzed with fear. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it was over. The reflection was mine again. The smile gone, the eyes back to normal. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my breath coming in ragged gasps before I finally found the strength to move. I left the bathroom and didn't go back that night. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was tired and stressed from the move. But deep down I knew that wasn't true. Something had happened in that bathroom, something I couldn't explain. The next day I tried to put the incident out of my mind. I went about my day as usual, unpacking more boxes and trying to settle into my new routine. But as the hours passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was a subtle sensation, like a pair of eyes following me wherever I went. I told myself it was just my nerves, that I was still on edge from the night before. But as the sun began to set and the shadows grew longer, the feeling only intensified. That night I avoided the bathroom altogether. I brushed my teeth in the kitchen sink and told myself I was being ridiculous. But as I lay in bed staring up at the ceiling, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. The memory of that twisted smile haunted me, playing over and over in my mind like a broken record.
I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, until finally I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know if it was real. I got out of bed and made my way to the bathroom, my heart pounding in my chest. The door was slightly ajar, and I pushed it open slowly, half expecting to see that horrible grin staring back at me. But the mirror was empty, reflecting only the dim light of the hallway. I stepped inside, my breath visible in the cold air, and approached the sink. The mirror was just a mirror. My reflection just a reflection. I let out a sigh of relief, feeling foolish for letting my imagination get the better of me. But as I turned to leave, I caught a movement out of the corner of my eye. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat, and there it was again. My reflection, but not mine. The eyes were dark, the smile cold and twisted. It was watching me, its head tilted to the side just like before. I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything, but I was frozen in place, unable to look away. And then it spoke. The voice was low and guttural, a sound that seemed to come from deep within the mirror. It wasn't my voice, but it was coming from my reflection. The words were garbled, almost unintelligible, but I could make out enough to understand. "You're not alone," it said, the grin widening as it spoke. "I've been waiting for you." I stumbled backward, my back hitting the wall again. The reflection didn't move, didn't follow me. It just stood there grinning, that horrible grin, its eyes locked on mine. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything, but I was paralyzed with fear. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it was over. The reflection was mine again. The smile gone, the eyes back to normal. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my breath coming in ragged gasps before I finally found the strength to move. I left the bathroom and didn't go back that night. I told myself it was just my imagination, that I was tired and stressed from the move. But deep down I knew that wasn't true. Something had happened in that bathroom, something I couldn't explain. The next day I tried to put the incident out of my mind. I went about my day as usual, unpacking more boxes and trying to settle into my new routine. But as the hours passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was a subtle sensation, like a pair of eyes following me wherever I went. I told myself it was just my nerves, that I was still on edge from the night before. But as the sun began to set and the shadows grew longer, the feeling only intensified. That night I avoided the bathroom altogether. I brushed my teeth in the kitchen sink and told myself I was being ridiculous. He was there. Did he?
The first time Claire noticed the smell, it was faint. A whisper of decay in the back of her throat, barely there, almost ignorable. She had just moved into the old Victorian house on the outskirts of town, drawn in by its charm, its history, its promise of solitude. The smell at first was something she dismissed. Old houses had their quirks after all. Maybe something had died in the walls, a mouse perhaps. She made a mental note to check the attic later and went on unpacking her life into her new home. By the second night it had grown stronger. Claire tossed in bed, her sleep light and uneasy. The scent of rot had thickened, clinging to her sheets, her pillow, her skin. She woke up gagging, her stomach twisting in revulsion. She turned on the light, scanning the room for the source. Nothing. The air was thick, oppressive, but empty. She stumbled downstairs, opened windows, gasped for fresh air, but even outside the smell lingered. It had followed her. The next morning she scoured the house. Every cabinet, every floorboard, every vent. She pulled furniture away from walls, flipped rugs, searched the basement. But there was nothing. The house was clean, and yet the smell of death was growing worse. By the fourth night, Claire had started to lose her appetite. She could barely eat. The scent was consuming. She showered 3 times that day, scrubbing her skin raw, convinced it had soaked into her pores. She washed her clothes, doused her sheets in detergent, lit every scented candle she could find. Nothing helped. The smell was inside her. Her phone rang, a welcome distraction. It was Rachel, her best friend. "How's the new place?" Rachel asked, her voice cheerful, unaware of the dread in Claire's gut. "It's fine," Claire said, hesitant. "Just there's this smell." "What kind of smell?" Rachel asked, immediately concerned. "Rot, decay, like something's dead. But I've checked everywhere. There's nothing." There was a pause. "Then maybe you should get someone to check the walls. Maybe something got trapped." Claire nodded, even though Rachel couldn't see her. Yeah, I think I will." She scheduled a pest inspection the next day. When the man arrived, he was thorough. He checked the attic, the basement, the crawl spaces. He cut into the walls in places, small, discreet holes. But when he was done, he shook his head. Nothing, he said. No rodents, no infestation, no dead animals. Everything's clear. Claire wanted to cry. If it wasn't something physical, something explainable, then what? Was she losing her mind? That night, the smell grew unbearable. It wasn't just in the air anymore. It was in her lungs, thick and oily, as if she were breathing in decomposing flesh. The stench pressed into her skull, made her eyes water. She covered her face with a scarf, but it did nothing. Her body trembled as she climbed into bed, exhaustion pulling at her bones. She closed her eyes, willing herself to sleep, despite the horror seeping into her home. Then, at 3:12 a.m., she woke up. Something was in the room. Her heart pounded. The air was colder than before, thick with the scent of putrefaction. Slowly, she turned her head. In the corner of her room, something stood. A figure, a shadow, tall, too tall. Its arms dangled at its sides, unnaturally long, fingers curled like claws. Its head was tilted, watching her. Claire couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The thing exhaled, a slow, rasping breath. The stench rolled toward her, heavy, unbearable. It was coming from it. Her body jolted to life. She threw herself from the bed, gasping, stumbling backward. The figure didn't move, but its head twitched slightly, as if amused. She ran, down the stairs, through the hall, out the front door. Cold night air rushed into her lungs, but the smell clung to her. She gagged, heaved, fell to her knees. Her mind spun in chaos. She didn't sleep that night, didn't go back inside. She sat on the porch, arms wrapped around her knees, eyes locked on the house, but nothing came out. Nothing moved. When the sun rose, she forced herself back in. The house was silent. The smell, weaker in daylight but still present, lingered like a whisper in the walls. Claire moved cautiously, searching every corner, every shadow. Her bedroom was empty. The sheets were soaked in sweat, the air stale, but the thing was gone. She called Rachel. "Claire, you need to leave that house," Rachel said the moment she heard the panic in her voice. "I can't. I just moved in." Claire's voice broke. "I don't know what's happening."
Please.
"Stay at my place tonight." Claire hesitated, but eventually agreed. That night, she slept on Rachel's couch, wrapped in the comfort of company, away from the house and its stink. And for the first time in days, she slept deeply. But when she woke up, the smell was there, stronger than ever. It wasn't the house, it was her. Panic clawed at her throat. She rushed to the bathroom, scrubbed her skin, brushed her teeth until her gums bled. She sniffed her clothes, her hair, her hands, but the stench was inside her, part of her, and then she saw it. In the mirror, just for a second, behind her reflection, something moved. Long arms, dark eyes, grinning, watching. The scent of death filled her mouth. She screamed. No one ever saw Claire again. When Rachel went to check on her, the apartment was empty. The bed unmade, the toothbrush still wet, but the smell remained, heavy in the air. And at night, if you stand too long in front of a mirror, if you breathe too deeply, you might catch a hint of it, the stench of something long dead, watching, waiting. And then you'll know, it's already inside you.